Good morning, Mega 17. How are we? I have so many questions for you. So let's jump right into this. First, what was your biggest takeaway from Mega 17 Module 1, Monday's Day? What was the biggest takeaway that you have? Let's talk about it as a group. Who wants to share? If you raise your virtual hand, I can call on you. Okay, Jeanette.
The biggest takeaway I got was to be prepared to be challenged by you and take it as it comes and give it all you got.
I like it. 100% all in. Good job.
I also want to take the test of the paragraphs on the 1 to 4.
Ooh, I love that. You've been studying?
I have.
So, how does that make you feel? Has anyone ever challenged you to do that before? Memorize your contract paragraphs?
No, and I do review them with my buyers. So I kind of had them. So it was fun to go back and refresh those.
Well, thank you for doing that. It makes me proud and I can't wait to hear it. So, thank you. Amazing. Denise, biggest takeaway.
My biggest takeaway was the hearing some of the mindset changes that it showed me where I needed to tweak to get to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
And it was good to during our breaks to just pause and go, yeah, that needs adjusting. I'm not quite there. It's going to take longer than I think it should. I'm my worst critic. And to remember to relax. It's always been my nemesis. I have trouble relaxing, but I'm getting back into yoga.
That was another one of my questions. Have you done a yoga session since you've been in Mega?
I
Or is that something
haven't,
coming?
but I've got to work through some modifications that I can do physically, because then I get into medical issues that we don't want to hear about, but
Listen to your body.
I'm going to get there by tomorrow. So
Okay. Thank you,
yeah.
Denise. Thank you for being here and thank you for all your hard work. I'm very excited to see your journey over the rest of this month to see what all you accomplish. Christina, hello.
Good morning. I guess my biggest takeaway, I mean, a lot of the things, the mindset, I feel like I'm a pretty positive person, so that was just a reinforcement. But really for me, it's more about, there is still so much to learn. The sky's still the limit on this, and there's so many ways. I think I told you I'm in a transition time kind of in my life and my business, and there is a way forward no matter what, and real estate is the answer, and that I can shape it into what I need it to be, and that the possibilities are endless.
Oh my gosh, that is so true. In this business, you can do exactly what you want to do with it. Build a team, have a downline, all the different things. There's so many options, so many choices, so much opportunity, which is amazing. Thank you for being here, Christina. I'm really glad that you're here. Good morning, Eden.
Good morning, Jack. I want to tell you for sure that at first class, I was absolutely flabbergasted because I then realized how dull my pencil is. And if you want to be in this business, you have to sharpen it all the time. Um, Realize that you're probably my biggest influencer on that aspect, for sure, that I didn't have, never met, even though I was in many different big places. Um, in my eyes, you're a huge influencer and you're doing a great job for sure. There's a lot to learn, to dive into the really deep, cold water and sharpen yourself. Make sure that you can fight those sharks outside. But I'm ready. I'm definitely ready. As for the yoga, I've replaced both knees. I don't know what kind of yoga I'm going to do, but I'm going to have to do something that has nothing to do with my knees, for sure.
100%. 100%. Listen to your body, talk to your doctor, and figure out what's going to work with you. They've got chair yoga. They got lots of different kind of yogas out there.
Yep.
So thank you, Eden, for being here. Thank you for bringing the fire and the passion. I'm looking forward to seeing your journey as well. Good morning, Polly. Oh, Polly, we can't hear you. We got to hit the space bar. There you go.
Good morning. Good morning,
morning.
Realty Texas. So for me, I've always known my broker, Jack, is smart, but I just love the way you strategize and you want us to learn and no gatekeeping. I appreciate that. For me, I think it was reset, ready, and go. That's the words that just kind of resonated in my spirit. Being in real estate almost 6 years, it's really reteaching yourself and being open to learn. And I was just very excited. I didn't know what to expect with Mega, and I was like, ooh, 9 to 5, but I was not tired. I was energized, and you brought the fire. And I just want to thank you. And yeah, it's a phenomenal training, and it was just day one. So I'm ready to reset my business, restart, and I'm ready to even power up even harder in 2026.
2026 is going to be our year, Polly. We got this. Thank you. All right, Tara, and then I got some other questions for you. Good morning, Tara.
Morning. I didn't even hear the questions as I got on late, but I'm just kind of going off what Polly said. I was kind of hesitant on doing Mega because it just kind of overwhelmed me to be. I was very overwhelmed. But I'm not gonna lie. I think this class is. When I listen to you talk, like you're reiterating to me like things I already know, and like the biggest thing that you've taught me just in one day. One day. Is my consistency. I do everything you say to do, everything. I use my phone, I call everybody, I meet people everywhere I go, but I don't do the extra step. I don't do the next step, and then I lose the people. And so, like, I think this class is going to I ran my numbers the other day because I had a lot of deals that I had to leave at Redfin. So I ran my numbers, and I had a pretty rough year last year personally, and I was like, dang, I did pretty good for someone that went through all that. And I was like, imagine what I would do and like if I stayed consistent. And I believe that this class is everything I needed exactly when I needed it. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you for being here. Consistency is everything, and we're going to put all the tools in place to run it like a business and have a coach that's going to hold you accountable and push you forward and help you get on the right track. So I'm excited.
I have been at Gary Green, Remax, Wazell, EXP, and Redfin. And I'm going to tell you right now, that's why I always say I want to recruit for Realty, because I know the difference. No one has ever sat down with me. I have begged every broker, can you help me? Will you help me? And they're like, well, just do this. And then they go off, and I'm like, and you like literally take the time. I've never seen anything like it. That's why I tell people, if you want to know why I've skipped around so much, ask me, because there's a reason. I think your system is absolutely phenomenal.
Thank you, Tara, and welcome. Good morning, Iselet.
Good morning. So my key takeaway from day one, I took a lot of notes of things that you said, but this is the one thing that I loved that you said the most. And that is hard work will always beat talent when talent thinks it's too good for hard work. I just loved that. Because I been in the business for 27 years now and been through the ups and downs of real estate. But last year proved that when, in spite of some personal things that I went through with my husband's health, that if you work hard, it produces. And so you just keep doing it. Stay the course and work hard, and you'll get there. So thanks for that. I love it. It's my new motto for 2026.
I love that. And you had an incredible production last year. Congratulations on that. I can't wait to see what you accomplish here in 2026. The sky is absolutely the limit. Good morning, Amanda. Hello.
Good morning. You said many things that stuck with me, but one of the biggest ones was 6 billion in commission paid out. I found that extremely motivating and stops a lot of limiting beliefs.
You know, scarcity mindset gets us in a really bad place. There is massive amounts of opportunity. And that really was the point of Monday, was to show the amount of opportunity that we have in the greatest country in the world for real estate, in the best state in the world for real estate, and in the best markets in Texas for real estate, with hundreds of thousands of transactions closing, billions of dollars of commissions to be earned. And there's agents in the first 5 years that are mega top producers coming out the gate because they're fearless to go out and talk with people, and the money is there, the opportunity is there. We just have to go and get it. And if we are passively waiting for people to come to us, we could have all of the right skill sets, all of the right processes, all of the right tools, but if we're not marketing our business by proactively going and getting it, then we're going to struggle. And I see a lot of really good real estate agents, meaning they know the business. They've got the heart in the right place. They've got the apron on for service. They've got all the right skill set, and they should be the top producers. But they're not, because they're not doing what the 5% is that's sharing in 95% of the business, which is going out there and relentlessly prospecting for the business and converting those people. So I want to see this team win. I want to see you win. I want to see you have the best 2026, the very best real estate year to date. So amazing. How was our Mega Mini yesterday? I am guessing that it helped answer a lot of questions, helped make sense of a lot of the things. And I think the moment you get into Mega Mini, you realize how important Mega Mini is to Mega, because it's the lab work. You're gonna come out of the lecture series and you're gonna have a lot of questions. Lisa's gonna take it, she's gonna put it all back together, put you on a track, and you're like, okay, I got this. Everything's gonna be okay. And so those two things really are essential, and the team that Lisa and I have through Mega is both essential. Mega would not be the same without her, and exactly doing what she's doing and helping with practice and all the things that she does. So thank gosh for Lisa Ormsby. She helps me not lose my mind, and she helps you not lose your mind, right? How many of you were able to join in the morning huddle today? Good. How many of you were in the business meeting yesterday? Excellent. You're all showing up at the right place. How many of you were able to make some phone calls? Ooh. All right, Kevin. Talk to me about a couple of the phone calls.
Well, I've always been a big believer of phone calls, so it wasn't an unusual process whatsoever. What I am having to retrain myself to do is make those calls from that company line. So I did that. One of them I had to go back and kind of follow up to do that, but it's just never my first thought. But I have always believed that somebody seeing your facial expressions, hearing your voice, whatever those things are, those are the deep parts of a touch. So I enjoy it. I don't always feel like it, but and this year I'm going to become far more structured in it. But yeah, it went really well.
Did you remember to ask for referrals?
No, I did not.
Missed opportunity. Okay, so
Right.
first I got to get you on the phone. That's great. Now we got to make sure that we're getting to the point in the conversation where we humble ourselves and we let them know how grateful and thankful that we are to have them in our lives and part of our village, but let them know that we need our village. And it's okay to ask. Just like we've got a cousin that opens a plumbing business and they let us know that they're opening a company and we want to help them thrive. Your spheres want to help you thrive. And sometimes we can't bring ourselves to ask. That is the element between, and I'm just going to say this and be very frank about it. There are narcissistic real estate agents out there that are horrible real estate agents, but they are phenomenal at self-promotion and they are selling the most of real estate. I would much rather pull that from the narcissist personality disorders who's really just out for themselves and put that business into your hands the people who are going to really take care of the client, but we have to learn how to produce and self-promote just as good as they do. And it starts by getting you over the hump of asking for referrals. What do you think of that, Kevin?
I agree.
Awesome. Okay, Christina, I see your hand popped up.
Yes, sir. So, as far as on the phone calls, I made my calls, but my challenge is going to be that for my entire 10 plus years, I have used my phone number. And so I did not get any answers on these. Now, my message, of course, I addressed that. But do you have a proactive way of going about that? I mean, I thought about maybe texting them from my regular line first and saying, I'm going to call you from this number. It's my new office, but that's kind of cumbersome. So I assume it's just going to come with time. But if you have any great tips on that transition, that'd be great.
Yeah, not only that, but we have a best practice and something already set up for it. So we have our the blast lab that starts at 1 o'clock, I think, every day. So that blast lab, we have the ability to do a blast text from your app. And that is something that I always needed. There is apps that you can download from the App Store that will allow you to, one is called Hit 'em Up, and you can authorize it to pull in your contacts, but you have to click yes after every one. And I kid you not, from about 2015 all the way through 2023 February, when we put this into place, every holiday, you can ask Miguel, every holiday, I would be sending 1,700 text messages, and I had to click my cell phone 1,700 times. And I would just sit there and tap it as I'm doing other things, pushing all of those text messages out, because I sent out a group text to everyone on my phone every single time. And there is no broad messaging service that will allow you to send out a mass text without confirming each one, except for ours. And so that was a need that I needed. So I built it into our app. So then in the Blast Lab, you're able to blast out one of the social posts that says, hi, this is Chris. It's branded with you already on there. And it says, this is my office line. And so it's going to send them a text message, and then they have it. And we've got the Merry Christmas and all the different holidays and the Thanksgiving and the New Year's. And if you just show up to the Blast Lab, that's what they do, is they send out your monthly newsletter. They do a weekly blast. We have a blogging service that's built into Realty Texas that's all done by AI, and you type in a subject, it creates the blog, you proof it, click a button, it gets pushed out. So there's so many tools in Blast Lab that assist you, but the number one thing that we do in orientation is they import their contacts. Once the contacts are imported, then they sent out that this is my office line, and everyone gets it, and now they know it, and we've asked them to save it in their phone.
Perfect. Yeah, it's something that's in progress for me, because I still have Follow Up Boss, and I know I need to divorce them, but it's a lot of contacts in there that I'm trying to import, and so I will get with tech and get that done. But thank you so much. That makes me feel a lot better.
And Gavin can help you with that. He helps a lot of the agents with the importing of the spreadsheets. He's an expert at that at this point. So one of the things I think you're going to really like about the app is the fact that the calls are recorded, and you can go back and you can listen to that call just as quality assurance for yourself. Every single inbound and outbound call is recorded, and you have access to that. So if you're using your office line and a client says something and they put it in a way that just makes you really uncomfortable, or there's a conversation that you're just, I think I need to get Mr. Potter involved in this, you can text him that entire conversation and he can hear it. And there have been situations where agents have said things on the other side of a transaction that they weren't supposed to have said, or they made a promise and then they lied and said that they didn't make that promise. And we've used these text messages in all kinds of different ways. That has helped us a lot. So one of the things that I love about using the app, and it was an easy transition for me to go from my cell phone number to the app, is number one, the call spam blocker. When someone calls your office line, they have to hit 1 to continue in calling you. And so if you've got all these robocalls, there's no way for your phone to ring unless a human calls you and says, please press 1 to be connected to Christina Roberto. You click 1 and then it calls you. So all of those robocalls are immediately blocked, so it doesn't even bother you. But then all those calls are recorded, so I feel like I'm protected, and I've got this extra layer that is protecting me in my business. So that and so many other things. Being able to send out a buyer rep agreement and by a click of a button, or sending out a blast text message, or sending out a blast email, or taking your social posts and blasting them out, or all the gazillion things. If you can dream it up, we'll do it. If you can think of a fantastic idea for us to add in our app, let us know. And Wahid, our app developer, who's always looking for cool new things to do, will add it. It is if you can dream it, we can build it. That's what our motto is on our tech side. So don't be shy in bringing us good ideas. I want to hear from one more person about your calls from yesterday. Who would like to share maybe a call that you had where you were not afraid to ask for referrals? Anyone? Eden? And then Janice.
As I was leaving the office yesterday, I said, I gotta make a phone call on the way back home. Let me make a phone call. Whoever is gonna fall onto that phone call, I'm gonna just go through that number. And I scrolled down and I tapped on Natasha. And as I was calling her, she is my client that I leased her 3 times. I sold her a house back maybe 3-4 years ago. And she's like, oh my God, Eden, I cannot believe you're calling me. I'm thinking about you the whole entire week. We got to get together. I need you. What's going on? I got married. I moved. I need to sell the house. So out of nowhere, it's like, it just happened. But I know that this is what we did. And we're scheduled to do, unfortunately, because she's relocated and she's a little bit away from here. We're going to do a Zoom meeting first, but she's going to come down to the office. She has some issues with the house, and we got to resolve it before we sell the house.
Well, let's give Eden a round of applause, everyone. Good job, Eden. That's exactly what this business is all about. Keeping up with your clients and finding out that they've had life changes, and those life changes are going to result in them needing you. Because when two people get married, it's very, very possible that both of them had a real estate agent. And now it's going to be who's going to win. And it's going to be the person who keeps up with them is one I think usually is going to win. And so if we make sure that we stake our claim and that we continue following up with these people, it's going to make sure that we stay in their lives and top of mind. Janice, how did your calls go?
I called my friend Esme, I know from church, and a few weeks ago, she asked me about someone who could remodel her kitchen. And so when I called her, I asked her, well, how did that go? And she says, oh no, we're not going to do that. We're just going to find a new house. She said, can you help me with that? And I said, absolutely. And she says, we don't know if we're going to rent out our current house or maybe sell it. So that's yet to be determined, but I need to get a buyer agreement all set up, and
well, let's get with Miguel. Let's make sure we get that buyer representation agreement out today and get those points into your point tracker, so that those points are there. And I want to ask you a question. Do you think that phone call earned you that business? Do you think that she would have called you outside of that phone call?
She might have. She might have.
Good.
Yeah.
I want you guys to track this, and I want you to ask yourself if you think that would have come to you or if you think you earned that business from the phone call. Because I think that when you have those little wins where you found that you earned the business from the phone call, it's going to suck you into these phone calls, and it's going to reiterate how important these phone calls are for you, because you begin to realize this is lead generation, and you're going to feed yourself. When you don't know where your next transaction is going to come from, you actually do. It's going to come from your calls, and you're going to have that power hour, and you're going to have that hard coded into your schedule, and you make the reality. You go get the business. You pick up the phone and you start going down the list, and then you realize, oh, there's a lot of business here. I just haven't been going and getting it because I've been waiting for them to call. I told them that I want to be their real estate agent at one point, so I've been waiting for them to call. That is not real estate sales. Sales is we call them and we find out when we called them that they're ready to buy or sell. And 99% of the time, when you call them, you find out they're thinking about doing something. And so we're leaving a lot of business on the table if we're not making those calls. So I am so glad that we are making those calls. Sometimes it's kind of pushing people into the pool to make the calls, but you're making them. So again, would you raise your hand if you've made calls so far on Mega? That is awesome. All right. I want to hear more from you guys tomorrow, or rather on Friday, about some wins that you've had from these calls. So let's keep it going. Okay. I know that some of you have already completed your C2EX and your Fairhaven, so thank you for that. I know some of you are getting ready to do your contract paragraphs. Lisa told me that a couple of you have done your contract paragraphs already. That is very, very exciting. Last question before we move on. Has anyone researched your city council meeting and found out the date and time? Isolette has, Christina has. Raise your hand if you are intending to go to your local city council meeting. All right, cool. Excellent. Thank you. That's going to be a game changer. Please don't let yourself be a secret agent and don't covet the information. Go there. First of all, go to the city's website, read the agenda so you know what's going to be on the agenda for that day, and then come prepared. Pay attention to what's going on. And when you leave, you should go up and introduce yourself to one of your council members, and just introduce yourself, and then do a little reel right outside. It's going to be probably dark outside, and that's okay because it'll be well lit enough. And say, "Hey, Round Rock, Jack Stapleton here. Just left the city council meeting, and boy, oh boy, did we have some cool things going on today. Let me tell you." And update them. Get them, do a little update. It doesn't have to be long, doesn't have to be over the top. Just start sharing that information so that the people who are part of your group starts realizing, wow, they're going to the city council meetings. That's cool. They're going to immediately start looking at you as a leader, and they're going to start reaching out to you when they have questions about what's going on in your city, which means you need to hold yourself accountable to go to 12 city council meetings a year. I recommend going at least once a month. Some of you have weekly council meetings, like Houston and Austin and other places, but I recommend on a regular basis attending these city council meetings. And you can bring a friend. You can bring another real estate agent. The Round Rock one, I know that during Mega, one of the council members called me. He's like, "You're teaching Mega, aren't you?" Because we had 12 agents in here today. The first time it happened, they're like, "Oh no, what'd we do to piss these guys off?" And that's what they said, which was, I thought was funny. Because, you know, the city council members, they when they see a bunch of people come in, it's not because they're happy with them. They always think it's someone's really upset. So they were expecting the worst. And then they found out, no, we just care about our community and we want to be involved and know what's going on. And they were just like, where's the rest of the city? We want more of this. And so I'm super proud when I see all of those videos of you guys going to your city council meetings and sharing that information. It is transformational. I saw a bunch of hands go up. Let's start with Donna. Donna, you're on mute, so hit that space bar.
Sorry, I pulled all my city council meetings, and they're unfortunately for during Mega, they're all during the day. So 1:30 in the afternoon or 9 o'clock in the morning. So, and Houston is so big. I'm just wondering, and I'm sorry about the barking. I'm thinking that I might do Spring Branch,
Yeah.
in one of the smaller areas and see if they've got something that's in the evening. Because right now during Mega, I can't break away from Mega, which I've renamed Mega 17, the right stuff.
Woo! I love it. And Denise, I saw your hand pop up.
I was the only realtor last night in Leander City Council. And Mr. Herrera, who is place number 2, was so surprised to see a realtor because he saw my badge, came across before the meeting started and asked me, "So why are you here? Are you presenting?" And I said, "I'm here to observe." I said, "I have no hidden agenda. I'm not asking for speaking time on any item." And it was quite fun. I met a guy next to me that is trying to get the trash contract. But the most fun thing that I got hooked on was the lengthy presentation with Cap Metro. They are proposing, and Leander was invited to go to Washington to apply for further grant money to pay for the project that will elevate the rail and completely use the track, and all of the other entities involved in doing this logistically are on board with it, to raise the rail system so that it becomes its bridge and has complete separation from traffic, pedestrians, and adding extra turn lanes
Yeah.
so
that's
that the
awesome.
wait time at 183 and Crystal Falls is no longer a full minute or better. So it's
So
still
can I-
logistics of how they're going to pay for it, but I was excited and tried not to cough during my reel, but I posted my story last night.
Did you tag Realty Texas?
I copied everybody. I just made it full blown public on my story reel, so I don't know how that.
Okay, I will go and find it, and I will publish
It's
it
in
into
the-
our.
It's in the team.
I also I
Awesome.
did do it there too, so I tried to cover both bases.
I'm so stinking proud of you, Denise. That's amazing. Good job. In fact, you are going to be the
Everybody
very
was
first.
getting sick.
Where's my bell? You've not heard this yet in Mega 17. When you hear the bell, it means something amazing happened. And on occasion, pretty often actually, I hand out
And I shared cough drops because everybody's getting sick at the city.
$25 gift cards. We're going to give you a $25 gas card to Shell. Good job, Denise. More of that. I'm very
Make sure it's loaded.
100%.
I could use it.
All right.
Thank
just
you.
Miguel will hand that out to you. All right. Good job, everyone. Welcome to Module 2. We're going to do a quick review from yesterday, or from Monday. Remember this slide, super helpful. It's kind of everything that's going on at Realty Texas, your daily, your weekly, your monthly, what's going on every year, a list of roundtables that you can be part of, and one-time courses that we're teaching. Please plug yourself in, because there's a lot of things that we're doing where we're getting 10% of the company or less showing up, and we built it to support you and help you grow your business. We should be having a much larger audience of people showing up to these things, especially our morning huddle and our afternoon blast lab. So hopefully by the time you guys have gotten through Mega, the blast lab and the morning huddle will become part of your normal everyday routine, because that's going to help ground you and hold you accountable. Everybody needs a morning huddle. And I think that it's a very powerful one, and Andrew is doing a phenomenal job for it. We're going to have a lot of group breakout sessions. Remember, the number one rule of breakout sessions is to what?
The breakout session.
Elect a leader.
Elect a breakout captain. Exactly right, Christina. So first thing you do in there is pick a breakout captain who's not yet been a breakout captain that day. And then that person is going to be the scribe. They're going to come back to the main session, and they're going to report for your group. And oftentimes there's going to be a winner of that group, and the winner of that group are going to get gift cards. So money is on the line as well. I need you guys to participate as well. So if you're not the group breakout session and the class goes into a breakout session, I need you guys to have your video on, audio on, and please participate, because that's probably one of the best parts of Mega, is being able to participate with your fellow classmates and learn from them, because you learn just as much from them as you are going to be from me or anyone else. Remember, the UVP, the unique value proposition video, is going to come faster than you realize. This month is going to go by faster than you realize. And just about the time Mega is done, everyone across the board always says, no, it can't be ending. Before getting into it, it's like, how am I going to do this? And then by the time you get to the end, it's like, wait, this is the structure that I needed. I don't want this to end. That's why we have the morning huddle. That's why we have the blast lab, to give that same kind of structure, so you still feel connected on a daily basis, but then your time opens up so that you can have the time to go to your city council meetings and have your plugged in, hard-coded, time-blocked power hour in the mornings, calling your people, your afternoon showings, and start running it like a business and time blocking. But your unique value proposition is your ability to kind of internalize your value proposition and why someone should hire you as a real estate agent, your fellow classmates are going to grade you on this. It's going to be uncomfortable, and it's uncomfortable by design. But you're in a safe place. I would much rather you be uncomfortable inside a group of other real estate agents inside the company where you feel protected, and it's not going to be part of the recording that makes its way to YouTube. It's a separate recording and completely off the grid, and it's done inside of Mega Mini. And so nothing there is going to be public or any way embarrass you. I know you're going to be uncomfortable, but the reason we want you to do this is because if you can do this and stand up in front of your classmates and let them know what your value is and why someone should hire you, then doing it out there in the field is a million times easier, which means that it's easier. It was less painful, which means that's going to be a breeze. So a lot of what we're going to be doing over this week and next week is going to be building for that value proposition, because a lot of agents suffer, a lot of human beings suffer from anxiety. They find out that they're going to speak in front of people and their heart starts pounding. They start getting this kind of feeling that they can't breathe anymore, and they just get really uncomfortable. And I want you to feel really confident, because people who are not prepared for something, nervousness is the last refuge for the ill-prepared. When you're prepared for something, you're not going to be nervous because you already know exactly what you're going to do and you're good to go. So we're going to be having you learn your vision statement and prepare your vision statement, your mission statement. You're going to craft all of that. You're going to have your goal board up next Thursday. By the time the goal board is done, you will have done enough introspective work on your mission, vision, and goal board to get a really good idea of what your why is. What are your drivers? Why you're in this business? And the who, what, when, where, why. All of that together, we're going to push into your value proposition. So then you'll be pretty confident about that. So I need you to be thinking about it now, though. I am asking you to memorize your 23 contract paragraphs, and there's a reason for it. First, it helps sales agents take ownership of it. And I love how some of you have said that, well, I do go through this with my clients. I do go through the paragraphs one by one and have that conversation. I do too. I want you to know the contract paragraphs, so then you start digging a little deeper and becoming more curious about what's inside those paragraphs and actually read the entire thing. But first, we're going to memorize the contract paragraphs. But first, it helps you take ownership of it. It helps you have a better respect for it. And the mic drop really is your clients expect you to know it, and it makes you a better negotiator. And those last two is the real heart of the reason why I want you guys to memorize it, because it's going to make you a better negotiator. And the 23 paragraphs, we're not going to go through this together. I'm going to take it to the last page. How many of you have memorized it so far? Okay, David, Jeanette, Polly. Who else? Mia, Denise, Eden. All right. Forwards, and who's got it backwards?
Backwards.
David, Jeanette, and you. Okay.
Backwards.
So the backwards tells me that you don't just have a cadence memorized, that you actually have the contract paragraphs memorized. Because what I do is I close my eyes, and when I do it backwards, I'm not doing it from a cadence. I'm actually doing what is that paragraph and what is in it. And so that really helps me doing it backwards. So I recommend doing it both ways, and that's going to prove to yourself that you haven't just memorized a rhyme in a song. Because if you memorize the rhyme in the song, and then I ask you what paragraph 18 is, you're going to stop dead in your tracks, and you're probably going to start from one and go through the thing until you get there, which, is cool, but that's not really taking ownership of it. And so at the end of the day, the goal really is to know what the paragraphs are in the contract. So I'm going to challenge you to do it backwards. That's not anything other than a challenge from me. And Lisa, how many people take us up on that challenge of going backwards, do you think?
I would say half of the ones that memorize usually.
Pretty good number. So the National Association of Realtors, we're seeing a transformation happen before our eyes with our entire gigantic, huge, largest trade association in the world, realtor organization. I am very plugged in to the realtor organization. I was president in 15. I've served as an RVP of Texas Realtors, served as chair of professional standards, currently serving as the National Association of Realtors director. I am about as plugged in as you can get to the realtor organization. I've spent 15 years and I know just about all the key players across the nation of the association executives and the staff and the CEOs and the real estate agents who have been part of it and developed a good, strong relationship with those people. And I'll tell you that the profession itself is undergoing a metamorphosis. It used to be that you had to be a realtor if your broker was a realtor. It used to be that you couldn't get into the MLS without being part of the realtor organization. And that's all changing. And I think it's changing for the better. And so when you see all the attacks that's going on at the realtor organization, it's always been my belief, and this is something that's personal to me, that they should charge a lot more to be a realtor, and that it shouldn't be required if your broker's a realtor that the agent be a realtor, so that when people join, it means something to belong. If people voluntarily join, it means something to belong. Our code of ethics is the very first code of ethics in the history of the country to be a voluntary code by a trade association. That happened in the early 1900s. And we also ask you to memorize the 17 paragraphs of the code of ethics. Because, as I mentioned on Monday, it's not the golden rule. It's not the golden thread. It's not I'm ethical, so I'm part of this little code of ethics, whatever that is. It is a set of business rules. It is a set of sandbox rules that says, I will follow these practices as long as you follow these practices. So if you do these things, I will do these things, and it is a professional code that all of us are adhering to a set of practices, which means the ethics isn't the practice. The ethics, rather, are us following the code that we promised, which means we first have to read it. I know we're still very early in Mega. I'm curious, though, have any of you picked up the code and read through it yet? Anything stick out at you? Anything you've learned by reading the code and you thought, I had no idea that was a thing? I want you to bring me some of those as a note so that we can unwrap those, because sometimes people read something and they don't exactly 100% understand what they're reading, or their mind was blown that that was a practice and they've just completely obliterating that practice because they had no idea it was one. And I want to hear from you, because I think that helps challenge the rest of the class to start digging in there to figure out, I wonder if there's things I'm doing that I'm not supposed to. And by the way, that's exactly why they wrote the code, to let us know exactly what our practices are so that we don't misapply what we think we know to what we have not yet learned. I saw a hand go up, then it went away. Who had raised their hand? Okay. Indu. Hello.
Yes, I did. Sorry, Jack. Yes, most of the time when I was practicing, and most of my clients who are from my community, when they would ask me a question, hey, where would I find this community in the area specification of Austin and Metro Austin area? And when I have to answer that, I did not know answering to that question would be considered as violation of code of ethics.
Yes.
Now, after reading all those, I'm wondering those small questions should not be even answered, or should be taken in a very neutral way, or should be balanced out. Those are the things we have to be so watchful what we say, when we say, and how we say them. So yeah, that was something very, very surprising to me and shocking to me.
20% of my clients are Indian. 20%. I have a huge Indian population of clients. And I absolutely love my Indian clients. They're very, very, very family oriented. And their kids' education culturally is something that's very, very, very important to them. And I always get the same question. We want our kids to go to a really good school. We're moving to Austin. What are the best schools? And then the second one is, and we want to live in an Indian community. What are primary Indian communities in Austin? Can I answer that question? I can't even begin to touch that. And I let them know, well, it's not an uncommon question. Let's start there. I get this question often, but you might be surprised to know that I could lose my license by even attempting to answer that question. And then their mind is blown. What? Are you kidding me? That doesn't even make any sense. And I said, yeah, the federal government really doesn't want real estate agents choosing where people live. And then they sit with that for a second. And they're like, okay, I kind of get that. And I said, so I can't answer the question, but what I can do is I can give you the phone number of a couple of my Indian clients who I gave their phone number to somebody else, and they have the answer. You see, I can be the source of the source. I can't be the source. So I give them, and they can talk to some of my clients like Sanker or any of the others, and they can get their opinion on what it means to live in a community, and is this good for the kids and all the things. And so be the source of the source. Don't ever be the source. Christina.
Yes, so if someone's new in business, let's say they don't have a lot of clients to refer them to, one of my go-tos as somebody who moved a lot, I always called the PTA president. That PTA president will tell you everything you ever wanted to know. So I would tell people, look at the areas you think you want to live in, call that PTA president of that school.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, so let's all challenge ourselves to read the Code of Ethics at least once. And then here are our 17 articles. I'm a fiduciary, always be honest, avoid misrepresentation and concealment, cooperate with other realtors, disclose realtor status if buying, and the rest of the 17. I'm not going to go through these in class. It's something you're going to do with your classmates, with your flashcards, and inside Mega Mini. But I am going to challenge you to read it. Once you've read it, then attack it here. But remember, it's broken down into 3 sections: clients and customers, duties to the public, and duties to other real estate agents, quote unquote realtors, duties to other members. And so it's broken down into those 3 sections. We have duties to clients and customers, we have duties to other realtors, and we have duties to the public. So I want you to read, especially the public one, because there are requirements that we have to the general public that maybe you don't realize as well. One of them is safeguarding the seller's property. Okay. And we're almost done with our review. There's 3 more slides. We're just going to reiterate from Monday, which is our ability to be confident is going to come from the experience that we have. And if we don't have the experience and the wisdom, we have a mentor who's going to walk us through the transaction that's going to help give us that wisdom. And it's okay if you're a new agent. It's okay if you're doing something for the first time. We just need to make sure that we're mentored. When our clients feel safe working with us, they relinquish control, and it helps make the transaction go a lot smoother. 99% of the time, it's because they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And you need to iterate to your clients how much you care about the transaction. They want to know your ability, your commitment, and your ethics. Your commitment is the number one thing that they're looking for. That is what they're hiring, is your commitment, knowing that you have their back and that you care, and how fast you answer the phone and how fast you respond to their inquiries, and how much concern and care that they believe that you have for them and their purchase is really what's going to create a lifetime relationship. And that's where the trust comes in. And so you've got to figure out in your business how you're going to make sure that your client has no concerns about your ability, your commitment, or your ethics as soon as you can in your business. We talk about the 4 quadrants of your business, the 4 different hats you wear, and how important it is to have dedicated time to each one of these. The first one being prospecting, pulling leads into your business. We're going to talk more about that, but you must have your power hour hard coded into your calendar. We're going to talk more about how much time you should be dedicated to prospecting today in our session. Then you've got to convert those into business, and those are 2 different wheelhouses. First, you're prospecting and setting appointments. You go and meet the client at the appointment, and you get hired by getting a representation agreement signed. And it's that conversion is the separate thing, getting hired. And those are points inside Mega for getting those representation agreements signed. Then once you have a representation agreement, it's from rep agreement to close. And that's where all the nuts and bolts of being a real estate agent is going to kick in and actually getting them to the closing table. And once they're closed and settled, they're in your database, and you're going to have a follow-up program that is going to follow up with them on a regular basis forever and ever and ever, which is a form of prospecting. And so it's a wheel, right? So you follow up with them, you make sure that they're happy with the house, everything is going well, they don't have any questions, and you're going to call them at month 10, remind them that their home residential service contract is about to expire. If it's new home construction, it's time to have the builder warranty company out the last time before your warranty is going to expire for the settling cracks and the nail pops. Have in your action plans built in for these calls to take place, and you know that they're going to sell within 5 years, and that every year that they're going to have someone for you. Now, you're going to call them 3 times a year, but likely 2 out of 3 times they're not going to have anyone, but 1 out of 3 they will, because National Association of Realtors says that every single person over the age of 18 has a propensity of sending you 1 closed referral a year. And that referral has a 75% chance of closing. So that means your database is a much better referral source than it is a transaction source. So if we look at our database as a referral source, meaning calling those people and checking in and getting referrals from them, we start understanding the value of the database. The big takeaway from Monday should have been, I need a database, I need to be calling my people, and I need to be thinking of my people as a referral source, not as a transaction. People don't want to be thought of as a transaction anyway. They don't want to be farmed and sold and, being pushed into buying a home. How's the house? How are you? People don't even like questions about, well, are you thinking about selling? They don't really even like that. Who do you know that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home is a question they don't mind being asked. And then, by the way, when you're ready, I'd love to help you too. That conversation is not going to cause any heartache or pain, and they're going to want to help you, especially when you let them know how meaningful it would be to get their help. And I'm hoping that by now you have the number written down. For some of you, it was 300. Some of you, you're going for the million. Some of you, it was 150,000, I've heard. But you need to have the number written down. So if you haven't done so, at our first break, which is going to be in about 10 minutes, I need you to put that number into your .me. And if you don't know how to do that yet, you just log in, and your message of the day pops up in your goal tracker, and right there you can click edit, and you can add that number into your .me. And that means every time your .me opens, it's going to have your goal tracker, it's going to have that number there, it's going to be a constant reminder of where you are, and it's going to have your production. So it can show you throughout the year where you are in relation to your goal, and are you tracking your goal. And so that's really cool to have that open every time you open your .me, is a quick flash reminder of what is your goal and where are you with your goal for the year. It's not by accident that you have a goal tracker pop up every time that you open your .me. And for a lot of you, before Mega, it's just an annoying pop-up that you keep closing. Like, why does that keep opening? But after Mega, you're like, I get it. This is holding me accountable for my goals, because I do want to make $500,000 this year. I do, in fact, want that to happen. And I understand now that that's going to take specific focus and a certain amount of actions that I have to do to make that happen. And me being accountable for my goal is a big deal. And you'll be more grateful and thankful for that pop-up in the future. Now, here's where I usually grab Lisa, and we do our top 5 performers as we're coming into Mega so far. Maybe Lisa's not ready. Maybe we do it on Friday.
I am
okay
ready
with that.
if you want to start.
Okay, so it's early in Mega. We're just pulling into Mega 2. I've heard some of you already have like thousands of points, 3,000 points. We're going to track our top 5. So every time we get into Mega, we're going to find out who is in our first, second, third, fourth, and fifth spot. So Lisa Ormsby, thank you for being ready and having the number. Who's in our number 5 spot?
Okay, this is just so you know, if anybody added anything after 11:33 p.m. last night, that is not included in this, but you have the opportunity to overtake tomorrow or Thursday. In our 5th place with 1,525 points so far is Melinda Caldwell.
Nice.
In
Melinda,
fourth,
congratulations making it to our top 5 of Mega. That's phenomenal.
in fourth place with 1,775 points. And I did send her a message about her video with City Council. That'll be added in later, but it doesn't affect this at the moment.
Must be Denise.
Denise Zellhart, fourth place.
Good job, Denise. Top 5. I love to see that.
In third place with 2,025 points, and actually second place, they're tied. So it is Sarah Estelle and Damian Corona. They both have 2,025 points.
Okay, how cool is that? All right, we have a tie coming into Mega. That's cool. I don't think that's ever happened before. Okay, and who is our top leaderboard currently in Mega 17?
Okay, so our top one did already present. He was the first one, and I did give a gift card to whoever presented the first one,
Cool.
1 to 3 paragraphs. And I gotta say, I've never seen it done this way. It's amazing. He actually has body movements for everyone, and he's like, ask me any number, and I go, well, I want to see 20 again. Jack, ask him to see 20 later today.
This sounds like
I have the video.
Eden has a video of him doing it too. Okay, so he did it in person, and anyway, his score is 3,625 points, and that is David Euchre.
Okay, cool. Nice. Good job, David. I love it. Okay. So if you want to do your points, you can do it live in front of Lisa. Get with Lisa in Mega Mini, and we will continue on with this. Super proud of you. Congratulations, David, Sarah, Damien, Denise, and Melinda. It is anyone's game at this point, but it's always fun to see the people jumping in and getting points just out the gate. Okay. We usually do about a 45-minute review, so we are doing really good. Welcome to Module 2 of Mega, which is Power Start Your Business. We are going to see a lot of videos today. We're going to jump into a lot of breakout sessions today, and we're going to unpack some misconceptions that are out there in real estate. Also, you know that this is a Trek-approved course as well. We are in the second module of the first week. Remember, there's 12 modules, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So we're just jumping into module 2. Business coaching. The person on the left here, their office, their mind, they've got lots of things going on. There's things floating out there versus the person on the right who is operating from a calendar. And the person on the left is not. You can allow yourself to live in chaos or organization. And living in chaos or organization is 100% a choice. If you run it like a business, it means that it has to have a plan. A business plan, a daily plan, a weekly plan. Remember, when I read to you the excerpt from the Keller Williams Red Book called The Shift, it talks about top performing real estate agents typically time block 3 things. First, they schedule all of their vacations so that they're working in between their time off. Second, they take off a little bit of time every day for the one thing, which is prospecting. And then they spend a little bit of time at the start of their week to plan their week. And so your top producers, those people who are very, very busy, they live off a calendar and everything is time blocked. And if it doesn't have a home on your calendar, it's probably not going to exist. One of the things I built for you that I think is very cool and I live on and I don't know how I could survive without it now is my Realty Texas calendar app. And this is the reason. You have Office 365 Outlook with your company calendar. You probably also have your calendar on your app. And if you, like me, have an iOS device, Apple and Microsoft, it's no secret that they're not the best of friends. So Microsoft doesn't send Apple the calendar items. Well, actually, that's not true. Office does send it to Apple. Apple doesn't send Office its. So your device calendar is not synchronizing in both directions. But guess what? Your Realty Texas app does. Everything that's on your device is synchronizing to your calendar and your app. Everything in Office 365 is also synchronizing to your app. But not just that. Your critical reminders of all your contracts. When you put a rep agreement effective date in the rep agreement in the room, there's on the actual documents tab, there is a button you can click to add the effective date. And you put the effective date in the contract, it pulls it out of the contract in our form system and puts it into the room so that we make sure that we have it. And all of the critical timelines in the contract will show up in your app, which is very cool. Also, all the anniversaries and birth dates of the company, as well as the content calendar for Realty Texas. We have a team of people that develop a monthly content calendar for you for social, all branded with your information, and that also shows up on your daily calendar. And there's more. There's 10 different calendars that all have what I call unified calendar into your app. And that's been helpful for me so that I can go down and I can, first thing in the morning, after I've looked at my hand and I've promised, I looked at and I found 5 grateful things to be thankful for, wake up, start my day, the first thing I do is look at my calendar. Just so I know exactly what's going on that day, because I'm not the only person who puts things on my calendar. And at the point you get an assistant or you have someone helping you, there's a very good chance they're going to be adding things to your calendar, and you need to check it first thing in the morning. The person on the left and the person on the right, again, a choice. If you are naturally organized, awesome. You're the person from the right. But if you're naturally the person on the left, likely you're not going to turn yourself into an organized person, but an assistant will. You need someone who's going to come and organize you. Most real estate agents have a yellow personality type that's social. You've got red, which are going to be your drivers, and we're going to do a personality assessment together. And you're going to figure out what color you are. I'm going to put you in groups and you're going to talk about it, and it's fun. You're probably going to take the personality test home and do it with your spouse and the kids as well and see what colors they are. And it's very interesting because then you can start identifying with your clients what color they are. And then you start understanding they're blue, they're an engineer, I need to feed them more data because they're on the logic side of things. Or this person's social, we have to be talking to them on that level. Or they're a driver, they don't want any of the nonsense. They want you to move fast and hard and they're going to make quick decisions, and they don't want you to talk too much in a transaction. So we can behave a little bit differently, understanding the personality type, and feed them things that we know that ultimately is going to help them make decisions and help us work better with them. Because if you're working with a red driver and you give them all the blue data, you're talking a completely different language that's going to irritate them. Or if you're a red driver and your client is data driven and you're trying to run them through a transaction, you're talking a different language and it's not going to work. So it's not that the agent has to be the same color as the client, nothing even closely to the sort. It means that the agent has to be cognizant of the color of the client, and you can quickly pick up on cues. And there is 2 full modules where we discuss personality types and how we can work with different people and what they need from us, what the different colors need from others, and what they need, what we can help them provide. So if you are struggling with structure in your business, then structure is exactly what you're going to get from Mega. I'm going to ask this question. It's going to be a group exercise, but it's an interesting one. How many of you have kids? Raise your hand. Or have kids, have ever had kids? Most of you, yeah? Okay. Why does every high school and college and pro team, whether it's baseball, basketball, hockey, soccer, why do they all have a coach? Even your little leagues has a coach. Why do all of these kids have a coach for a game? At the end of the day, it's a game. Why do they have a coach? I want to hear from you.
Keep them focused.
Christina.
Because a great coach will identify strengths and weaknesses and help those players be their best and work as a team.
Okay. All right. But I
Guidance.
understand that's not the question I asked.
To teach.
I understand the value of a coach, but why do you have kids playing games and have a coach?
Guidance.
They follow rules.
Okay.
I mean, I mean, my son's a football coach. So, I mean, I believe it's because they're role models. They lead by example. They're the people that are supposed to mentor you. I believe that he's a big example. Like they walk your talk. They show you what it takes to get to where you need. Like I've watched him like growing up. Like I've never seen it. Like in seventh grade, he said, "Mom, I'm going to get 30 D1 offers when I graduate high school," and he had 33. And he let nothing get in the way. And he now goes to like high schools and he talks to other students, like when he comes out to Houston to recruit because he lives in LA, and how he teaches them to stay focused. It's just, I mean, it's like a role model, I think.
Okay, so then raise your hand if you think kids need a coach and it's valuable to have one.
Very.
Raise your hand if you believe this is true. Okay. Now, is baseball a game? Is your profession more important than maybe a game? Let me ask you this. Do you have a coach in your profession? Some of you do. Most of you say, I don't have a coach. So you're telling me that all of you understand the value of a coach and want your kids to have a coach for their Little League baseball game, but you in an Apex sales career didn't get a coach for yourself? Does that make sense? We're passionate. We're getting up and we're talking about how important it is to have a coach and how they're going to lead you and how they're going to make you better and they're going to hold you accountable. And you're the one that is putting a roof over these kids' heads. You're responsible for taking care of them and paying for their college and all the things. And you're getting them a coach, but you didn't give yourself one.
Hey, Jack.
You have Bobby.
Hey, real quick. I think a great example of coaching is in golf. You look at that, and every great player, not one of the coaches is better than the golfer they're teaching, but every great player, every golfer needs a coach. Every golfer, Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus. Jack Nicklaus said if he's not always learning and getting better through his coach, he's backing up.
So thank you, Mr. Bobby Cloud. Bobby Cloud is one of our preferred lenders and coming in to join us today. He's been in a couple of our megas before. So welcome to the class, Bobby. It's cool to see you here. All right. So
I think you're the greatest coach, Jack. I think that since 1993 that I've been in the business in different places around, in different countries, I definitely think you're one of the best coaches I've ever met in real estate.
Thank you, Eden. I appreciate that very much. But I'm going to tell you that I don't consider myself a coach in the mega series. I consider myself a facilitator of the information. I am a coach, which means I sit one-on-one with agents and I take them through 4 and 8 week coaching sessions. I don't pay for coaching, even though my coaching, if I was paying for it, would be $10,000, period, mic drop, because I know that that's what other people are charging. So I would have no problem doing that. But I give that away for free for the people who are in our sales department who make the most calls. And I give that away for free for the person who's earned it through Mega Valedictorian. And so the Mega Valedictorian will get coaching sessions with me one-on-one where we will dig into your business and we will find your blind spots. But going back to this, what is the coach's job here? What is the real role of the coach? I want to hear a couple of things, at least 5 from you.
Bring order to chaos.
Order to chaos? Okay.
I mean, sorry, backwards. Chaos to order.
No, you're going to bring order to chaos. I like what you said before. What else we got?
Guidance and direction.
Leadership to discover the strengths.
Okay. I like it. What else?
I think more like with a team. I guess it could be with the individual too. You have a set of different skills and talents, and a coach knows how to put those together to reach the best outcome.
Okay. Identify people's strengths. I like it. Polly, Marlene, and then Christina.
I feel like a coach helps you to grow, improve, and to win.
Yes, Polly. Gift card. The coach is there to teach you to win. That's what they're there to do. I like it. Thank you. I get all fired up about that one. Okay. Marlene.
I was going to say to motivate you.
And to motivate you. 100%. Yes. And Christina.
Well, my coach dives deep to understand what my goals are and then helps me achieve them.
Okay.
Helps them direct that path.
I like it. David.
With any business, with any game, there are fundamentals. And so they make sure that you know, like your teachers here in Mega, the fundamentals of whatever business or activity you're in. You can't win if you don't know the fundamentals.
They're going to teach you the game. They're going to teach you the compulsories. They're going to teach you the game 1,000,000%. And last but not least, Mia.
I think coaches lead me to succeed.
Yes, 100%. Let's flip the script now. What is the athlete's job in all of this? Amanda.
To listen.
Okay, I
Learn.
like it.
Be
Okay.
teachable.
I
Follow.
like it.
Practice.
There's one thing that I want to hear before I go to the next slide, and I haven't heard it yet.
To perform.
To perform.
Okay, I like it. To perform.
Committed.
Committed. Janice.
Continue to strive for improvement.
Okay.
Show up.
So I'm gonna peel the onion one layer to see if someone gets it after this. What do you think coaches struggle with the most with the people they're coaching, the athletes?
Strong belief.
Discipline.
I think discipline's in the top 5.
Mindset.
Mindset, how?
If you're in the wrong mindset and don't have the winning mindset and believe that you can do it with your unbelief, then they have to teach the unbelief and change that to belief that it can be done and that they can overcome everything that's in front of them.
Yes.
Okay. That was really close. You're toeing the line, but I want to hear the words. All right, so we're going to go from Jeanette, Melinda, David, Eric, Gabriel, Donna, and Polly. And hopefully one of the 7 of you have it. Jeanette?
Intention.
What's that?
Intention. Intention to win.
Intention? Okay. Melinda?
I just think that their job is to follow what the coach says. That's my biggest frustration is I feel like I say, if they would just listen, my clients would listen to what I'm suggesting would be easier. So I think that's the job of the athlete. Listen to their coach.
Listen. Okay. David?
To put in the effort that it takes to be great.
Okay. Eric?
To just hold themselves accountable, to actually get over themselves, like, get over the ego and just take the information and apply it, right? Like, they get a lot of pushback. A lot of people don't like to be told, that they've got some improvements and stuff. So really be humble.
Okay. So I'm going to give it to, we're going to cut it off there. I know Gabe's going to, both Gabe and Eric, I'm going to give it to you. It's not exactly what I was looking for, but it was another way of saying the same thing. I need them. The athlete has to be open to change. And everything that you guys just said was close, but you can be headstrong, you can want to win, you can be coachable, you can be holding yourself accountable, you can do all those things still, but still not be open to change. But Eric was close because he said you got to get over yourself. And that is close enough for me. So here's the coach's job: teach you the game, teach you to win, bring out your best, to see your blind spots, force you to practice, be honest with you, and hold you accountable. The athlete's job is to bring the commitment, to be open to change, to be open to constructive criticism, follow instructions, and complete their assignments. I need you to practice, practice, practice. Go home and practice and come back and have that practice done. To work hard and to bring the fire. And to be honest with yourself and your coach. And be vulnerable and allow yourself to make mistakes, because that's where the growth will happen. The number one job of the athlete is to be open to change. And the number one job of the coach is to teach them to win. And that's the mic drop moment, because teaching them someone to win the game is the accumulation of all of the things put together. It's teaching you the game, teaching you to practice, showing you your blind spots, bringing out your best, all the things. That's teaching you to win the game. But most of all, it's to be open to change. That is the true role of the coach and the athlete. And as much as I am a facilitator and a coach, I am going to teach you to win this game. That is the goal of this entire mega, is me to teach you to win this game. Your kid's got a coach. You're going to get coached over the next 12 modules to teach you to go kick real estate's butt and take from it exactly what you want from it. But it means that your mindset has to be in the right place. You've got to be open to all of this. You got to bring the fire. You got to work hard. You got to be accountable for yourself. Do the homework, because the investment that you're making in yourself right now, ultimately the success that comes out of this is you holding yourself accountable and immersing yourself with this and taking it seriously. And I can tell that Mega 17 is doing exactly that. I fully expect Mega 17 to be the best mega group we've had. And I'm very excited to see what happens over this week and next week, because a lot is going to happen in these next 2 weeks. 5 promises that the athlete is going to make the coach today. These 5. Power hour. You're going to make 20 calls a day. I know it's hard. You're going to try to figure it out. You're going to have to fit it in. But real estate is all about time management. So you got breaks, you got lunches, and by the way, I owe you one of those here in a minute. But 20 outbound calls a day. Dress the part. When you're at your open house this weekend, when you're meeting with clients, I want you to make extra effort to make sure that you are walking out dressing to impress. Guys, that means a tie and a nice pair of pressed pants, nice shoes. That's what that means. I want you to master objection handling by learning your scripts. And the very best way to do that is be attending our weekly sales meeting. But inside Mega, there is massive amounts of group breakout sessions where you're going to be practicing your scripts in groups, and you're going to walk away feeling a lot more confident about how to explain the buyer rep agreement, how to explain compensation, how to explain the information about brokerage services, and how to just have productive conversations with your client, with the customer, to turn them into a client in the beginning. When a lead comes in, you're going to be paying attention to it. You know, you got to have your mind tuned to what Christina said yesterday, which is real estate FM. Your mind has to be connected to it, which means having more conversations with people regarding real estate. Real estate needs to be the forefront of your mind all the time. But also checking your app and checking in, so when those leads come in, you see them as they're coming in and you're responding to them quickly. Nothing is more powerful than responding to a lead quicker in your business, because those are people who, and all of this energy that you put out there, it resonated and someone came back in. When you respond to them in 20 seconds, you have a 430 431% greater chance in converting them. That was a study that Boomtown did, and there's a slide coming up that shows that exact thing. And learn your value proposition. Learn your why you're in this business. That's going to hold you like a compass north in your career for the rest of the time that you're in this profession. Your why and your value position is at the center of your success. And so that is a critical component of what you need to take away from Mega. All right. It is 10:15. We're going to come back at 10:25. Jeanette, I know you had a question. Eden did. I'm going to take us into break. You're officially on break. Jeanette, I'm going to go ahead and have you answer your question as we're headed into break. Can you hear me, Jeanette?
Hello?
You are on mute. There you are. Hi.
No, I was responding to the other question you had, and my hand was just raised.
Oh, got it. Yeah, the virtual hand goes up when you raise your real hand. Yep. Eric, did you have one?
Yeah, Jack, I actually had two. You had mentioned about the top real estate producers do this. You said the three things. It was in the Keller Williams book. What was the third one? I was just trying to write those down.
Yep. So the top producers annually time block three things. First, they set all their calendar days off, anniversaries and important days, showing their family that family's first. Second, they hard code on their calendar every single day for the one thing, which is lead generation. And third, at the beginning of the week, they plan their entire week.
Okay. Thank you. And then a second thing, I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts on, and we were talking about the kind of the code of ethics and the questions that we can't answer and stuff like that. I saw a TikTok this morning as I was kind of just getting my day started, and there was two realtors out in San Antonio, and they did a video about questions that their clients should not ask them. And so that's really what what it was. It was like, these are questions you cannot ask us as a realtor. And it was about the schools. It was about the neighborhood. And I got what they were saying because I remember you discussing this in Mega before and the code of ethics and stuff like that. But I thought that was an interesting take, the position that they took on it. And so I started to go into the comments, and I saw a lot of not a lot, but quite a few comments of people being like, well, what's your job then if you can't answer these questions? And, they were getting torn up, and so I was like, oh man, that's always my fear when I do social media is that somebody's always going to, come back. But I know that that's part of it. But I just was like, I wonder what Jack's take would be on this. I know you would have to see the video to really, give me a good opinion, but what do you think about that? Or what's your thoughts on that? And I know that's not the best explanation, but I was just curious what your thoughts were.
I think that as a real estate agent, our ethics is following the regulatory requirements that are given to us by the licensor who gives us the license and the federal government who provides federal laws that we have to work under. And one of those is steering. We can't steer. We can't tell a consumer where and why they should purchase a home because it is 1000% opinion based. What my idea of a good school is, what my idea of community is, can be completely different than to someone else. And real estate agents should not be taking their opinions on things and helping people form where they're going to live, because you end up having these categories in town where we start categorizing people and steering them into different directions. This side of town, we've got this ethnic group. This side of town, we've got this ethnic group, because they all want to live together. And the very best societies are societies where everyone lives together. And so the more that we try to divide, the more we're going to have walls. And so if we want to drop down the walls and start living in society as the human race, then we need to get rid of those barriers and start acting as the human race. And don't pick friends because they look like us. Pick friends because of their heart.
I had to say amen to that.
I don't know if that answers your question, Eric, but
no, I mean, I understand the ethics part of it. It was more of like, their take on it. And I was just kind of like, well, I wonder how I could do a video, or how I would have done that video differently,
how I would do the video. And I would just talk about, federal law that says, the real estate agent is not there to sell a home. The seller sells the home, and we bring the seller offers. The real estate agent is not there to buy a home. We represent the buyer and give them all their options so they can make the informed choices that they need, and that we need to be the source of the source. If they have a question about schools, we need to get them with a principal or a school teacher or the superintendent of schools. If they have a question regarding inspection, we're going to get them with the best inspector we know. If it's regarding lending, we're going to get them with the best lender we know. If it's about title, we're going to get them with the best title we know. Our job is not to get in the lane of things that are our opinion. Our job is to give them resources of people to call so that they can get the right answer from the right person. And so if it's they want to know what community to live in because they are of a certain culture, I'm going to reach out to a couple of people who I know that are of that culture and say, hey, would you mind if I give you my client your phone number? Because they got some questions. And being the source of the source, that gets them better information, more relevant information, and it keeps us from, as a profession, steering people into different directions. That's how I would go about it.
I had a coach tell me once, stay in your lane.
Yeah.
And that has gone through my whole year of real estate. People would ask me and I'm like, stay in your lane, send it to whoever, the inspector, the lender, just stay in your lane.
I say that every day. Mr. Potter and I come in here and we all say this, that's something that comes out of our mouth literally every single day. Stay in your lane.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
That's what I was seeing in the comments. Is certain people were like, "Well, what's the realtor for then? If you can't ask these questions, and and so it's yes, staying in that lane, but then
that's the thing is they can ask the question,
right.
And we can give them great resources to get the answer to the question. But those questions are questions that would be based on our opinion, and people. That's not what we're supposed to be bringing to the table. We need to get them where they can go research their own information. The source of the source, not the source. We're not going to go and tell them our opinion of the condition of the property, are we? Or the opinion of their credit worthiness. We're going to get them. We're going to, like she said, stay in our lane, and people, put in comments like that. I would say, well, my role in the transaction is to connect them and be a leader in my community and be very well connected to get them connected to the people who can truly answer that question. Because I'm not Indian.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Anybody else got anything before we head off to the rest of our break? Amanda, I feel like you have a question. No? Oh, you're just looking at your computer. Okay, fine. All right, everyone. I will see you back in a couple minutes. Okay, welcome back from our first break. It's 10:30. We will be going to lunch today at 12 o'clock. Coming back at 1 o'clock. And again, we have Mr. Bobby Cloud with us here. That is very cool. I enjoy having him in the class with us. So again, thank you for being here, Mr. Bobby. I'll give you a little bit of time right before we head off to lunch to introduce you and let the kids know a little bit more about you. We've talked a lot about ability, commitment, and ethics. Likability, creating meaningful connections, overcoming objections, getting hired, compartmentalizing this concept of prospecting and conversion, which are two completely different things. And when we commingle it, it lands us to have a very low conversion rate. Having a business mindset, which is performing the income producing tasks first and to own every outcome. Excuses are disease. Our job, truly, in my mind, as a real estate agent, is to be looking out for the best interest of our clients and be rooting out evil. And me, what does that mean? That means looking at anything that's going to disrupt the transaction for the client, cause a delay, cause them harm through the transaction. They're in my care and custody right now. I have told them that I'm going to do everything that I can to help protect their best interest. And I know the best way to do that is by picking up the phone and being proactive about calling the lender and the lender's processor, calling the title company, asking the questions, what do you need and how can I help you? The two most important questions a real estate agent can ask. Because likely you're going to find out that they are struggling with something. Maybe the processor has sent, the January or the December bank statement 4 times they've asked for it, but they keep sending the same one, which is missing pages, and they keep uploading the same one, and it's starting to frustrate the client. The client doesn't understand why they need to send all pages, even the one that says this page was intentionally left blank. Whatever the issue is, that we can help call the client and say, hey, this is why that's necessary. I know it's super frustrating, but there's a lot of red tape in getting a loan these days. Every single I's dotted and T is crossed. And so if it says page 1 of 8, they have to have all 8 pages, even if it seems ridiculous. It's just the requirements now for underwriting for the loan. And to help the lender with this, because if someone hasn't bought a home in 15 years, the process is gravely different than it was before. It's a lot more detailed, and there's a lot less room for, error or, just pleasantries. These are the requirements, and you're not going to get approved until it's done. So own the outcome. If you get to the closing table and there was a delay, I don't want you to throw the lender under the bus. I don't want you throwing the title company under the bus. You were the conductor. You stood up in front of the orchestra and said that you're going to keep everybody in line. And if they weren't, and it turned out to be a mess, you're the one that's the leader, which means you are the leader of the team, and you're the one that's going to take accountability. I know agents don't want to feel like that in front of their clients, and they're like, no, I don't want to admit that I did something wrong or take accountability. I tell my clients, look, my job in this transaction is to make sure that you get to the closing table and on time and trouble free. And that's my professional guarantee. And I'm going to be calling every single party in the transaction, anybody who's a stakeholder in this transaction. And I'm going to be asking on a weekly basis of what's going on so that I can learn about an issue long before they finally give up and call me. Because by the time they call me to let me know, it's usually already too late and it is going to be a delay. How many of you want a delay in your transaction? Think of the chaos, their moving truck and the stress and getting an amendment signed and all the things. We need to stop trying to compress option timelines to where they need to be extended 2 or 3 times. That is not giving the purchaser enough time to really understand what it is that they're buying. Let's give them 7 or 10 days. And if there's a pool and a septic and some other things, 10 to 12 days. Trying to get, a home inspector has one job, and it's not to do what you think. People think that a home inspector is like a librarian. They have a master's degree in everything. And it's not true. In fact, it's the exact opposite. A inspector has specific knowledge in no one area and general knowledge in everything. Just enough to say, that doesn't look right. You need to have someone who's in that profession look at it. They're not going to give you a list of deficiencies. They're going to give you a list of items that you need to have a third party go and look at. You should never be negotiating from an amendment. You should never be negotiating from an inspection report. That's failed from the start. If there are 4 items on the inspection report, you should be negotiating from having a third party trade give you an estimate and a professional opinion of someone who's regularly in the trade for that item. If your customer or client has concerns over that item, you have a third party come out and look at that and evaluate it, give you their invoice, and now you're negotiating from a place of strength. That is how you negotiate an inspection report. Now, you can choose to ask for a credit or make a repair, but at least you know the dollar amount that you're talking about here. These are the types of things that, as an agent, you're looking out for the best interest of the client. If we're trying to compress the option timeline or trying to compress the loan contingency timeline or trying to close on these really fast timelines, it's going to cause stress, anxiety, and an already stressful anxiety type of a transaction. Please, as a real estate agent, don't pick the close date without picking up the phone and calling the lender if the lender has a role to play in this transaction. Let them help you pick the close date, not you. Have the lender help you fill out the third-party financing with how many points and what the rate's going to be and the type of financing, and ask the lender what the down payment's going to be so that you can properly fill out the transaction. Don't just assume that it's FHA 3.5% down. Call the lender and ask exactly what they've spoken with the client, because they could have changed their mind. They might have given a pre-qualification letter, FHA, but they've gone through 1,000 scenarios and they've decided to do 15% down conventional or 5% down conventional because it's going to be a better rate. And you've written up the contract in a different way because no one talked to the lender. I also see this happening a lot, and it's a huge major mistake. Real estate agents have a buyer and they ask the buyer, are you pre-qualified? Yes. Okay, great. Let's go buy a house. Get the buyer rep agreement signed, get them under contract, and find out this lender, they haven't talked to this buyer in 7 months, 8 months, 9 months. And when we call the lender and say, hey, we just went under contract, what borrower are you talking about? Chris Jones. Who in the heck is Chris Jones? Well, I see a pre-qualification letter. What is it dated? February last year. I don't even remember who these people are. It happens all the time. And the lender's like, look, I got to rerun credit. I have no idea where they are. You just, threw a landmine at me, and then they rerun credit and find out, uh-oh, they're sitting with a 620. You're like, okay, well, they had a 715 before. Now we're going to have to figure out how we're going to do this. We're going to have to switch them to a different financing type or whatever the story is. And now all of a sudden, now you've already got them under contract. And it would have been so great to have simply picked up the phone and called the lender to make sure, are they still working at that firm? Are they alive? Do they know who this buyer is? Do they even answer the phone? I don't know how many times I get Rocket Mortgage or Quicken Loans, and it's got an 800 number with a 12 different extension, and I dial the extension, and this extension's no longer valid. It's like, my very good friend Avis Wukash. I'm going to put this on her because not everyone loves this saying, especially Bobby Cloud's probably not going to like this. But one of one of Avis's favorite sayings is, choose a lender where you can drive over to their office and choke them. And so she lovingly says that because these online lenders, they're designed for refis. They're not designed for origination. Origination is a whole different area of real estate. It truly is designed for compressed timelines. So do the due diligence ahead of time. Call the lender, call the title companies, be calling everyone through the transaction to make sure that everything is on board. So many real estate agents don't call the lender, get them under contract, throw a copy of the contract to everyone, call the inspector, get them through an inspection. The whole thing turns out to be, 5-day option. Now they're on the last day. Everyone's fighting over an extension. They can barely get it done. Their hair's on fire, and the whole thing is burning down. And they finally get through the extension, and now everyone is already just kind of jarred from that whole experience. And the buyer's like, why did I have to pay again? The whole thing has just gotten confusing. And then they get to the closing table and find out they're not closing on time because the agent didn't call every single party in the transaction and run it like a business. They're like, okay, well, I set it all up, and now if there's a problem, I guess someone's going to call me. No one called me. No one told me there was a problem. How do I know there's a problem? It's not my fault there's a problem. No one called me. That is not owning the outcome because we're not supposed to sit back and wait for someone to call us. We're supposed to be incredibly proactive in every single transaction and making the outbound calls and touching as many players in the transaction as we can on a weekly basis to make sure that everything is on track and that our client is being protected and that we follow up with our client on a weekly basis and say, here's my Friday report. Every single client that I have that I work with, they get a Friday report. And in that Friday report, it's different based on if they're under contract or if they're on market. If they're on market, they get a CMA every Friday. They get a list of every single person who showed the property, and the CMA lets them know if the active has gone pending and what new actives there are and what our opinion of price is based on what's changed in the last week on market. Whether or not we feel like we're aging gracefully on market, or did something else come on market it's considerably lower, and then one of the comps that we had that was pending closed at a number that really surprised us, and now we're not looking so good now. Because that can happen in a week. You can go active, and 2 weeks later, the entire market change because 3 new inventory items popped up, and 3 of the closed that was listed at a great price closed at numbers that were horrendous, and you called those pendings and they didn't answer the phone. And all of a sudden you realize you're not priced as well as you thought you were. So that Friday report is very helpful in my clients getting an idea of exactly what's going on, and they come to depend on them. And once you go under contract, it's a list of all of the questions. Have you received a copy of the appraisal? All the things. And there's a list that I will be providing you inside of Mega of all of the questions that you should be asking at all of these different junctures. So if a transaction that you're working doesn't make it to the closing table on time and trouble-free, whose fault is it? We take the accountability 100%. We're the fall guy. So knowing that, it should hold you accountable to never letting that happen and rooting out any delay by doing everything that you possibly can to make those calls and ensure that you don't have a delay. People shop for homes for one of two reasons, either for pain or for pleasure. And we really, and as early in the process as we can, through empathy, we want to know what that is. We have homes that are going into a short sale situation, hardship, divorce, death, family, job transfer, empty nester. These are things that can be pain points. And how do we help people in painful situations? Well, we answer the phone when they call, we let them know we care, and we say things like, we're going to close this chapter because your best days are ahead of you. These are the little things that you can say that gives them hope, makes them feel a little bit better. They know that you care and that you're doing whatever you can to help them move on. But it's the interesting role of a real estate agent because it's kind of like a wedding planner. How many of you would want a really stressed out, grumpy wedding planner? Probably not going to match the vibe that's going on with the bride and the groom. They want someone who's going to kind of mirror what they're going on and be super excited for them. So if you've got the super excited real estate agent showing up and you're going through a divorce and grandma just died, they're not going to match what's going on, and you're bringing the wrong energy to the table here, and it's not going to be well received, and you're not going to be well liked, and you're not going to build that ability, commitment, ethics thing that you're looking for because it's the wrong environment, it's the wrong energy. Or conversely, if you bring the short sale, divorce, family, job transfer, empty nester vibe to someone who's just getting married and buying their first home, probably also is not going to mirror what they're looking for. So we have to understand where they are with their lives, what's going on with them, read the room, and, couples are always going to argue and showing properties. I mean, we see it all the time. She likes it, he doesn't, and they're kind of like, well, what do you mean that's not big enough? Of course, and they do these little things. And, I always share a story. In fact, I shared a story with my clients yesterday because they were kind of going through that same thing at one of the homes. I could tell that they were getting irritated with each other because one of my clients liked modern new and the other one liked the stuff that was from the 1960s that could be remodeled or just has been remodeled, and they liked the older feel, and they were not on the same page. And I shared with them, I said, well, you know what's interesting about first-time home buyers is they're trying to reconnect with that feeling inside. It's not about a house, it's about a feeling. It's about recreating that feeling when they were at some point in their life, when they were family, they're trying to recreate that feeling of family. And it's different for everyone. And all of a sudden they looked at each other with empathy and they're like, oh, this is coming from their childhood. This is something I see. So what is it that you're looking for? And they started asking questions. And I didn't do marriage counseling in the middle of it. I just kind of slipped something in. I'm like, I love working with first-time home buyers because I love seeing what they're interested in. It tells me so much about their past and what they're looking for because so much of buying a home is psychological. And I shared this little story. And from that point forward, it completely changed the vibe of the rest of the day. They were in a much better mood and they were just completely changed everything. So we are a psychiatrist, we are a counselor, we are a friend. We have to read the room, we have to have empathy, and we have to help them out. And what we bring to the table, they're looking to us for leadership, and we need to lead them through this transaction with grace and have respect for what they're going through. And that is how you build a relationship for life. This is where the ability, the commitment, and the ethics comes in. This is where the relationship comes in and the trust, and you become Uncle Jack or Aunt Sally for the rest of your life. 10 years from now, the kids are coming over to you and giving you a hug and all the things. Amanda.
Do you feel like you help them see the homes through each other's eyes instead of just through their own? Is that kind of what that was doing?
I want them to understand that it's not that they're just, dead set on something, that there is an emotional thing underneath it that is what home means to them.
Yeah.
And once they recognize that home means something to them because they're trying to recreate a moment from their family from when they were a kid,
Mhm.
it makes them more human and it makes them more adorable. And they see them as a little child in their home and it makes them want to give them a hug rather than like, why are you being so difficult?
Yeah. No, I love this. But would you say you noticed then that they were seeing when they were looking at things that they maybe would have been arguing about, were they seeing it through each other's eyes? Like seeing, for example, him seeing her young, thinking of how she was seeing it, that kind of bridged that gap for them? Is that what you?
I, I, they were able to make a decision and they, um, were a lot more excited about buying a home that's going to make each other happy and that they're going to nest in because they realized, wait, if you buy this home and this is home, you're going to turn this into a nest and you're going to make it home. And that's going to benefit me too. And we're all going to be happy here. That's the kind of vibe I got. Tara, I saw your hand go up too.
It's kind of what happened. I didn't, you just literally grew me just and then what you just said, because I never realized that I did that when I got married. It was like 18 years ago. But when I grew up in Champion Forest out here, and in Champion Forest, everything has paneling. So when I walked into this house, we had looked at all these houses. My stepmom was my realtor, and as soon as I walked in, I wasn't even all the way in the living room. I go, oh, this is it. And I always tell my clients that I was like, you'll know when you walk in. But I never correlated it that it came from childhood.
It does. It's an emotional
Oh,
decision.
yes, because that is the only place I say I'm fixing to be 53, and I bought that house when I was, I think, 35.
Now, let me be
That's the
clear,
only
Tara,
home that felt like home.
and let me be clear. This is first time home buyers only because once they've reconnected with that, after that, it's quality of life and it's something different. So this is
My
first time
taste is
out the
totally
gate.
different now. You are right, because I wouldn't do that now. You are right.
So when you kind of see him in that space, I always just kind of throw that out there and it helps him. Eden, did you just pop up your hand? I think I saw you raise your hand, Eden. No? Okay, good. All right, good. All right, so pain or pleasure. Amanda, did you put your hand up? I'm sorry, it just popped up too. No, okay. Pain or pleasure. Figure out what it is. Stay on the wavelength of your client. Read the room. Help them through it because they're looking to you for leadership. Obviously, we're not going to take sides. We're not going to get into a marital spat. We're going to be very grateful and calm and open and friendly and just, let them feel safe with you being in the room, that you're not judging anyone or taking sides. But more importantly, when you get them into a transaction, figure out what it is that they're approaching this in an emotional state. Be very cognizant of that. And either we're closing a chapter and going to open a new one, or we're going to check in with them a couple of times. If I have people who are buying for the pleasure side more than once, I will look at them and I will say, are you excited? I'm a little nervous, but yeah, I guess I am excited. I'm excited for you. That is probably one of the most important things that you're going to ever say to a buyer who is buying because they forget to be excited. They put the excited thing because they're afraid to be excited, and they put that in a little box over here and they let the anxiety kind of boil up, and they're more dealing with deer in the headlights, a little bit of fear. But don't you think that we should help our client in these moments remember to enjoy this journey because they're buying a house, one of their first ones? And if they can just slow down and recognize that in that moment, that you're going to do so much for them, they're going to appreciate it so much just to like, wait a minute, I am buying a house and this is fun. And I've been thinking about my real estate agent taking me from house to house to house and see all of these. And this is fun. And I did need to be reminded of that. Thank you. That's the psychology behind what you're trying to do to give your clients the very best experience possible. Because we're not buying a burial lot, we're buying a house. This is something that should be very, very cool. You play a very unique role to that, so be cognizant of that. When you become this person, a very influential person in other people's lives, and that's what we're building here today. That's what we're building in you as leaders. You're going to your city council meetings. You're going to be going to your planning zoning committees. Hopefully you're a member of Chamber of Commerce. You're going to the chamber breakfasts. You're wearing your name badge. You're doing posts, not about taking belly shots at the bar, but about what you just learned at the city council meeting. That people are going to start recognizing you as a leader in the community who knows what's going on in their community. And we don't, who do you know right now that you pick up the phone and say, hey, what's going on with the city and this thing? Do you know? Very few people know who to call. But when you position yourself as that person, you start creating influence and people start looking to you for leadership. And then when you start, putting yourself in that role and agreeing that that's the role that you're going to be in as a real estate professional, that you're going to be a leader, you will start creating influence. And that influence, then it's going to be easier for you to get hired. People are going to look at you in a completely different way. But that means the way you dress, the way you act, the way you speak, your emotional intelligence, and what you bring to the table, and your job knowledge as well, and being incredibly respectful. And that's one of the most important things I see agents getting wrong in negotiations is they think it's a bloodbath. Whoever gets bloodier, is the loser. We're gonna kill them with kindness. It's a different kind of thing. We're gonna make them feel safe to open up and tell us all the things they weren't supposed to tell us in the first place. We're never gonna do that, but that's okay if they're telling us things we shouldn't know because we're gonna use that. Part of the influence that you have is also getting hired. You have to believe that you are the best person for the job. And if you don't believe that you're the best person for the job, you're not going to fight for it. You're going to cower down and you're going to walk away. Oh, you start talking to another realtor? Okay, I understand. If you believe that you are the right person for the job 100% because you're going to care more about that transaction than any other single human being on this planet Earth, you're going to have a completely different reaction to that conversation. Things like, there are 3 professionals you need in life: a good CPA, a good real estate agent, and a good attorney. I want to be that good real estate agent. I want to be that person that connects with you over the long term, not just a transaction, but over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, that you can turn to me whenever you have real estate questions, when your family has real estate questions, and that I stay with you long after you purchase this home. At some point down the road, you're going to want to sell the home. I know it's hard about thinking when you're buying, but I'm going to be here for you for the long term. That is the kind of relationships I create with my clients. That's meaningful. You got to figure out what your talking point's going to be and what your value is going to be. And this whole leadership role and getting there and having the confidence to have these conversations is one thing, but knowing what to say, it shouldn't be knee jerk. It shouldn't just be PFA plucked from the air and figure out what you're going to say real time. It can't be that. You have to have studied. And the very best way to study is inside Mega. We're going to really learn this value proposition, because you get it right, you get your value proposition right, you're going to obliterate the competition every single time, because you're going to say it, you're going to mean it, you're going to believe it, and it's going to come across as sincere and authentic, and they're not going to want to hire anyone else, because once you get someone who you really recognize as really good in their profession, it becomes unpoachable. Nobody wants to touch. I argued with my CPA when he was retiring. Can you just keep me as a client? Can you just keep me and fire everybody else? Just keep me, right? No? What? Yes. I argued with him because I didn't want that relationship to end. And it was painful for me to have to find someone else, because the relationship I built with my CPA was over 15 years. And this is the kind of relationship that I want you to create with your clients. When your clients find out you're retiring, like, no, you're going to still be helping me, right? That's the kind of relationship that you're looking to build. That is building a referral-based business. And that mindset of building a referrals-based business happens on day one, not 5 years, not 10 years, because these are not transactions. These are your village, the villagers, part of your village. You need to have a close. You need to be able to have this idea of what you're going to say to them to get hired. And I can't tell you what mine is. Lisa can't tell you what hers is. We have one. It works. It's beautiful. In fact, mine is written down on the slides like 10 different times. You need to find yours. And that only comes from introspective research and thinking and pondering and having your vision board and spending time cutting things out and, dreaming about where do you want to take your career? What do you want people to say about you on your epitaph on your final days? What do you want your legacy to be? What are you doing all of this for? What is the fire in the belly that gets you up every single day, that brings the passion into your business that's going to drive it forward? That needs to be the basis of this value proposition. You craft that into an influence. That influence, then, that is going to be the thing that is going to help solve the problem that they have, which is they need to buy or sell, addressing their need, establishing your value, and getting hired without hitting a beat. And you've got to be confident knowing that you're the best person for the job. But and this is the very important thing, and this is something that salespeople get wrong all the time. Once they hire you, stop selling and start serving. But there are so many agents that I see it. They keep selling themselves after they've been hired. It feels a little annoying, but the consumer starts getting a question. Why are they doing this? Should I have hired them? Why do they feel like they need to convince me of this? What do I don't know? What is it that I don't know? So the moment they hired you, stop selling and start serving. 95, that's not the statistic, 90% of buyers choose the first real estate agent they meet. So if you're confident and sincere, you've got your words that are going to come out that sound organized and makes you feel even more sincere and have integrity, and you've got the ability, you got the commitment, you got the ethics, you're the whole package, and you're prepared and you look professional, you're going to be part of the 90% that gets hired every single time. You do an open house, you spend 6 days pre-marketing so that people actually come to the open house, and then people walk in the door. You're going to be one of those agents that other agents are coming to and saying, where are you finding all these people? I don't know. People just hire me. How? What are you doing differently? Well, I'm a professional and I prepared myself for this career. I want that for you. 70% of consumers pick the first agent they meet. 90% of buyers pick the first agent they meet. 70% comes in sellers. 1 in 5 sellers interview more than one person. But 4 out of 5 pick the first person that they've met. Oftentimes it's a referral from a friend. So a seller is not going to go to an open house and say, hey, on average, say, hey, I need you to help me list mine. I want to teach you how to get that number higher when you are doing a grand open house next door. How many of you have ever watched this video? We're going to watch this video, and after this video is done, we're going to use it to take us to our 11 o'clock break. We've talked a lot about mindset today, and this is going to be the kind of the last segment of the mindset. And when you're hearing him speak, I want you to be thinking about starting your day with our morning huddle. He's going to be talking about starting your day and do this one thing, and that's going to be a win that you're going to build on for your day. But I also want you to be thinking about your morning huddle as you hear this. This is a very, very, very famous admiral, actually.
If you want to change the world, start off by making your bed. If you make your bed every morning, you will have accomplished the first task of the day. It will give you a small sense of pride, and it will encourage you to do another task, and another, and another. And by the end of the day, that one task completed will have turned into many tasks completed. Making your bed will also reinforce the fact that the little things in life matter. If you can't do the little things right, you'll never be able to do the big things right. And if by chance you have a miserable day, you will come home to a bed that is made. That you made. And a made bed gives you encouragement that tomorrow will be better. To pass SEAL training, there are a series of long swims that must be completed. One is the night swim. Before the swim, the instructors joyfully brief the students on all the species of sharks that inhabit the waters off San Clemente. They assure you, however, that no student has ever been eaten by a shark, at least not that they can remember. But you are also taught that if a shark begins to circle your position, stand your ground. Do not swim away. Do not act afraid. And if the shark, hungry for a midnight snack, darts towards you, then summons up all your strength and punch him in the snout, and he will turn and swim away. There are a lot of sharks in the world. If you hope to complete the swim, you will have to deal with them. So if you want to change the world, don't back down from the sharks. Over a few weeks of difficult training, my SEAL class, which started with 150 men, was down to just 42. There were now 6 boat crews of 7 men each. I was in the boat with the tall guys, but the best boat crew we had was made up of the little guys, the Munchkin crew, we called them. No one was over 5'5". The Munchkin boat crew had 1 American Indian, 1 African American, 1 Polish American, 1 Greek American, 1 Italian American, and 2 tough kids from the Midwest. They out-paddled, outran, and outswam all the other boat crews. The big men in the other boat crews would always make good-natured fun of the tiny little flippers the Munchkins put on their tiny little feet prior to every swim. But somehow these little guys from every corner of the nation and the world always had the last laugh, swimming faster than everyone and reaching the shore long before the rest of us. SEAL training was a great equalizer. Nothing mattered but your will to succeed, not your color, not your ethnic background, not your education, not your social status. If you want to change the world, measure a person by the size of their heart, not by the size of their flippers. The 9th week of training is referred to as Hell Week. It is 6 days of no sleep, constant physical and mental harassment, and 1 special day at the Mud Flats. The Mud Flats are an area between San Diego and Tijuana where the water runs off and creates the Tijuana Sloughs, a swampy patch of terrain where the mud will engulf you. It is on Wednesday of Hell Week that you paddle down to the Mud Flats and spend the next 15 hours trying to survive the freezing cold, the howling wind, and the incessant pressure to quit from the instructors. As the sun began to set that Wednesday evening, my training class, having committed some egregious infraction of the rules, was ordered into the mud. The mud consumed each man till there was nothing visible but our heads. The instructors told us we could leave the mud if only 5 men would quit. Only 5 men, just 5 men, and we could get out of the oppressive cold. Looking around the mud flat, it was apparent that some students were about to give up. It was still over 8 hours till the sun came up. 8 more hours of bone-chilling cold. The chattering teeth and the shivering moans of the trainees were so loud, it was hard to hear anything. And then, one voice began to echo through the night. One voice raised in song. The song was terribly out of tune, but sung with great enthusiasm. One voice became 2, and 2 became 3, and before long, everyone in the class was singing. The instructors threatened us with more time in the mud if we kept up the singing, but the singing persisted, and somehow the mud seemed a little warmer, and the wind a little tamer, and the dawn not so far away. If I have learned anything in my time traveling the world, it is the power of hope. The power of one person, a Washington, a Lincoln, King, Mandela, and even a young girl from Pakistan, Malala. One person can change the world by giving people hope. So if you want to change the world, start each day with a task completed. Find someone to help you through life. Respect everyone. Know that life is not fair and that you will fail often. But if you take some risks, step up when the times are the toughest, face down the bullies, lift up the downtrodden, and never ever give up. If you do these things, the next generation and the generations that follow will live in a world far better than the one we have today. Pride.
You need your village far more than you realize. Your village is your army buddy to your left and your right. Those are the people who are going to help you succeed, and you need to be humble enough to ask them for your help. Your name is your most important asset. Your integrity, if you become a leader and you lead people with integrity and you build your confidence, you will be unstoppable in this profession. You will be the 5% that is out there closing 95% of the transactions, because that's exactly what it takes. But you need to bring the grit. Every morning, start your day with success. Every morning, you start your day with gratefulness and gratitude, and finding the 5 things that you are grateful for, because we have 2 choices in life. We can start every single day reminding of the things that make us miserable, or the things that we are so grateful for that if we lost today, tomorrow would be even worse. We're going to be grateful for those things. This is a choice, and the choice is mindset. You bring that to your morning, you bring that to your business, you're going to find success like you never believed possible. We are in an incredible profession where we get to help people put keys in their hand and a roof over their head. And how admirable is that? It is amazing. But we help people, and those are the people we're helping. We don't help leads, we help people. We don't help customers, we help people. It's people with dreams and aspirations of buying and selling homes. And if we do it in the right place, if we're doing this as a full-time profession, we're doing this and we're going to seek out and root out evil, and really, from the core of who we are, make sure that we're going to take care of them and know that we are the best person for the job. Your confidence, you'll be 2 inches taller and a whole lot richer in more ways than one. It is 11:07. I'll see you back at the next break at 11:17.
Hey, Veronica, I just want to let you know that I'm going to turn your video off when you're driving, because if we ever get audited and you're on video during class, we can lose our right to teach the class. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was on. I'm sorry.
I know that happens because the phones are so small and it gets confusing.
Yeah.
But thank you. I just want to be sure you're safe.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back. It is officially 11:15. Again, we're going to lunch at noon, so we've got about 45 minutes that we're going to power through, and then have a very exciting, packed, full afternoon of lots and lots of group breakout sessions and some really cool videos that we're going to watch from the one, the only Vanessa Van Edwards, one of my favorite people. I follow her on all of her channels. She's always got incredible nuggets of inspiration to share, so I think you'll really enjoy those videos. On the screen here is daily goals. I've broken this down in Mega for daily goals, weekly goals, daily tasks, weekly tasks, monthly tasks, and then annual tasks. This is a guide. You're going to talk more about this in Mega Mini, also more about this when you do your 2026 business plan planning session. How many calls? Sphere calls, aim to make 10 to 20 a day. According to industry standards from Boomtown and these other third parties, you can expect a conversion rate of about 4% of buyers and 3% for sellers. Out of 100 leads, you should have 4 closed buyers, 3 sellers. When you're calling lead vaults like ours, hundreds of thousands of leads and just, calling. However, when it is a past client who gives you a referral, those close at a 75% greater rate. So when you're calling these, maybe only 4 out of 100 actually are looking to transact. But that's normal. We shouldn't be looking at this in transactions. When we're calling the Opportunity Vault, we should also be talking to them about who they know that might be looking to buy, sell, or lease that could benefit from our services. And that's going to be a lot more than 4%. Contact leads, mix and new existing. Aim to contact 20 to 30 leads a day. According to industry standards, again, 2% for buyers and 1% for sellers. Postcards. How many of you have ever sent postcards out? Okay. 8 by 8. Do you remember the video that we saw on Monday regarding the 8 by 8 campaign? They had a fake real estate agent send out, knocked on everyone's door. Who's the best real estate agent? I don't know. Sent out 8 cards, 8 by 8 campaign. Came back, oh, it's that person who was fake. They did it just as a test. So sometimes it's not about being the best, it's about being the most known, is what he said. And I find that very interesting. And I think that for those agents who I have witnessed become the top 1% of our markets, are always going to be those people who specialize in something. And geographic marketing is one of the best specialties that you can have. Specialize in a specific subdivision and become the number one agent in there. And the number one agent, you're going to be very lucky to get somewhere between 50 to 55% market share. That means you have to figure out how many homes are in the subdivision, how many homes sold last year. That gives you your turnover rate, how many agents in there. And if you can get 50% of the transactions, then you can look at the average number of transactions that's sold in that subdivision for the last 3 years and divide that by 2, because you're going to get 50% market share. You're never going to get 100%. That is what your expected yield would be. And then figure out your commission rates and the average commission. And that's going to show you what you can do in that subdivision. If it's a small subdivision of 50 homes and last year only 2 sold last year, it might not make sense to farm that neighborhood by sending out postcards and sending out mailers every single month, because the yield return in that subdivision is never going to pay for the marketing. So you got to figure out the income that's going to come from it, just like anything else. It's a business plan. If you have a subdivision that's got 400 homes, then that's anywhere from 200 plus homes is a good entry point to start, and you got numbers to figure out. Again, how many homes sold last year and the year before, and then divide that and figure out the average number, figure out the median price, divide the number by your 50% market share multiplied by the commission amounts, and figure out what your income is going to be, and then build a business plan around it. We have lots of really good listing agents at this company who do geographic farming, and they quickly find themselves into being the top 1%, always on our top 40 list, because they're farming a neighborhood and they're becoming really well known at being the very best in that neighborhood. And people want to find someone who is really good and that they see all the time and they want to work with them and they're inside their neighborhood. My recommendation is try not to be all things to all people, because you dilute yourself and it's very difficult. We have agents who jump in the business who think, oh, I want to do commercial. I want to do sales. I want to geographic farm. I want to go to Houston and sell a house, and then Dallas and sell a house. And I want to be everything to everyone. I would say figure out what your niche is going to be and refer everything else and focus on that one thing, and spend 99% of your brain power or 100% laser focused on making yourself successful in this niche. Whether it's going to be the Austin condo person, or it's going to be the neighborhood farm, or the first time home buyer, or the short sale expert. Figure out what your niche is going to be, double down on that niche and dig into it and market yourself around it and create a brand around it. Let the lenders know what your niche is. Let your spheres know what your niche is. And then let them know, hey, I'm really well connected. If you need anything else, call me and I can get you a referral. And then you can be referring that other business out. Riches in the niches. It is true. The top 5% are in the top 5% because they specialized in something. And then that specialization has them helping people all over the place, because they have a farm and they're using that farm to gain street credibility and notoriety. And people know them before they even meet them because they see their signs everywhere. And then they sell their home and then they say, well, can you help me buy? They're leaving the community. Now you're helping them buy somewhere else. And so the very best way to find customers is to have an audience that you continually market to. The only reason that the neighborhood farm agents are so successful is because of one thing. They're consistent with their marketing. If they did that with their sphere, or if they did that with any other group, they would have the exact same results, as long as they are 100% consistent. What did it take for consistency to become known as the number one agent in a market that didn't even exist? Consistency. So having a plan and having consistency in the plan, again, the shift book, hard code on your calendar, your power hour, and those calls are going to be a huge part of it. And also, if you're going to be doing geographic marketing, then how are you going to market to these homeowners? So build a practice around that. So daily goals, postcards, thank you cards. I've got thank you cards. Where are my thank you cards? Actually, you should have a goal of sending out 20 or 30 of these thank you cards. Every day, send 3 thank you cards. Someone does something great, get in the habit of sending out thank you cards. It's not a lost art. Well, it is a lost art. It is not something that we should let go of. Send them out, hand them out, be thankful, be grateful, be in the right mindset. People who hand out thank you cards are always people who have a gratitude, thankful, grateful mindset. And I find that they're the ones that seem to be doing a lot more with their businesses. So, as a tip, send out your thank you cards. These are daily. Figure out your postcard and work that out, work out that magic. Contact your sphere and then also contact leads. This is your daily tasks. Now, your weekly goals, how many open houses are you going to run? Contact for sale by owners if that's something you're going to follow. Knocking on the door of the for sale by owner. When I address a for sale by owner, I don't ask them for the business. And I know that seems strange because I ask everyone for the business, but I don't them. I let them know I'm a neighborhood specialist in the area and I work with a lot of buyers and I really like to know what the inventory is and would you show me your home? Then they come in and they're very happy to see it. They're happy to show it to me. And then I ask them what they're doing to market it and how they came up with the price and ask them if they have a seller disclosure and a T47 and all the rest of the documentation. And usually they don't. And then I tell them, I really respect do-it-yourselfers, people who want to do it on their own. I'm here as a resource if you have any questions. I'd be more than happy to answer your questions and be there as a resource. For sale by owners don't succeed in selling their home, and eventually they're going to find someone else. The person who showed up at their door, saw the home, was helpful, those are the one who's going to get the business. But those people who tell the seller that they're not going to be successful, all they're going to do is insult the seller, and they're not going to want to work with them. And so I do the exact opposite. You have the right to sell your home. You absolutely have that right. And I have the utmost respect for that. If at some point you decide that you need help, I could be here. And in the meantime, I can answer questions. But I do work in the neighborhood. I do know it well. And I would love to be able to see the inside, get an idea what the price is, and get all your disclosures. So when I have buyers, I can take them by. And that's exactly what they're looking for an agent to do. Expired listings. We have a unique system here because we have all of the MLS data. Expired listings, especially right now, because I think 10% of the inventory just expired on market. There's a lot of opportunity and we have a lot of buyers coming into the market. So right now would not be a bad time. You should, as a real estate agent, never take an overpriced listing. How many of you got my email about overpriced listings? Okay, thank you. I'm going to be talking about that deep in Mega, so I'm not going to go over that right now. I'm going to be talking about structured price reductions, about how to price a home with deficiencies or deferred maintenance and how to get that right. So we're going to be talking about all of that in that own space. Expired listings is another real estate agent's failed experiment. They went out, met with the seller. The seller wanted to price it high. They thought that they would buy the listing, meaning that Well, Mr. Seller, I'm not sure if it would sell for that price. My CMA, I don't care. I want to sell it for this. And they don't have enough confidence to explain to the seller why that's going to hurt them. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, if you price here, you're not going to make more than if you had priced lower. And I think that's what a lot of sellers think. I think that they're thinking if my home is worth 500 and I price at 550, I'll get 515, but if I price at 500, I'll get 490. But would it surprise you if you price at 500 and it's worth 500, you might get 505. You're lucky, you'll probably get list price or more, but you price at 550, you're lucky to get 480, and their mind is blown. You're doing the exact opposite. My job is to squeeze every single penny out of this home and sell it for as much as we possibly can. That means properly preparing your home for market, properly pricing the home, having the right marketing collateral, putting it on the right sites at the right time, and generate as much hype and momentum as we possibly can, and put all of that into a grand open house weekend so that the 30% of the market that has a real estate agent and the 70% of the market that doesn't have a real estate agent, all of that 100% of the marketplace buyers descend upon the property at the exact same time, giving you the best and highest propensity of going into a multiple offer. By the way, that was my script. I've said that a million times. Could you tell? I've literally said it a million times. And every single one of those words, exactly in that order, are in the slides. And that is what we're going to be talking about in our listing marketing grand opening class. I'm going to share with you how to actually make all of that come true because it is a promise. So the expired listing was the agent didn't get the seller there. So they took it at an overpriced listing because in the back of their mindset was, well, they're going to grow weary of being on market. They're going to realize they're wrong and they're going to reduce the price and I'll be able to sell it at some point. The thing is that's failed logic. They should be thinking they're going to be mad and fire me and hire somebody else. And that other person's going to come in and sell the home. And then now I'm going to have come in and worked and did work and spent money and did advertising and get nothing at all. That is the correct mindset because when you take a listing, you're promising the seller between this date and this date, I will sell it for this amount. That is a promise you make by signing that listing agreement, and it's contractually an obligation to defend that number with your honor and your license because you can't hint that the seller would take a number less than that. And if you can't defend it by a CMA and other agents are calling you, asking you for your CMA because client likes the neighborhood and client likes the home, but they can't justify the price and they're trying to figure out what do we know that they don't about this property and are asking us for our CMA because it's the professional courtesy of saying, well, maybe they know something about this property that I don't. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Can you share with me your CMA? And then I'm looking left to my right and I'm like, what do I send them? Because I know that I don't have anything to support this price and I can't send them anything. If I can't send them anything, I'm not taking the listing. If I can't defend the price, I'm not taking the listing. So Mr. and Mrs. Seller, if you are absolutely adamant in pricing for this amount and I know it's not going to sell, ultimately you're going to make less for yourself. I won't take the listing, but sometimes our agents will. So my ask of each and every one of you who take a property and list it, and you know that the price that they're listing for is not going to generate a sale, whatever your CMA says, you don't sign the listing agreement unless inside the listing agreement is a built-in set of price reductions that get you to that price so you do have a sellable listing. Does that make sense? Don't assume that they're going to reduce the price later. That is a failed assumption. And then there's a lot of other things get peppered in on that. If an agent knows it's not going to sell, they're not going to go get $800 photos. They're not going to get virtual tours. They're not going to pay for video tours. They're not going to go all in on the marketing because they themselves believe that the property is not going to sell. They're not helping them properly prepare the home for market. So they're not making suggestions on how to keep up the home and keep it clean, prepare for showings. And so you just have a hot mess. You have a home that wasn't properly prepared for market, wasn't properly priced, and not properly advertised. And it's headed for either expiring or the agent getting fired. And if all of those things became true, that they didn't spend the money in advertising like they would if they believed in the price, and it wasn't properly prepared because they didn't help the seller. And I don't mean scrubbing walls. I mean giving them access to the trades that can do this stuff for a reasonable fee to prepare the home for market. And it was mispriced. That's not a failure on the seller. That's a failure on the agent. 100%. The code of ethics says we're not going to mislead the sellers to market value. And by even taking the listing hints to them that we can sell it, because otherwise, why would we? The seller in the back of their mind's thinking, well, they took the listing. Obviously, in the back of their mind, they think it's going to sell. They just wanted to make it easier for themselves and sell it at a less amount because they just want to make it easier for themselves. A lot of sellers believe that. And we're telling them it's not about making it easy or harder for ourselves, Mr. and Mrs. Seller. It's about netting you the most for your home. Netting you the most. I know that you want to net the most, and I want to help you with that goal. That's your goal, right? You want to net the most? Because we have two situations, either time or money. And if you have the time, then that's different than if you need to sell in 2 weeks, that's a different story. Your average days on market are 45 days. Your first 10 days is the most important time and money. So weekly goals here. Open houses on a regular basis. It's part of our mega requirements. Contacting your for sale by owners if that's part of the business that you're going to fall into. Expired listings, very powerful, but you're going to be the one who now comes in and has to price it right because you can't continue on that same bad logic. And then follow up with your referral leads, 5 to 10 referral leads a week that you get from making your calls, and continue following up with the people who referred to you, because sometimes they get referred to you way early in the process, and agents call them once and then they're like, yeah, I would totally use you. Great. We're not quite ready yet. We're going to be ready in about a month. Awesome. Well, give me a call when you're ready and I'll talk to you then. And the agent hangs up the phone and the agent is waiting. And we can't do that because chances are that buyer is going to walk into an open house and get poached, or they're going to walk into a builder and get poached. Because remember, prospecting and conversion is two different buckets and they're separated and you have to compartmentalize. You just called them and you prospect and try to convert in the same thing, and you ask them for a promise of a conversion someday later in the future, and you ask them to call you. It will not happen. Very unlikely, actually. And so the idea is, oh, you're looking to buy? Great. When can I meet with you? Set the appointment, meet them in person, go through the representation agreement, get them with the lender and start the process. And if they're not ready yet, it's okay for them to talk to someone earlier in the process. If they don't want to talk with you yet, that's okay too. Do you mind if I call you in about a week and check in with you? And then it's on you to continue following up with them. So I add the follow-up referral leads because I see a lot of agents just calling them once and not calling them again. And that's not going to cut it. You got to actually sit back and realize that we have to go get the business, and they're not going to just give it to us. We have to earn it by going and getting it. And we're not going to stop until we get it because we believe that we are the right person for the job. In the morning, it's my hope, not a requirement, that you show up to your morning huddle. And then right after the morning huddle, you're on the phones and you're making your 20 calls and working your database, making sure that you have no overdue tasks in whatever systems that you're using. And then at 1 o'clock, you jump into the blast lab. And in that blast lab, we do blogs and AEO, which is answer engine optimization, which is different than CEO. If you want ChatGPT to quote you, that can happen. But it has to happen in a very specific way to program to create a web page in such a way that when it gets crawled, that ChatGPT will crawl it because it's very specific questions and answers. And so ChatGPT, they're using the crawlers to crawl websites. And when you type in a question, it's looking for that question specifically, indexing those pages that have those questions and look for the answer. So I create blogs with a question and an answer. And that's why they call it answer engine optimization, because you're going to have a question and an answer. And then that way you cite the source and then you cite multiple other sources. So if it's can a buyer extend an option period? That's the question. Explain that you can, and then send a source to Texas Realtors and another one to Trek with specific links and blogs on their websites, and then you're going to also take your LinkedIn profile and you're going to link to that as the professional and then name yourself the professional in the blog. And now ChatGPT says, okay, here's this professional, here's its question, here's its answer, here's a third party source that's a reputable site that agrees with them, and here's who they are over here on this highly reputable LinkedIn site. And now you've created a blog that ChatGPT will then start when people ask that question, pull you in, because people are asking more questions to Gemini and ChatGPT together than they are Google in this moment right now. And I know that Gemini is Google's product, but what I'm saying is they're leaving Google behind and they're feeding more of the engine in the ChatGPT. And so this is the time to be training the AI bots that you're the professional. This is the time right now. And we've given you an incredible tool that will allow you to do that right here on the realtytexas.me. And so hopefully you're doing at least one of these a day. It takes less than 5 minutes to create it because ChatGPT will create almost the entire blog for you if you enter the correct prompts, letting it know that you want to create an AEO blog and a question that's trending currently right now. And it'll give you a question that a lot of people are asking for. So you have to come up with the question and then just read it to make sure it's correct and then cite the sources and cite yourself and you're good to go. So daily tasks, make your sphere calls, contact new and existing leads as much as possible in your 3-hour power hour. Follow up with all the clients and prospects that you've been speaking with and keep them all in a system that's organized and following the action plans. Send those personalized thank you cards. Attend property tours and go out and look as much inventory as you can. If you're a new agent and you want to jump into the business, one of the very best things you can do is go on property tours. And it's just something, it puts your mind in the mindset of real estate. You're showing homes, you start learning more about different properties and styles and floor plans and what's available. And you do an open house and someone says, yeah, I'm looking for a 2-story, but I really want a large downstairs primary. I was on a property tour yesterday. There's a property over in Ashbury that was exactly that. Have you seen it? I can show it to you if you'd like. And so that's how you start connecting these dots. And property tours is powerful. And preview new listings that come on the market in the spheres and in the marketplaces that you serve. So just know though, if you do that, call the listing agent and say, hey, I saw you just came on market. I want to preview it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, go over. Cool. And preview it. I always want to let them know that I'm previewing it and not just pretend to be a buyer because I know what the seller does to prepare their homes and I don't want that. I don't want them going to all that expense and not expense, but time and expend that amount of time preparing for when I'm just going to go and preview it. So be honest and open about that too. Christina, hi.
Hey, I was just going to jump in on that exact thing. When I first started out in Sun City, I was required for the first 3 months. I couldn't even sell. All I could do was go and visit homes. So if you don't want to bother sellers as well, whatever area you want to work in, find all the vacant homes in that area and just go create your own property tour.
And go visit all the new home construction on sites and walk their tours as well and get to know the on site. I
And
always
bring them
like to
cookies.
bring. Yes, that's right. Bring them a Starbucks and walk in and say, "Hey, I just want to meet you and know you and get to know them well because that will go a long way when you do bring them a buyer. And sometimes you can get enough of a relationship built where they will allow you to host their stuff open. And we're going to talk about how we have a marketing agreement that we can have the builder sign that will allow us with these new rules to host their models open. It has to be done under a very specific set of rules, though, with them signing a marketing agreement so that we kind of represent them, and we'll show you how that works. Weekly tasks. Every Tuesday, hopefully you're attending the sales meeting. Also, work 2 4-hour shifts in the Realty Texas ISA department is my recommendation. If you're trying to increase the size of your database and you're trying to get more referrals, this is a way that you can hit the phones and make 100 phone calls in 4 hours. So this means you've made 200 outbound calls. We have a transaction closing this week. Denise, are you the one that's closing the new construction from our department? I don't know who it is. Someone in the ISA department is closing a 7% DR Horton this week from one of our leads, and we have 2 listings closing this week. So there is a lot of opportunity. We have over 100,000 people in our database. Just know you have to call 100. You have to get through those 100 calls, because in those 100 calls, you're going to find 4 opportunities. And if people are coming in at doing for an hour or 2 hours and leave, it's not enough time to make those 100 calls. So this is why I recommend doing the 4-hour appointment. Also, 2 open houses a week. Conduct door knocking sessions in your target area when you're doing the open houses, to talk to the neighbors. Hey, you're doing an open house today from 12 to 4. Stop by if you want to check it out. Help me pick your neighbor, kind of thing. Visit new home communities. Participate in Nextdoor website. That is one where I recommend every real estate agent log in, create an account, and pay for leads in the area that they want to work, because that's very valuable. There's a lot of people on that site, and it's very much a community website. It's going to be better than Yelp. It's going to be better than Facebook ads. It's going to be better than all the ads, because you're going to be talking to a very specific audience inside that community. So for those of you who are, especially those who have a farm in a neighborhood, you should be 100% on those sites. Do a CMA for potential clients. If you find out someone is looking to sell, I always, especially for my past clients, I will send them a CMA. You're going to hear a video from Tom Ferry where he says, make the CMA coffee tape worthy, something nice that looks really nice that they can, sit there and say, yeah, my real estate agent sent me that. Volunteer in your local community. Those people who have passions and they take the passion and they also weave it into the profession, it's so powerful, because it's a whole new referral group that they're going to get involved in, whether it is a pet adoption center or a food bank or mobile loaves and fishes, or whatever the philanthropic organization is. Lisa has always been involved in what's it called? Build a House. Can't think of the name of it. I don't know why it just popped out of my head. But whatever your philanthropic,
Habitat for Humanity.
yeah, Habitat for Humanities. Thank you. For whatever your passion is, maybe it's disabled veterans or people who are just getting out of the military. Whatever your passion is, drill into it. Make yourself known for it, and make that part of your niche, because that's going to be a very powerful addition to your profession and your business. And then conduct training sessions with team members or assistants on a weekly basis. If you have team, if you have an assistant, you need to continually be training them and them creating more and more systems so that you're all getting it right. Very important. Monthly task. Our business meeting is very helpful. I'm taking all that I learned from all the different NAR, TAR, Texas Realtors, TREC, National Association of Home Builders, pouring all that information into our monthly business meeting for you to benefit from. So I'm kind of filtering the nonsense and bringing the information that's going to impact your business into it, and we pack it into about an hour and a half. Send that Realty Texas newsletter to your entire database. You can create your own, but most real estate agents want to and believe that they should create a monthly newsletter, and they've got very good intentions, and maybe they even do create one, and they send it out and they're consistent for 2 months, and on month 3 they skip it because they got busy, and then 4 months later they still haven't created one, and then they create another one. We've created templated newsletters that we've created in-house that are very good that you can pick from, and there's 30 in the list, and we're continuing adding more and more every single month. You pick it, you click a button, and it'll blast it to your clients, and it'll show you when you sent it, how many people opened it, and which one you sent when, so you don't lose track of the newsletters that you sent out. And we do that already built into our afternoon blast lab. I recommend going to your Realtor Association awards banquets, the PT50 awards banquets. I think that those have a lot of value, seeing other people who are out there practicing and selling. I don't know that I would recommend getting on some of the committees, Maybe if you want to get on a community service committee where it's forward-facing consumers at the board, I would recommend that. And I would definitely recommend the award banquet so you can see who some of the players are in the profession and see exactly the volume that they're selling, which was going to inspire you and make you want to be more of that. Hey, Bobby.
Hey, question. So one thing, and I talked to you a little bit about this in 2025, is as a lender, I've lived here my whole life. So I mean, I know a lot of people, but I haven't tapped into the sphere like I should. And I started thinking, how do I think like a realtor? Because, I'd really love to get it and then give back to realtors, right? So some of this stuff that you talk about of these newsletters, is there something that I could use as mine to send out to help? Is there anything, any way? I mean, I've never seen one of your newsletters, so I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking.
Yeah, so our newsletter is very much built into our platform, and it's so built into the platform that you would have to be a licensed real estate agent because it's going, you know, we take our agent's headshot and then have their information in the system. We batch out all of these images, and it has the banner of the newsletter with the word realtor and their first name, their office line number, and then batches it out and it sends it to their CRM that we've created for them.
Okay.
There are some newsletters that you can create. I think that would actually be pretty beneficial for you from Old Republic called Between Friends. And that really could be used for a lender, and they have a monthly one that's free. So I recommend connecting with Old Republic Home Warranty and getting an account with them, downloading that newsletter that's already done, and then adding to it a rates section. But I think that what could be interesting is we as a real estate agent, we can't quote rates. We have a very predominant real estate agent here at the company who I absolutely adore. And I saw a post that she put online last night. And of course, I had to message her and ask her to delete the post immediately because she quoted the rates and said, if you have questions regarding the rates, call me. And it wasn't connected to a lender, it wasn't connected to a web page of third party source. It was all on her own doing. And you can't do that. You have to be a licensed LMNO, registered licensed loan originator, mortgage originator, in order to be able to quote rates. So that is something, Bobby, that you could send us, your little card, and then it could be embedded into the newsletter. So when that goes out, but your information does show up when people go and visit our properties for sale. We have 11 million homes on our website, and those 11 million have ads. But I'll talk to you more about that more offline. But exactly as Bobby is saying, guys, it's very valuable to get these newsletters and be sending them out to your spheres so that that's just another touch. We want to send them an email newsletter. We want to send them the updates that we get for the social calendars, which are all of these cool, relevant posts that we're creating, these social creatives about what's going on that week or that month, whether it's a holiday or something else. Wishing them a happy holiday, etc. Blasting out holiday messages or birthday messages via SMS, all the things. And so that you're going to find all of that stuff. Once you've gone through Blast Lab, at least a month, you're going to know how to do all of it without really even needing Blast Lab. But people like to still show up because it's already planned, and my staff is putting together the plan for them. Again, local realtor organizations, stuff like PT50 and board stuff, please, I recommend that you do go to those. Conducting webinars or seminars for potential clients. We do one here. It's a buyer boot camp, but you've got to call your people and invite them. You've got to market it and get people to show up. A lot of builders will also help you with this. You can do a buyer seminar in a model. They can help you advertise it, and they'll bring in the food, and you're doing a buyer seminar, and then you can bring in a lender with you as well. Host client appreciation events, send direct mail marketing materials, conduct market research and analysis to figure out what's going on the market. Should I start dabbling in short sales? Do we have a lot of REOs coming? What is going on? I share a lot about that with you in our monthly business meeting. Attend your city council meeting. Huge. You're already doing that in Mega. Awesome. There's going to be a big benefit for you doing that. And attending local community events, networking events that's going on in your community. And there's so many. If you go to the City of Round Rock website or your city site and you click on the Planning Zoning Committee, they'll always post what businesses are moving to the city. And I've always found value in knowing what businesses are moving because the businesses are going to come here and they're going to bring a lot of people with them. And so I will look and figure out where their headquarters are. I will call the headquarters and ask them if they have an REO, or not an REO, but a relocation specialist, and if they have an agent that they're recommending to their people who are moving into town, because we're a predominant firm in this area, and build that relationship with their HR department, and then start running Facebook ads and LinkedIn ads to that specific company saying, moving to Round Rock, call me, I can help. That's very, very powerful, especially when you know 500 jobs are being moved here from Samsung or any of these large businesses. And those are located on your planning and zoning and city websites. So economic development, they're telling you who's moving there. Put a note, you should be reaching out and trying to figure out how you can become a part of that and have that local success be part of your business success. Which is their research city website looking for businesses moving into your area. And then the annual tasks, which is attending your awards gala in January that we have, participate in client appreciation events. We have 2 client appreciation events where we actually create and batch out for you in your social folder a social creative that has the event title, the date, and the time of the event. And all you have to do is one thing. Go into your .me, click one button, and it will email it out to everyone, inviting them to come. And then all you have to do is show up. We have our annual car show, which is super fun. People love it. And we have our annual trunk retreat. We don't do those to benefit the company. We do those to benefit our agents, which helps our agents be able to use economies of scale and have a client appreciation event. If you're going through any kind of group coaching, like what Tom Ferry coaching, core coaching, or any of the rest of them, really, they're all going to tell you that you need to do a client appreciation party at least once a year, but maybe 2. And that freaks out agents. They're like, oh my gosh, what does that even mean? I got to throw a party for everyone? And they're starting to feel uncomfortable about the whole thing. Well, what do I do? How do I make this work? We build them for you and we give you the advertising. Our ALC and our events committee puts on the whole thing and the company backs it. So all you have to do, click one button and advertise it and show up, and your clients are going to come, and it is super cool and it's fun. And so plug into that. Take use of that because that helps you in your business because you have 2 client appreciation parties that are built and done for you. All you got to do is plug into it. Legal 1 and Legal 2 and broker responsibility are huge, helping you stay in front of what's going on. I teach those under this roof, so I recommend you take them from me. Earn at least 1 NER designation, and I'm teaching every designation once a year. So plug into that and have a high commitment of education. Now, what we're talking about right now is building your business plan. These are the recipe ingredients. One cup of cookie, chopped chocolate, 1/2 cup butter. These are the ingredients for your business plan. This isn't the business plan. So I'm helping you with getting ideas of things that you're going to pepper into your business plan. I'm going to give you 2 different business plan templates. One actually does come from Tom Ferry, and it's really cool. I'm giving you that one to fill out, but these are the ingredients, and you're going to add more ingredients to the business plan, things that are unique to you and your business, so that you're operating from a plan. You know exactly what you're doing in January, February, March, all the way to December this year. You know what you're doing every week. Tomorrow or February 1st, when you walk into the office, you know what you're doing that morning. You're going to your morning huddle, you're jumping into your 3-hour power hour, coming out, you're going to have lunch, you're going to jump into the afternoon, your afternoon appointments, and your appointment setting continually. All of your all your morning activities is appointment setting, referral setting, trying to get people to come in, and then your afternoon appointments. We're actually going out and meeting them in the field, which means that when you're out in the field and you're doing showings, you're going to start getting a lot more of those from Gavin because he knows you're actually out there working. So this cycle is very important for a real estate agent to be dialed in so they can have predictive outcome because they have consistent results. Reviewing your business plan every year, establish your production goal, which you guys did this morning, and setting it in your .me so when it opens up, you know exactly what to do. If any of you are struggling with that, it's okay. I have Katie going to show up tomorrow at the very beginning of your Mega Mini to walk you through quickly setting that if you've had any issues with it. I also sent out a video, but she's going to help you guys one-on-one. And take a look at your mission statement and your vision statement and see if you're still on track with that. Dust it off. I'll tell you, I always, every time I do Mega, I ask Michelle and Kylie and our title company and for their mission statements. And I show them in Mega because every single person I work with as a vendor, I ask them for their mission statement. And oftentimes they don't have one, which means they have no idea where they're headed with their business. And it's just sort of a knee jerk reaction every day. I don't know if I want that kind of professional in my life. I want someone who's put some real concentrated effort into what they offer, why, and what is their why in their business. And if they don't have one, then they have to create one, which means now they do have one because they did put some thought into it. So I think you as a professional, as part of your business plan, should have your mission statement and your vision statement built into your business plan so that you can review it and it holds you true to your mission as well. Realty Texas' mission is to be the best, the number one real estate agency, to give our clients the best buying, selling, and leasing experience industry-wide. Done. We're not in this to be second best. Our mission statement is to provide our clients the best service in the profession. Done. Not second best. That's ours. What is yours as a real estate practitioner? You need to know it. It needs to hold you accountable, especially to a standard that makes you feel proud to subscribe to. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. When we come back at 1 o'clock, I'm going to put you into your first breakout session of the day. And I'm going to leave you in there for 10 full minutes in groups of about 5. And I want you to talk about your UVPs, what you're nervous about, what you're excited about, what are some of your words you're going to choose. I want you to talk about it, what you think you're going to say. And let's keep the nervous stuff down. Don't let that consume your 10 minutes because everyone's going to be a little bit nervous. I get that. But what I'm hoping that we get out of this is you hearing from each other some good ideas, some scripts, some words, some nuggets that they can take away that think, wait, that's a really good way to explain that, or if that's interesting, I want to include that. So I want you to talk about it in groups of 5. It is 11:57. We're going to go ahead and break. I'll see y'all back at 1 o'clock. Just when it was getting good, right? All right, group 1, Juru, Mariella, Polly, Susan, and she. Who is our group captain for group 1?
It is what's her name? Laura? Is it Laura?
We have Juru, Mariella, Polly, Susan, and Shu. Susan. Okay, you are our group captain, Susan. How did it go? What were the big concerns and fears and some good nuggets you took away from your group? What were the highlights? And Susan, I can't hear you, nor can I find you.
Looking.
Okay, Polly, because we can't find or hear Susan, we are going to officially elect you as...
Maybe she got disconnected, Jay.
It's possible. I mean, I see Susan now in here, but her video is off and she is muted. So, all right, Polly, let's do it.
Okay, so the breakout was really good. We all had some really great points. They talked about, just, integrity, being honest and transparent. Communication was one of the bigger things that we talked about, being clear, picking up your phone. And, that was something that was very important. And just really, your work ethics, treating your clients like their family and going that extra mile. And what I'm really big on is negotiation. My value, kind of like my value proposition negotiator. I have my negotiation certification designation. And so we talked about all those things and everybody was pretty much on the same page. But I think for us, communication and integrity was probably what we talked about over and over.
Okay. So, and how are you going to use those elements as part of your value proposition speech?
Well, you saying you want me to say it?
No, no, no. I just,
No.
how are you going to how are you going to weave those into your unique value proposition, um, speech that you're going to give towards the end of Mega, the last Thursday of Mega?
I'm just gonna talk about in my value proposition. I'm gonna talk about the value that I bring.
Yeah.
You know, the knowledge, the years of knowledge. It's gonna be short because they say it 30 seconds, but I'm going to definitely incorporate it. I'm not sure quite yet, Jack, but I'm gonna sit down and brainstorm exactly, make it short, sweet, and to the point.
Okay, I like it. I can't wait to hear it. Thank you, Polly. Thank you, Group One. Group Two, we have Bobby, Indu, Jocelyn, Leah, and that makes up our Group Two. Who is the captain coming out of two?
So I'm the elected nominated captain, Jack. And
Thank
we
you,
had
Indu.
Bobby from a different background, and he's a mortgage loan originator. And we have Jocelyn she's a new agent who joined Realty Texas in September, and so is Leah in October. So they all were on the same level. Bobby came from a very different point of view, being 20 years in his business, saying that the first thing he would do is he would just talk about himself, say how great I am and how great I work and how I bring wins onto the table. And he says there should be a reciprocity in if you are giving them 5 minutes to listen to them, you should be able to take 5 minutes and speak about them, about yourself, what you bring to the table for them to win this transaction and have gain on a house that they dream of. And so is Jocelyn. She says, my first priority, and she'll put all her interest onto the table first for them, that you are my priority, and I'm going to do everything and anything to be able to make it possible for them to get the best results. And she said that she comes with no experience. So here, Bobby and I had input her that, never say that you have no experience, say that I'm backed up by the team that has such a knowledgeable broker, and the whole brokerage is consistent and persistent to bring results to the table. And Leah, she was big on being a very compassionate and very eager to help her clients. And this is what she brings to them, that her full devotion, and has a full pleasure and eager to make the biggest purchase of their lifetime. And I added to that, as I'm an empathetic person who comes from the background where she sees the change of market and where the people are in this market, and I understand how things are. And I bring my full experience, knowledge, and my team's knowledge with me to get them to a winning side and get them what they need.
Well spoken, Indu. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
About 15 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, we were at um, a chamber breakfast, and there was all different professionals from all different walks of life in that group. And people would bring in breakfast and talk about their business. Small room, a lot of people, everyone standing up, and it's a breakfast. Go and talk about your business and what's going on. And Lisa, you and I would go all the time, but in this instance, Lisa couldn't go. Somebody was with me, and they were bringing the chamber stuff, and I don't remember for the life of me who it was. In any event, it was time for them to speak, and they weren't prepared, had no idea. So tell us a little bit about you. Tell us a little bit about your business. And it was about as big as bomb as I've ever seen. Couldn't breathe, had no idea what to say, no idea, nothing even remotely prepared for that at all. Do you think that as a professional, if you go to a meeting of other professionals and people want to know a little bit about you and about your business, that you should be able to off the cuff get everybody in that room excited about using you? This is what that is preparing you for. Because I don't ever want you to be in that situation where you're surrounded in a room of group of professionals and someone says, "Oh, hey, what do you do? Talk a little bit about your business. Tell us what you do." And you be deer in the headlights and then be driving home thinking about all the things that you should have said or could have said. So that's what this is about. So this is really important time for you to prepare you to be that professional that you know that you are down deep, but just like anything else, practice, 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 and preparation. Good job, Indu. Excellent group work. Group 2, Group 3, Denise, Gabriel, Kirk, Mia, and Isolet.
That would be me this time.
Okay, thank you, Denise.
Our group, because all of us are full-time agents, to incorporate into our UVPs and individually full-time agents that we continue our education into our specialty and then whatever each of our specialties is. That our purpose is to, and Isolet said it really well, to say that my purpose is to save you time and to make your transaction as seamless as possible. And if I've done that for you, then I have succeeded in my job, because you are not just a transaction to me, you are a lifelong relationship. I'm going to be in touch with you. You're not forgotten. You're not a paycheck to me. You're part of my Realty Texas family.
Excellent. Thank you, Denise. Good job, Isolet and Group 3. Group 4, Damien, Indu, Kevin, and Mohammed. Indu, I guess you got put in that group too. So who's the captain out of Group 4?
That would be me, Damien.
Okay. Thank you, Damien.
Yes,
All right.
sir.
Well, what was the high level in your group?
So basically our highlight is pretty much, I mean, very similar to everybody else. We all are very familiar with UVPs and elevator pitches per se. We're comfortable with them. So the biggest thing that we got out, that we discussed was know who you're talking to. Get the layout of the land or the room, as you mentioned, of the person in front of you before you start talking to them and talking about yourself. Find out what it is that they need so you can speak their language as you're speaking to them with your value proposition. Because if you just start talking about who you are and what you can provide without knowing what they need, you're going to turn them off right away. So you want to know what that person really needs, and then you can adjust your pitch on the fly per se to provide for what that person needs, which is going to gain their attention and give you a higher chance of being accepted as whatever it is that they need. So focus on the room around you, focus on the user needs, and then give your pitch and get through it, and then open that relationship up from there.
Damien, I like it. Thank you. Good job. We are moving on to Group 5, Christina, Dominique, Eden, Marlene, and Sarah.
Okay, I'm the group captain for that team. And we talked about, we had kind of a diverse group where we had people who'd been doing real estate for a really long time and globally, and then brand new agents. And so we talked about the bringing value for those who've been in Austin for a long time. We had people who've been here 20 plus. I've been here since the 70s. And then we had people who, all the whole range, and just kind of talking about understanding how Austin, the area has grown, and how we understand the value of the different areas of Austin. We talked about addressing what our passions were, what our personality is like, what we're proficient in. And we talked about bringing in, for people who've worked in a different industry prior to coming into real estate, like what we learned in that and bringing that into who we are and how we work. And we talked about taking time to understand like the client's goals and their timelines, and being really committed to staying on top and frequent communication, and just really listening, really being a good listener and addressing every need that they have.
Well, it sounds like you've got a lot of ingredients for a good UVP.
Yeah.
Has your group been putting in, leave that open for a minute. Has your group been practicing it? Does anybody have a sample UVP kind of they're working on yet?
Everybody's in different stages of it, but I don't think anybody had a polished one yet.
Christina
Okay.
had a great one. I
Okay.
think that Christina had an amazing
Yeah,
one.
Christine is pretty probably the closest
Yes.
to being finished. Yeah.
What do you think, Christina? Do you agree with that? You're on mute though.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with it. I'm tweaking here and there, but I'm going to be an I group, so I have to give a 30-second pitch every week. So, but I'm
Well,
working on it. Yeah.
Toastmasters is a great place to start because that's what this is kind of about.
Mhm.
100% a pitch a week is phenomenal. Makes you so comfortable talking to clients and talking to people as they come into the open house. I think it's really good for real estate agents who should be having a lot of conversations and striking up conversations with people in the grocery line in front of them and behind them, and at the counter at Starbucks, and just walking around, being able to meet people, have a conversation with them, not be shy, be personable, and really be able to impact them with the passion that you have about your business. Very cool. Very cool. I'm proud of you. I can't wait to hear yours because I know that you've got a lot of experience that's being brought into Mega from all of your public speaking in the past. So that's cool. Indu, and I see your hand up.
Yes, Jack. I'm hearing a lot of people saying what they are, what they should say, what they should, what they want to say. I just want to know what shouldn't we say? What are those things that we should not say?
Oh, I've got a whole list of them.
Okay. I do want to know that.
Yeah, that's coming along. We're gonna go through the things what not to say. And in fact, the very next video that you're gonna watch right after groups 6, 7, and 8 go are the top 3 presentation mistakes people make in their UVP.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So that is coming. Good question, Indu. Okay,
Yeah. Thank
group
you.
number 6 is David, Donna, Melinda, Melissa, and Veronica.
Okay, I was the spokesperson for our group.
Nice.
We have 5 native Texans. That never happens. So we talked about a couple of them talked about because they are native Texans and they've been around that their big value added is that they really know the area, they've watched it grow, and they can help you and point you in the right directions. A couple of us talked about our biggest value added was empathy, that we've been through this, we understand what a big decision this is. Somebody that they said that they'd only purchased one, but they didn't have a realtor and they really wish they had. So they really understand that. So, and then we had one that had a very unique, David is a brand new agent and he's not been in it before, but he has been in the school systems for years. So his value was that he can facilitate how to help. That's a big driving decision in a lot of people's purchase. And so he can facilitate to help you get the information that you need to make that good decision. So we had a good group. Everybody had something.
Awesome. I can't wait to see Mega 17's UVPs. This is going to be very exciting. I always get somewhere between just green with pride and excitement the morning of the UVPs, just coming in and knowing how much work that you guys have put into getting people excited about your business. I mean, that's it right there. I mean, that's it. We got to get people excited and share the good news about your business. And you should be beaming with pride. You should be excited to tell the good news about your business, about what you bring to the table and why someone should hire you because you know you're the right person for the job. You know you're the best person for the job. But we have to get that across in such a way where we don't sound like a narcissistic, crazy person. So we got to come across with a lot of empathy and care, and sometimes it's not what you say as much as how you say it. Okay, excellent job. And group 7 is Astrid, Charles, Janice, Miriam, and Yana.
I'm the team lead.
Thank you, Janice.
You're welcome. Let's see. All right, Miriam shared that she's very active in her community in Rotary and service projects, and she brings the experience that they would not get with others, giving back to the community.
I think Miriam's the president, actually. Aren't you, Miriam? Yeah, I think so. I think I read that.
I actually conducted a Rotary meeting on the lunch break.
Nice. Nice. I love that. Very cool. All right. Thank you, Janice. Anything else coming out of your group? You want to share?
Yes, a couple of people, Charles and Astrid, both have been in other employment roles related to home buying. Charles was, I think he said in mortgage, in lending, and so he brings that knowledge to his new clients. And Astrid was in I didn't write
She
it
was
down, but it
in title.
title. Yeah, okay, escrow, that's right.
Okay.
And so they bring that knowledge to being a realtor. And comments I've had from clients is that I'm very active in communicating with them and following up, and that I would facilitate a very smooth closing.
I like it. Thank you for sharing. Good job. Last but least is group 8. Amanda, Eric, Isabel, Jeanette, and Tara.
I'm the captain.
Okay. Thank you, Amanda.
So we spoke for 1 second about fears, just presenting, selling yourself, and the technical side of it. And then we spoke about, then we went through each of ours and we spoke to each other, critiqued each other on removing limiting beliefs from them. We talked about integrity, education, caring, negotiation, listening, and making it geared towards your niche. Tara spoke about knowing who you're speaking to, what type of personality traits they have so that they'll respond to what you're saying. Yeah.
Have you ever done a value proposition like this before where you stood up and got people excited about what you bring to the table?
No.
No? So this is the very first time?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to give you all a little bit of advice from Jack. This is something that will help you immensely. When you're at home, so you're going to put words to this, and then you're going to memorize it so that you internalize it. So then you can, instead of saying the words, you can say the feeling. And you've got to say the feeling because I don't want to hear the words. I want to hear the feeling behind the words. Once you've done that, then I know you've got it right. But while you're rehearsing it, stand up on something. Stand up on a chair, stand up on a box, something, a wooden crate, something while you're doing it. It's going to give you a vantage point that's up so that when you do it for real and you're eye to eye, it's going to feel a little bit more natural because one of the things that really catch people up is they're used to sitting down and being inside of the classroom. But then they stand up and they walk to the front and then they look at everyone. They are no longer at eye level and just the height difference makes people uncomfortable. So whenever I have to rehearse a speech, and I've done thousands of them, but the association and awards banquets and all the things, I always rehearse it standing on a box. And I do it about 10 times until I really understand and feel it, and then I'm good. I recommend that for you. It will change the way it comes across and the way you feel about it when you're in the room. You'll be less nervous. Good job. I'm very proud of all of you. I can't wait to see all of the work accumulate into you feeling very confident about talking about your business with others, which is going to pay you dividends, as well as give you confidence in one of the most important things that you can take out of Mega is being a more confident real estate agent. All right, couple of presentation things This is Vanessa Van Edwards. She owns the company Science of People, and you're going to watch a lot of her videos between today and Friday. There's going to be some really cool videos. You might have watched some of them before, but let's watch the first video from Vanessa.
Here are 3 of the biggest mistakes I see when people present their ideas. This could be on stage or in a meeting. First is you throw away your first line. So many people get on stage or get in front of the room or hop on video and they apologize. They say, "Oh, so sorry, I'm so nervous." Or they point out their own lack of confidence. "Oh, I'm not a very good stage speaker." Don't do this. You're actually priming the audience to be more anxious and lack confidence themselves. Make the first line you say powerful. Your big idea, your introduction, don't throw it away with something technical. Is this mic working? Or can you hear me? No, make it powerful. 2, you are making too much eye contact with your slides. So if you have slides behind you or slides below on your computer, the biggest mistake I see presenters make is they talk to their slides or they talk to their slides. The audience wants to make eye contact with you. Use your slides as an anchor. You can gesture to them or glance down at them, but make sure you are making over 60% of eye contact with your audience. And if your slides are behind you, try as hard as you can to glance quick and then keep talking. 3rd, you are using the question inflection. The question inflection is when you go up at the end of your sentence, like you're asking a question instead of saying a statement. The 3rd biggest mistake I see presenters make is they ask their name or their opening line. So they say, "Good morning, my name is Vanessa, and I'm here to talk about body language." Ooh, using an accidental question inflection immediately cues listeners that you are not feeling confident in what you say. Say your name, state your big idea, don't ask it. I have an entire course on how to have powerful presentations on video, on stage, in person. Anytime you're sharing your idea with more than one person, you're presenting. So in my course, I have my favorite opening lines, my favorite closing lines, my favorite presentation frameworks, how to have stage presence, how to have video presence, how to speak with more articulation, and so many more tips on how to sound more competent and likable when you're sharing your ideas. I would love for you to check it out. I'm so proud of this course. I hope that you'll love it.
Okay. Now, I'm going to put you right back into groups, and I want you to talk about that video in the exact same groups for 5 minutes, and I want you now to be thinking about some of the other things we talked about. First, it's the setup, being confident, and some of this that you've just heard, along with what I told you in terms of practicing your unique value proposition. And if any of you are ready, you can actually do it live in your groups. This one is only going to be 5 minutes, but have you put thought into when you get up in front of everyone, what's going to be your opening line? How are you going to come across? And when someone walks into an open house, what do you say? How do you introduce yourself? When you are in an open house and someone walks in the door, it's kind of the same thing. So have you ever been in an open house and someone walked in and then left and you through that entire interaction, you didn't say anything to them and you just said, "Hi, how are you?" And then they left and then you're like, "Dang it, next time I'm going to do better." Has anyone done that? I can tell you that a lot of people do it. You know why? Because I visit a lot of open houses and I walk in and I say hi and they say hi to me and I walk out and they didn't say anything. I'm like, what in the world just happened? How did they not try to at least get my name, ask me how my day's going, what brought me in, something, but nothing. And I see that happening over and over again.
Oh my God.
All right, back to your groups.
And we're back.
And we are, in fact, back. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for all your time and energy in the breakout session. You're starting to get to know some of your fellow Realty Texas agents, Mega 17 classmates, all the good things. And we are drilling into your value proposition, some do's, some don'ts, and some good practice videos from Vanessa Van Edwards. Now, we're going to throw you into this video, and then I'm going to put you back into your group breakout sessions. Again, inflection. Do you think people can hear your mood? So if you're on the phone with someone and you're making your outbound calls, do you think it matters more about what your makeup looks like or what your tone of voice is?
Both.
Well, I would
Your
say
tone of
I would
voice.
say
Tone of voice.
voice.
that's right. Right, because it's actually everything because we are trying, we've got millions of years of subconscious triggers and cues that we pick up on that sometimes we don't even realize what it our thoughts are, but we can feel it and we can sense it, and so something kind of feels off. So Vanessa Van Edwards, human scientist, they did a research study about how you say hello and how you prepare yourself for saying hello. So you're a true professional. You're going to wake up in the morning, you're going to be putting yourself in the thankful, grateful mindset. Look at your hand, find the 5 things you're grateful and thankful for that morning. Go to the morning huddle, be surrounded by people who are all in the right mindset as well. Then you're going to grab your coffee, hopefully before, even between you waking up and jumping into morning huddle, you did a yoga session and you've really prepared yourself. And now you're going to grab your cup of coffee and you're going to sit down. It's 9:30, it's somewhere around there, and you're going to start calling your past clients because this is part of your power hour. This is part of that built-in 3-hour segment of the day where you've dedicated to yourself that you're going to be reaching out to your people, checking in with them, seeing how they're doing, asking about their family, about their home, talking about referrals, finding out if they have any housing needs themselves, all the things. This is a very important phone call. And what's going on with you mentally is going to say a lot about how the phone call is going to go and how they're going to perceive you in that call. Cindy Bell, a dear friend of mine, fellow real estate agent, she was our Realty Texas sales manager for a really long time. And her son Connor is in high school. He's about to graduate, so she wanted to spend the last year that she's going to have with him at home. And so Michael Potter stepped in and is our new team lead. Cindy is still teaching our Ready Set Sell. I mean our bulletproof contracts with me and Michael, and she's still a big, huge part of our team. She shares a story about one afternoon as she was on the call. She was making outbound calls, and the client said to her, "Are you okay? Are you feeling okay?" And she used that as a wake up call. She's like, "Oh my gosh," 'cause she wasn't so cognizant about her vocal first impression, how people are perceiving her, and it was more about the words than the delivery. And the delivery is more important than the words. The words are important, but how you say things and how you make people feel is the most important. The goal here should be that you give every single person that you call a dopamine squirt in their brain. You're going to leave them in a better place than you found them. You're going to help everybody have the best day possible. You're going to let them know how much you care about them and that you're excited to hear from them. There's going to be a lot of videos that we look at and watch on Friday about the psychology of making phone calls and about how we make people feel, and there's a lot of that. But this is a very interesting study about the one thing. So how we say hello, because they're going to judge you whether or not they like you in the first couple of seconds of when you said hello. They're going to judge whether or not they like you. And in the video, they're going to say, we did a study of, I like this person. I like this person a little. I like this person a lot. I don't like this person. And they were very quick to judge based on the hello. I don't like them. I like them. I like them a little. I like them a lot. Just by a single word. If there's been studies about this, And you're building $1 million practice where you're going to come in and pick up the phone and you're going to call leads back. And you're going to call your family and friends and your spheres, especially the leads of people who don't know you. Do you think you should prepare yourself and have a little bit of education behind how you should prepare yourself for the phone calls to get the most out of them? This is big stuff. Now, one of your homework assignments in Mega, interestingly enough, and it's in your slides, is to go to Amazon and buy a mirror, a laptop mirror clip. It's a mirror that you clip to your screen and you can see your smile. Because studies have shown they can see your smile through the words. And so, what I want from you before you start making your calls, we start our day in the right mindset, grateful, thankful, do the yoga, jump into morning huddle, get out of the morning huddle, and then you're going to look up at your goal board, which is going to be right above you when you're making your calls. And it's going to put you right in the exact spot that you need it to, which is, I know exactly what I'm here to do. This is my driver. This is my why. And then you look at the mirror and you look at your smile and you smile. And then you remember how important hello is. Let's watch the video for yourself.
Ring, ring, ring. Hello? Have you ever thought about your vocal first impression? How you sound when you first say hello? In this video, I'm going to change the way you say hello forever. I spend a lot of time on the phone. I always wish I could sound more powerful, increase my vocal presence, make my phone calls more impactful. In our human behavior research lab, The Science of People, we did a fascinating experiment on vocal power. In this video, I have some incredible tips for you on how you can benefit from every single phone conversation. Number 1, you have a vocal first impression. When most of us think about having an important phone interview or virtual meeting, we usually prepare for our answers and think about great things to talk about. But this fact blew my mind. People judge how trustworthy you are within half a second. Research shows that your hello might matter more than prepared clever anecdotes or great answers. Your vocal first impression happens the moment you answer the phone and say, hello, or this is Vanessa, or one time I called a big VIP and he answered, speak, yikes. Here's the problem. We are usually most nervous in the first few seconds, so our hello comes out breathy, high-pitched, or nervous sounding. Number 2, people can hear your mood. I wanted to run an experiment to test the power of our hellos. In the first part of our experiment, we had the same participants record 6 different versions of their typical hello. We wanted to see if the very same person sounded different. First, we had them record a normal hello. This was the control. So however they normally answered the phone, hello. Second, we had them think of something that made them happy, and then make a happiness microexpression and record their happy hello. Hello. Third, we had them think of something that made them sad, make a sadness microexpression, and record their sad hello. Hello. Fourth, we had them think of something that made them angry, make an anger microexpression, and record their angry hello. Hello. Fifth, we had them think of something that made them feel powerful and stand in a power pose, something really broad. Then we had them record hello. The last hello we had them do was a normal control hello again. What do you think happened? The results were clear. The very same person sounded incredibly different in each version of their recording. Let's see if you can hear the differences. I will play you 2 recordings from the experiment. Which one is the happy hello? Is it A?
Hello?
Or is it B?
Hello?
What do you think? Could you hear a difference?
Yes.
B.
Absolutely, it's
B.
B,
Yeah.
100%.
Which do you think sounded happier? If you guessed B, you would be right. Let's play again. Which of these two hellos is the angry hello? Is it A?
Hello?
Or is it B?
Hello?
A,
B.
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 Well, they almost sound alike.
Which one sounded more irritable to you? Go with your gut. If you picked B, you would be right again. You can clearly hear the differences between these two recordings. Our mood and our body language really does change the sound of our voice. And this is important because it means people can hear your mood. Number 3, how to sound more confident. The next part of our experiment is where things got even more interesting. We took the recordings and asked readers like you to rate them on likability. We had each participant play a clip and then choose from 3 answers. After listening to a clip, we asked each person to choose, I like this person a lot, I like this person a little, or I do not like this person. Can you guess which hello was rated as most likable? Was it A, happy hello, B, sad hello, C, angry hello, D, power posing hello, or E, the normal hellos?
Happy hello. Happy hello.
Happy hello.
Happy hello.
Happy hello.
There was a clear winner for likability. If you answered A, the happy hello, you would be right. It was by far the most likable. We were actually surprised by this. We guessed the power posing hello would do best. Boy, were we wrong. Even the participants' normal hellos did better than the power posing hellos. Happiness came in first. Anger rated the absolute worst. This means if you're having a bad day, just got a bad email while waiting on hold, or are rushing around in traffic while making calls, this irritability can translate into your voice and make you extremely unlikable.
How many of you have made calls in our ISA department? Okay. So what do I have playing before every single conversation?
Music.
Song.
What kind of
Some good
music?
music.
Then
Music.
upbeat music.
The
Energized.
37 most inspiring upbeat songs that get you out of your seat and put you in about as good as mood as you possibly can before you say hello.
Oh,
It is
yeah,
not.
the Tiger is one of them.
But if
That's
you're a
right.
happy person, Jack, if you're a happy person in general and you're not a negative person, then you're happy. It doesn't matter what.
That's
Listening to
true.
the music or not listening to the music, you should be happy. I married my husband because of a smile.
Well, people can have, we can be in that department sometimes, and we can get someone on the phone that leaves you feeling a little shook. Not everyone is on their best behavior when we call them. And so sometimes we have agents who walk out of that room and say, I'm going to do a lap. They're going to walk around the building and come back again because the person was just horrible and they don't want that to affect their hello in the next call. It's one of the reasons why I added that music because it's going to help lift you up, make it more fun in there, get your dopamine, wake you up, and get you all pumped and ready to go. So I personally hand selected every single one of those calls specifically designed for that purpose to help put you in the right mindset. You'll also notice that in the room above the phone, there is puppies and bunnies, cute, adorable, happy bunnies and puppies. I put those there myself. It's not an accident that they're there, nor is it an accident there's mirrors on the computer so you can see your smile before you say hello, so you can properly prepare yourself when you go in there because you're calling our database, you're calling our clients, and how and where your mindset is when you hit that dial button is going to greatly affect the outcome of that call because what did she just say? People are going to rate whether or not they like you in 1 second.
Yeah.
Number 4, my favorite voice exercise. If you want to sound like a leader, you have to speak with your maximum resonance point. This is where your voice is most relaxed and portrays confidence. Be sure to watch our video on finding your maximum resonance point next. This is my favorite vocal exercise. Number 5, find something to smile about. I have a few final tips for you. When speaking on the phone, always find something to smile about. Genuine happiness is better than a fake smile any day. Don't check email right before getting on a call or while waiting on hold. You're bound to see something you don't like. This risks a possible anger expression. Pull up the person's LinkedIn profile picture while you speak to them. Sometimes we have trouble connecting over the phone. If you simulate the feelings of being in person, you're more likely to smile more and use hand gestures. This warms up your voice. Never, ever answer the phone in a bad mood. Remember, your vocal power is incredibly important. Before you answer your next phone call, smile broad, take a deep breath, and give someone a nice hello.
All right, I'm going to put you back in groups, and I want you guys to talk about what you're going to do to prepare yourself for your power hours. There's 3-hour sessions that you're going to put into your calendar. You're going to understand that this is the prospecting engine of your business. This is where the success is going to come from. This is how you're going to fill your pipelines every month, every year. This is where all the leads are going to come from. This is the fulfillment center of your business, which means that when we get in there, we have to be Kobe Bryant, gladiator, get out of here. I'm in the zone. Let me do my thing. And you got to prepare yourself. What environment are you going to be in? How are you going to keep the distractions away? How are you going to keep that time sacred? And how are you going to prepare your environment? I want to hear you guys talk to your classmates about that. When we come back, we'll be going on our break after this breakout session.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need ya? Here where we need ya. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
All right, we have a whole slew of videos to come, more and more to hear from Vanessa Van Edwards. But before we do, I wanted to hear a little bit about your last breakout session, something that you found interesting, something maybe you yourself thought of that would be helpful, that you're going to implement in how you're going to create a regimen every day to prepare yourself for your power hour, which is the fulfillment of the engine that's going to help you create multi-generational wealth from your business. What did you come up with? Who's going to start?
I'll go.
Thanks, Eric.
So we were, okay. Go ahead, Eric.
Sorry. Eric and then David. Yep.
Yeah, so for group 8, I mean, we were basically talked about what we're gonna do to prepare is number one, record ourselves. So just make sure that we, can get that complete image and then practice on that. But also just getting into that battle rhythm or that mindset, preparing ourselves. So whether that's doing physical training, physical fitness, going to the gym, doing yoga, really getting into that mindset. Another one of our group members had mentioned, dressing for success. Like when your day starts, you're dressed ready for business, whether you're working from home or if you're going into the office. So really just protecting that mindset, getting into it, and then, dressing the part, whatever it is that you're doing for the day, working from home or whatnot, but just really getting into that mindset and protecting that. That's some of the big stuff that we had spoke about.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's important stuff. More so than people put credence into. David.
So yeah, our group, we talked a little bit about that they get ready for showings, they get ready for open houses, but they didn't really think about getting ready for phone calling. And so we talked about that was something we definitely need to work on. And we had a person in our group who had actually been in phone sales. And they did have a ritual and exercises that they did to put that mortgage or that fight that just happened before they got to work, to put that out of their mind so they would be in the right mindset to make phone calls, and then, some volume control and things like that. So it was a very interesting group.
Yes, sounds like a very interesting group. Part of the roll-up email that I'm sending out today is just that exact conversation that you just had. There are so many large companies that invest so much into sales training for their sales team, helping them with their scripts and, mental wellness and all the stuff. But here we are in the apex sales job of real estate, and there isn't any really sales uh, profession, education, um, scripting. There's just a huge void where they're not getting the information they need. And there are people who come from telephone sales, whether, and people who come from Sprint and AT&T do really, really well on the phones because they've had a massive amount of training. People at Dell also have a lot of training on the phones, but it just seems to be lacking in real estate. So for some real estate agents coming into this class, it's the first time they've been introduced to any of this. Some of the people who come to class, they've had sales training that's even surpassed this. Polly, and then Sarah.
So my group, I liked, we said the same thing, getting ready for mindset, getting ready every day. But I think what really stuck out to me, we talked about is rejection. What happens when you get rejection? And we talked about, everything, don't take it personal, give people grace, and how you handle if someone was to hang up on you. Somebody's rude to you. Do you change your tone? Absolutely not. So I thought that was real big, talking about what happens if you get rejected on doing your ISA calls.
Yeah. I would like to take that one.
Yeah.
This is about as true as you can get. I believe that I am the absolute best person for their job. I also believe that everything happens for a reason. And I also believe that that person just saved me time because they had two choices. They could spend 5 minutes yelling at me or they could hang up the phone because that is the same person. And that person just saved me time to get on to the next call of someone who actually does need help that I can help. So thank you for hanging up. You just saved me time. On to the next call. That is my attitude, Polly. What do you think?
Well, I agree. I'm like you, Jack. I try to give people grace because a lot of times when you call, I've been on calls before, and I'm gonna make it real quick, and people start off really nasty, and I'm real good about diffusing situations. Like you say, sometimes you just have to hang up. You don't have any choice. But I know how to diffuse the situation when I'm talking to someone. You kind of do like you break the ice, because you can't sound salesy. That's already going to be a turn off. And if they have an attitude and you come with a strong, demeanor, then the whole conversation went south. So
Yep.
I've learned how to diffuse a lot of situations. And I feel like that's a part of our job, what we do every day.
We are a salesperson. We are, and so we have to be good in our own skin. We have to be comfortable. We have to be comfortable with rejection because we're going to continually be selling. How we go about it is very important. And if someone feels like they're being sold something, sometimes they're going to push back and their guard's going to go up. But if, we don't cold call people here. We're returning people's call. So it's, hi, Tom, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Zillow said you were interested in 123 Main Street. When did you want to see that property? 99% of the time, we're trying to set an appointment to go out there and get hired because I know that if I'm going to try to convert that call right there on the phone, I'm going to have a very, very low conversion rate. So I'm going to do everything that I can to return their call quickly as possible, be friendly, ask them what, set the appointment and go try and meet them at the property. I know that I got to go out there and I got to get in the ground, boots on the ground, and go and meet them and get hired. That's what Google, I mean, that's what Zillow, Realtor.com, and Homes.com, when their inside sales team comes in and trains our ISAs, which we've had 3 times, already have, they all say the exact same thing. They have the exact same script. It's the 5 things. Identify yourself, their name, my name, where we found them, the address, and set the appointment. Hi, Tom. This is Jack Stapleton of Realty, Texas. Realtor.com said you're in 123 Main Street, or 123 Main Street, and set the appointment. When did you want to see the property? So a lot of our calls are just that, trying to set the appointment. If they're nurturing calls and we're calling, then it's just our nurturing call. Hey, Tom, Jack over at Realty, Texas. This is just our monthly check-in, calling to see how things are going with you and your family, and then we read the notes and we know what's going on. One of the very cool things that we have in our ISA department that's very different is our entire conversation is digitized into text. We have AI then summarize it and put it in the notes. And then before we get on the phone, it summarizes all the notes and gives us a summary of what's going on in that person's life from the very first time we met them until now, so we can read it while we're doing the dial and we already know what's going on with them. So we're not just calling them blind. And by the way, that exists in all of your CRMs and it does all of that for you. So the more people you have in there, when you push that button, it pops up. And you're like, oh, okay, here's what's going on. Oh, that's right. This person is moving from California, but they're having a hard time selling their home. And I told them I would call them back in 3 weeks, and here it is. All right, I got a lot of hands, and I'm excited about that. Let's get through some of them. Sarah, you're up, then Gabe, then Denise, then Jocelyn, then Charles, then Indu, then Christina. Sarah, you're up first.
Hi. We discuss just stay positive is how you start your day in the morning. I truly believe that is how you start your day. Um, and also is how you feel. You show up. I get up in the morning, I dress up, I put on my makeup, and I start my day with prayer. So when you start taking phone calls, my mindset is to stay focused and show empathy because you don't know how that person or what that person is going through, been through. And also do not interrupt the person. Listen. And also if they're rude, just say, have a good day, and I'm releasing the call.
Yeah. You know, we are just calling them back and trying to help them. We have a requirement in fair housing to do that and stay in touch with them. So uh, we prepare ourselves to our first hello, how we introduce ourselves on the phone. Everything is as prepared and scripted as possible. Start your day off right, be in the right mindset, be grateful, be thankful, have your scripts memorized, and then got the music, answer the phone, you're prepared. Hello. Hello. Hi, Tom. This is Jack over at Realty, Texas. How are you? Start the conversation as polite as you can. 90% of the people in that department, when they get our calls, they already know us. Hey, how are you guys? It's not, and a lot of you have been in those calls and have done hundreds of calls. So yes, preparation is key. Thank you, Sarah. I love it. Gabriel?
Yes, yeah, our group is kind of just, I mean, we're kind of just reiterating of some what the other groups have mentioned is just being in a positive mindset and just being confident. And the biggest thing, or at least kind of what I shared, and especially when I go do those ISA calls, is dressing up for success. You know, because it does help you set that tone that you are there and you are ready, and just build that confidence when you are taking those calls.
Thank you, Gabe. Awesome. Jocelyn?
Hi. So I feel like I'm just kind of gonna repeat what everyone said, but connect with the person you're talking to and listen to them, so you can really dive deep into what their needs are, and then reset if you have to. And one of my group members, Leah, she actually works in customer service, and she was talking about how out of the 3 people in her company, when people call, they ask for her because they like how she talks to them and how she connects with them and how she has a more meaningful conversation than the other people in the company. So
Amazing. Well, you know, we are going to be making a lot of phone calls to our spheres, our family, our friends, all those people. We're going to go down the entire phone. We're going to call every single one of them. So part of this preparation is going to pay off big in calling your own people because that's a big part of Mega. I love it. Denise, you're up. Denise, Charles,
Group
Indu, and then
also,
Christina.
our group is also uh, saying how important it is that we all need to get the mirror and to get in that mindset of being happy, make sure we're smiling before we dial, and the warmth has to come through. Be sincere that you're wanting to talk to them, that you're not sounding like a robot reading, but to actually have an interest in them because it just may be that transaction.
Thank you, Denise. Charles.
Yeah, from our group, the mirror trick was mentioned a couple times, which is definitely something I'm looking forward to. But also having a little music going, much like when you do the vault and all that, all the phone calls there, have your own music set up, whatever style of music you like. Somebody mentioned ABBA. I like Jimmy Buffett. So, some music to kind of put you in the right mood to make the calls.
Yeah. I mean, music is a beautiful thing. It really helps you get yourself, you know what music will put you in what mood, so you know what songs to play, what playlist to hit, to get you right where you need to be. 1,000%. Thank you, Charles. Hi, Indu.
Hi, Jack. Yes, I think music was the first thing on my mind, what we discussed in our group. And the second thing was, what Mariella said was, she was working in the hair salon and she would always talk to her clients in front of the mirror. Like, so she will be talking in the reflection of her, so she could always see herself and she would put herself in a better position and positioning and better impression of her in that reflection, so she would always be smiling and she would. So that's again gave me a idea that if you put your phone camera in front of you in a selfie mode, then you're always watching yourself all the time, so it's not just a hello but the whole conversation gets recorded, that how you're speaking to them, how you're being generous and kind and giving, and if they are not responding the same way or reciprocating the same idea, you just say, hey, I'm so sorry that you're having a bad day. I hope you have a wonderful time, and maybe we will connect once you are in a good mood or something like that. So you're always in a good mood when you are having a reflection of yourself in front of you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Indu. I love it. And we have two more speakers, Christina and Eden.
Thanks, Jack. Real quick, I do not want to sidetrack us. So if you are going to answer this later, that is just fine. But you brought up a good point, and I just want to see if you can quickly summarize it. And if not, we'll move it on. Your 5 things when you're on the call, say the Zillow person. When you get to the property, since you have not addressed representation, how do you quickly go through that? And if you're going to table it, that's fine too.
There's an
Because
entire
if they're
video
already
on me.
represented, that's
Yep. So I'm going to be walking you through baby steps through that
perfect. That's all.
whole thing. Baby steps. So yes, that is coming. 100%.
Okay.
Good question. Promise it's coming. Eden.
Yeah, I really sincerely want to say that I encountered so many different times in my life where my joy brought so much joy to other people who were down, meaning you kind of bring it to them when you really sincerely are happy and they're not, and you know how to guide them right and get into their hearts, you bring the joy to them so high that they will definitely know how to appreciate that back to you in words, sometimes in tears of joy, and it's for life. it definitely is for life. They will remember you.
Well, it is certainly easier to have a productive conversation with someone who already knows, loves, and trusts us. That is why we want to call that list first. They know us, they like us, they trust us. It's those calls that we're connecting with people. Those are the most important calls to really set ourselves up for success for in the right mindset, though we have enough time. All too often agents will get in the car, they'll make a phone call when they're going somewhere and they call someone and they have to cut them off. I was calling to say, hey, check in, but oh, wait, hey, well, let me call you back. No, that's not how this has to be. You need to be in a controlled environment at home with the mirror and the proper preparation and your coffee and all of that environment, because understanding that this is where the referrals are going to be, a pen in hand, taking notes in the CRM of what you're learning from them. Although our system is going to record the conversation and it's going to digitize it and put the notes in the system for you anyway. But that is, of course, a side note. I still am going to take notes. Okay. All right. So what is our next video? More Vanessa Van Edwards. This is about the elevator pitch. We've talked about the mindset, hearing from the Admiral and start your day and make your bed, and that it takes a village. We heard about the happy hello and how important it is that you're in a positive mindset, or at least in the right mindset to be making these calls. And then she talked about some mistakes that you can make in your presentation. This one is going to be about body language when you're standing in front of people, which is going to be very uniquely suited for the conversation that we're having about your UVP or you at an open house. What's going on with your hands? What's going on with your body language? Are you standing up straight? Your eye contact? And is the words coming out of your mouth and the body language, does it all tell the right story? Now, she has a very famous blog that she has, and she's always introducing people and saying, hey, if you want help with your elevator speech, ping me, send it to me, and I'll put it on my blog live. And I grabbed one of them just randomly, and it's a very interesting one because you've got someone who is really articulate and he gives his elevator speech and she's got some really good things to say, but I want you to hear the words without the video, and then I want you to see the video. So we're going to do it in two different ways, but we're going to start just letting her do her open.
Hi, welcome to the Science of People. I'm Vanessa Van Edwards, and today we're talking about elevator pitches. So I love helping people with their elevator pitch. And the reason is because it is the most important part of a first impression. You need to know exactly what to say and how to say it when someone asks you, so what do you do? Today, one of our readers, John 4, submitted his elevator pitch. And I love it. It's the perfect example of a pitch that just needs a little bit of tweaking to get perfect. So John, thank you so much for submitting. We're going to quickly break it down, review it, and show John exactly what he needs to do to fix it.
Okay, so like I said, we are going to hear it first. I want to hear your thoughts on this elevator speech as if you were on the phone.
John 4, and I'm a website analyst.
Cannot hear.
Traffic of your website.
Review it and show John exactly what he needs to do to fix it.
Jack, we can hardly hear it.
And I'm a website analyst. I study the traffic of your website.
Keep starting it over, but then just, this is as loud as it's going to get.
Hi, my name is John 4, and I'm a website analyst. I study the traffic of your website, and I find out where your website is leaving money on the table, where it's losing leads, and what opportunities it's missing to attract and engage your customers. The website data won't tell us why people do what they do on your site, but it does tell us the story of what they do and how they do it. And I think this is an important and interesting story for your business to understand.
Okay. So here you have a website analyst. So do we think that they're, social yellow types?
Yeah.
Website analyst?
I think
No,
so.
Likely
no.
not. Likely not. They're going to be engineer types, right? So
Yeah.
they're going to be kind of, spreadsheets and the kind of person that would rather stand on the side of the room when a party's going on and be one-on-one, not in groups. Okay, that's just the personality type. So do you think that they're going to gravitate towards really being strong in elevator pitches?
Probably not.
I don't think so.
Probably not. Were you able to hear it at least?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
All
it's a
right. So
great pitch for investors.
hello,
Yeah.
my name is John. I analyze websites for a living. I can't tell you why people visit your website, but I can tell you what page they go to and what they do while they're there. And I think that is an interesting story. He said something like that, right? So, not a bad elevator pitch, right? So, let's hear what Vanessa has to say about it. And then I'm going to start it over. And then we're going to watch it where you can see him and then hear him.
Okay, John, here is what I love, what you did so well and you can never lose. And everyone who's watching, if you can incorporate these things into your elevator pitch, it will make you even more impactful. So here's what you did that I thought was fabulous. First, your enunciation is great. I can very clearly understand you. You also have a very good pacing. Your cadence is very understandable. And the reason why that's important is because you've heard your elevator pitch 1,000 times. You've said it, you've heard it, you probably wrote it. But other people, they're processing it for the first time. So one of the classic elevator pitch mistakes I see is that people quickly go through what they do because they think it's boring. Everyone, they already know it, they've already heard it. But they need more time to process, more than the average conversation, especially when they're learning something that's a little bit different. When you're talking about a website or website analysis, it's super important that you go as slow as you did. Now, you don't want to go too slow, so your cadence was perfect. Don't lose that. The second thing that I loved is that you have a very open torso. So first of all, thank you for giving me a full body video. I love to read body language. So you had a really open torso. You didn't cross your hands over your chest. You didn't try to cross your legs. You didn't try to hide behind an object or a cup or a phone. So keeping that open torso as much as possible and keeping it aimed towards the person you're speaking with is hugely impactful. Now, I talk about on my website all the time how important it is to show that you're engaged. Even when you're talking, you can do this by having an open torso and aiming it towards the other person. Okay, so now on to a couple of things that I think you can improve.
Okay. So she's going to get into that portion of it. So I'm going to share my screen back. And we're going to start over with John, the website analyst.
Website analyst. I study the traffic of your website and I find out where your website is leaving money on the table, where it's losing leads, and what opportunities it's missing to attract and engage your customers. The website data won't tell us why people do what they do on your site, but it does tell us the story of what they do and how they do it. I think this is an important and interesting story for your business to understand.
Okay. So what was your first analysis of John on the phone because you couldn't see him? And then now, John, that you can see the whole package. Christina.
Without seeing him, friendly, engaging, somebody you could talk to. Seeing him, he looks about as engaging as a tongue depressor.
Okay. All right. Marlene.
I thought on the phone he seemed very confident and very well spoken, but in person looking at him, I feel like he doesn't look as confident as he sounds.
Okay. So there's a big differential between what you
Huge.
heard and then what we saw.
Huge.
Okay. Dominique.
Immediately when I saw him, I thought, oh, he's so awkward and uncomfortable. very stiff. He sounded confident without the visual, but then I got the complete reverse impression, like I couldn't get past the hanging arms and the lack of movement.
Yeah, it's tough. It's rough. Okay, thank you. Indu.
Yes, when I did not see him talking, I felt like he is speaking to somebody in a very well suited outfit and very confident person talking to somebody on the elevator,
Yeah.
giving his pitch. But when I saw him, that means so much impact of just his tone and confidence in his voice made a difference just to hear on the phone. But his outlook, I mean, his bodily gestures are just nothing compared to what he had to say and how he had to say it.
So the opposite can be true as well.
Yeah, yeah.
You can have a really good vocal presence and someone picture John or John who has a pretty good vocal presence, but then you picture him and you realize, wow, there's a differential going on here. Thank you, Indu. Jeanette, and then Polly, and then Eden.
I couldn't get over the messiness. I don't know. He sounded very confident, and then I see him just standing there. I couldn't even concentrate on what he was saying because I was so busy looking at his mess around him. Is that bad? And my like point of view?
Well, I think it's important, Jeanette, because I think a lot of us are getting on Zoom and meeting with our clients, and I think what's behind us matters. I think the preparation of how we come across on Zoom matters. So, no, I don't think you're wrong. I think perception is very important. People are going to decide in the first second whether or not they like you, but we only get certain cues on the phone. We can only hear their voice. So then we're going to make the decision of we like them a little, we don't like them, or we like them a lot from the 1 second. And because that's the only dimension we get. Then we add a different dimension, which is going to be seeing him and the environment that he's in. And that adds a whole new layer, which is exactly why we're talking about this, because you're going to meet your people, how he's dressed, his movement in his hands, how he stands, his body language, coupled with, an environment that he's in is not doing him any favors, clearly. Polly.
I definitely have to agree with Jeanette. That's the first thing that stuck out. I just looked at the room before I could see him. I'm like, what is going on? Um, the way, I mean, on the phone, he just seems so different. I don't know why he's standing so far back. And like you said, Jack, there's no emotions. His hands are not moving. He's not engaged. And he's like way in the corner to me. It's not inviting. So, yeah, it's definitely a no for me.
I think he did that on purpose. I think he did that because Vanessa asked him for a full body video. So he's probably got a chair in front of us and he zoomed ducked into the back of the room to get the full body sales pitch so that he could send it to her. Yeah. Okay. Good. Eden and then Donna, and then we're gonna hear what Vanessa's tips are for him to help him improve.
Well, hold on. Am I? Yeah.
Uh, Eden,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
up next. It's Donna and then Eden.
Yes. So listening to him, he sounded like the kind of guy that knows what he's saying. Looking at him, it's like, are you really who just spoke a minute ago? Or are you reading through a teleprompter what you just said? Because it does not belong to each other. I don't think I would hire him. I would think about hiring my grandson, 14 years old, that knows how to do it better.
And, it's not that there's anything wrong with John. John's probably very smart and all the things, but you as a salesperson have to be marketable.
Yeah.
So we have to think about how can we make ourselves marketable. And he's a salesperson. He's a website analyst trying to sell websites, which means he needs to be able to market himself. And he is his own salesperson. So he's got some work to do, obviously, but no different than real estate. We have to sell ourselves. We have to have a good value proposition. The thing is that the value proposition or the elevator speech or whatever you want to call it that he just did was pretty good. And it was short, it was articulate, and frankly, a lot better than most what I've heard from agents bringing to the table. They generally have a better street presence. So Question is your UVP going to be as impactful and as powerful as his? Because standalone UVP, his was powerful. Yes, you need the whole thing, and he doesn't have it, but that's part of why we're talking about this. Good, I like it. Donna, you're up.
To me, he looks like he's in high school. Um, just his whole presence, his clothing, his
Yeah.
room, everything like that. Even though hearing him, I would say yes because he sounds like he's knowledgeable. But looking at him, I would have second thoughts because it's like he's too young to be his spiel and everything in his room and all that other kind of stuff. I just wouldn't feel comfortable with him.
Okay. Let's hear Vanessa's advice.
Freeze frames while you try. These are things that are just going to up your impact level. People are going to remember you more. Torso and aiming towards the person you're speaking with is hugely object or a cup, a very open torso. So first of all, thank you for giving me a full body video. You know, I love to read body language. So you had a really open torso. You didn't cross your hands over your chest. You didn't try to cross your legs. You didn't try to hide behind an object or a cup or a phone. So keeping that open torso as much as possible and keeping it aimed towards the person you're speaking with is hugely impactful. Now, I talk about on my website all the time how important it is to show that you're engaged. Even when you're talking, you can do this by having an open torso and aiming it towards the other person. Okay, so now on to a couple of things that I think you can improve. And these are things that are just going to up your impact level. People are going to remember you more. They're going to understand and remember what you do more quickly, and hopefully they'll be begging for your business card. The first thing that I want you to work on is a hugely common problem for people doing elevator pitches, and it is lack of movement. So as you can see, I'm playing your video in the background on silent. And if you watch it, you'll see there's very little head, arm, and torso movement. And this is a very easy mistake to make. And the reason is because when you're thinking about a pitch that you've memorized, you're focused entirely on the words you're saying. So your body sort of freeze frames while you try to recall those words. Okay, so here's my first challenge to you. I want you to start incorporating more movement into your pitch. So the way that you do this is you memorize.
How many UVPs do you think we see where people come up even after watching that video and they are frozen in space? They're absolutely frozen.
A lot.
A lot. Why do you think
Exactly.
that happens?
You're focused on the on what you're going to say.
Yeah, the
Yes.
You want to
content.
get it out right.
They are deer in the headlights.
Nerves.
Deer in the headlights. Exactly right.
Yeah.
And
People have
now
fear of those.
they're so in their head, so trying to remember the words that nothing, their brain and 100% of their brain power is being devoted to mitigate stress and remember the words that they can't even bring awareness to the room. If someone says something to them in the room, they're not going to have any awareness that someone said something to them or what they said. They're probably not going to even have the ability to store short-term information that they've heard because their anxiety level is going to be so high. This is not uncommon for what we see with people coming into the class sometimes and doing their UVP. And it's not because they can't do it. It's because they haven't practiced enough. They waited to the end, got the words at the very last minute, and then came in and they're trying to remember the words and everything else falls to the wayside, and then sometimes people still bring in text or write it on their hand or something like this, which is kind of a failed experiment, right? Because the whole purpose of the whole thing has been lost. The idea here is learn your vision statement, your mission statement, your goal board, put the words together, and then get it home, stand up on something, get in an environment where you're not in the normal height level so that that's going to be normal to you when you stand up in front of people, and then deliver your UVP and pay attention more to how you say your words and your body language, your torso, And when you're less about the words and more about how you're going to deliver it, because it is so part of your DNA that you don't even have to think about it anymore, then it's going to be authentic. You can use that in the donut shop, in the grocery store, at the Chamber of Commerce, or at the Association of Realtors, or wherever someone says, share with us a little bit about your business. And so, again, his body language, a lot of it is because he is 100% in his head, and there's no left processing power to pay attention to anything else.
Your pitch like it is on the tip of your tongue. You can just instantly recall it. And the reason for that is because if you're not focused on remembering the words, it's much easier to have more fluidity in your body. So once you've memorized it down pat, I want you to practice loosening up those shoulders a little bit, bringing up your hands, and we're going to talk about that in challenge number 2, and having a little bit more head movement. So for example, let's say that I'm talking to you like this. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards. I do scienceofpeople.org. I love what I do. I teach body language and lie detection. Now, I have no movement in my torso at all. Look at the difference between when I say this time with a little bit of head movement. And what you want to do is you can do a slight head tilt, which shows engagement, and you can also nod very slightly along with your most important points. So here's how it looks a little bit differently. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards. I work at thescienceofpeople.org. I teach body language and human lie detection. So as you can see, just those slight up and down movements and the head tilt, that's going to add a lot of fluidity, a lot more natural expression to your body and to your pitch, so that people can feel like they're connecting with you on a deeper level. Okay, my challenge number 2, the second thing that I'm hoping you're going to work on, is adding in nonverbal explanations to your elevator pitch. So a lot of people, they just focus on the verbal content of their pitch to explain what they do. But you can actually use your hands to demo or explain concepts. So I want you to think of at least 2 different ways that you can use your hands in your pitch. So an example could be, I analyze websites, right? So that's like the whole thing. This is a nonverbal concept of the whole thing, which shows that you're kind of all-inclusive. So that could be a way that you could add in hand movement into the way that you do your pitch. You can also bring a big concept into something small. So if you say, I make really complicated technology problems easy for my clients, that's a way that you can do it. So I want you to think of 2 different ways you can use your hands to demo. That's going to do 2 things. First, it's going to help the other person visually understand what you do. And second, it's going to add more movement, right? When you have your hands moving, your torso moves. It adds a little bit more freedom of expression, and again, makes you more connected and more engaged. Okay, the third thing that I want you to do is actually about your verbal content. So I thought it was very clear. I really understand what you did. But I think that you're missing one thing, and it's the power of a story. So research has shown that our brain loves stories. When we hear a story, we light up, we remember them, we all of a sudden feel like what you do is personal to us. So what I want you to do at the very end, when you talk about how you work with clients, think of a very quick example. So you can say something like, for example, one of my recent clients, she had a cake decorating business, and I did everything on her website for her. Now, I'm just making that up, but it can be that short. Examples, when people hear example or story, they instantly tie it to them. So that's what I want you to try to do, because that will help pull them in so that they can say, oh, well, I have a website. I should tell you about it, because that's what you're trying to get them to do. The ultimate goal of an elevator pitch is to see how can you help them, and therefore they want to hire you. Okay, John, I hope that was really helpful for you. And for our readers, I hope it was helpful for you to watch what John could do to improve his elevator pitch, so you can use the same to improve yours. Be sure to submit your elevator pitch while I'm still in the mood to critique a bunch. Just go to scienceofpeople.com and submit it to my email. Thanks.
Vanessa Van Edwards, everyone. Okay, so we got to meet John. We got to hear John's elevator pitch. We got to hear his pitch, and then we got to separately see him, which is helpful, and then kind of gauge some tips and tricks on what you can do to ensure that you got the words here so that you can focus on what's going on here with your hand movements, your gestures, and then telling a story. There's a lot that we just talked about, but when you're doing your unique value proposition, I don't want you to be at the Chamber of Commerce freaked out, frozen in space, and looking like John, because it could very easily happen, because I've seen it firsthand. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and I don't wish that for any of you. So preparing yourself for that moment.
It's 3 o'clock.
It's going to make you feel very, very confident. All right, now we're going to jump into our breakout sessions, and then we are going to come back for a break.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from break. So we had quite a bit of conversation regarding John and his elevator pitch, both in how he presented himself and his words and putting all of that together. Now you guys are thinking about your unique value proposition and probably realizing that we need to know what we're going to say, have it so internalized that we can say it with feeling, and while we're saying it with a feeling, be paying attention to what's going on with our body language. Are we all on board with that? Okay. We've got one more Vanessa Van Edwards video. It's called Contagious. I love this video because it is a reminder that not all real estate agents are yellow personality. The red personality is a driver. The blue personality is an engineer. The green, you're empathetic, and your yellow is going to be your outgoing one. And those are the four personality types of humanity. We all need each other to survive. Humanity would not have moved forward without these four different personality types. We will be doing a personality assessment on Friday. You're going to do it together. You're going to learn your color. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to watch a lot of videos on Friday. In fact, we're probably going to watch more than 30 videos on Friday. So it's going to be mostly videos that we're watching back to back regarding building and of course reputation management. We have even more coming into the trust in the digital age on Tuesday. And so your module 3 next on Friday is going to be a great module, and you're going to enjoy it a lot. So contagious. Build trust with your hands. So we saw John, we saw maybe a little bit of a lack of a movement. Let's pendulum swing and let's see the other side of it. We're not going to watch this whole thing. We're going to watch about 4 minutes of it, and then the rest will be homework to watch the rest of this video. And this is her TED Talk.
Hello, my name is Vanessa, and I am a recovering awkward person. This is me at the peak of what I like to call my plaid vest phase. Luckily, my years of social awkwardness led me to a fascinating career trying to figure out how people work. So what I didn't realize is that many years ago, I would do an experiment that led me right on this stage in front of you here today. My lab researchers and I were curious about TED Talks. We wanted to know, why do some TED Talks go viral and others don't? So we embarked on a huge experiment. We analyzed thousands of hours of TED Talks looking for patterns. Now, I wasn't sure if we would find anything, so we were analyzing body language, hand gestures, vocal variety. We even looked at outfit choices, which made today particularly pressure-filled. And very quickly, there was a pattern in the data that made me curious. And after we coded more and more TED Talks, we realized there was a pattern. Now, before I tell you what that is, I have a personal question for you, which is, when you see someone, what part of the body do you look at first? You can just call it out. Where do you look first when you see someone? Face, eyes. So most people, shoes. They're very high. So most people say eyes, face, or mouth. But actually, when we first see someone, the first place we look is the hands. And this is left over from our caveman days. Because if we were approached by a stranger caveman, the first place we looked was the hands to see if they were carrying a rock or a spear. In other words, we wanted to know if we were safe, if they were friend or foe. Now, this actually still remains from caveman days. And when we can't see someone's hands, something interesting happens. So I just did something a little mean to your brain. You should start to feel just a little bit uncomfortable. And the reason for that is because when you can't see my hands, you wonder, what is she doing back there? And then the longer I leave my hands behind my back, you get more and more distracted because you can't see them. And eventually your brain is just screaming, can she just bring her hands out from behind her back? And the moment I bring them back out, it feels so much better. And this is because our brain knows that if we can't see hands, we can't see intention. And what we found is when we compared the most viewed TED Talks side by side with the least viewed TED Talks, we found a pattern with hand gestures. Specifically, on average, the most popular TED Talkers use an average of 465 hand gestures in 18 minutes. Yes, we painstakingly counted every single one. I have 465 prepared for you today. And the least popular TED Talkers use an average of 272 hand gestures, almost half. What's happening here? So when TED speakers take the stage, they're showing you first, friend, 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 friend. You'll notice when I walked out on the stage, I waved. I was saying friend, 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 friend. And the other thing that TED speakers do, see if this looks familiar. So they come into the red dot and they do something like this. Today, I want to talk to you about a big idea. I'm going to break it down into 3 different areas that are going to change your life. Right? So the most viral TED Talkers seem to sit in the same way with these hand gestures, because what they're doing is they're showing you, I know my content so well that I can speak to you on 2 different tracks. I can speak to you with my words, but I can also explain my concepts with my hands. And this way, they underline their concepts with their words. For example, if I were to say, today, I have a really big idea. It's huge. You laugh and you're like, Vanessa, it's so small. It's not very big. And that is because your brain gives 12.5 times more weight to hand gestures. So today, I have a really, really big idea, and I'm going to explain it to you in 3 different ways. My big idea is that we are contagious. Specifically, as humans, we are constantly sending and decoding body language signals. We also do this emotionally and chemically. To explain this, I have a rather disgusting but very fascinating study. So in this study, researchers collected sweat pads from people who ran on a treadmill. Then they collected sweat pads from skydivers on their first time skydive. 2 very different kinds of sweat. Here's the disgusting part. Then they had poor, unsuspecting participants. I know. They had unsuspecting participants in the lab smell these sweat pads while they were in an fMRI machine. Here's where it gets interesting. Even though the participants had no idea what they were smelling, the ones that smelled the skydiving sweat pads had their fear response in their brain activated. In other words, they caught the fear. This means that our emotions are contagious. Our fear is contagious. Our confidence is contagious. And this begs the big question. If our emotions are contagious, how do we make sure that we're infecting people with the right ones? So I believe that we can be contagious in 3 different ways. The first one is non-verbally. Now, to test this idea, I did a very simple experiment in the streets of Portland, Oregon. What I did is I stood in the street and I looked up at nothing. And I wanted to see if people would catch or mirror my nonverbal. So you can see this video. I stand in the streets looking at nothing. And slowly, one by one, I infect people walking by. And slowly, we begin to gather a crowd. Oh. So, this poor woman, she was standing there with me, and we're standing there, and remember, we're looking at nothing. I just want to improve it. And we're standing, and I'm going, how long are we gonna stand here? Who's gonna break first? And after about 40 seconds, we're looking, and she leans over and she says, is he gonna jump? And this experience taught me that we catch emotions and then we create rationales for why we've caught that emotion. Now, this is actually a good thing. As humans, this keeps us safe. Dr. Paul Ekman has studied something called the microexpression. It's a universal facial expression, and he's discovered there are 7 of them. Across genders and races, we all make this same expression when we feel an intense emotion. This is the fear microexpression. So fear is a really important emotion because we want to catch it from someone else to warn us if something's about to go wrong. And this facial expression also keeps us safe. So imagine for a second that you're walking and you see a snake. Your eyelids and your eyebrows jump out of the way so you can take in as much of the environment as possible. Is there another snake? What's my escape route? Then your mouth opens so you can take in oxygen in case you have to fight, yell for help, or flee.
How many of you feel like people get in front of people and they have a fear expression on their face when they get up in front of people?
A fear?
I think
Fear.
sometimes, yeah.
I do all the time.
Yep. So that's going to make other people feel afraid as well. And when you are in front of people and talking to them about your business and you're trying to get them excited about your business and the good news, I don't want you up there with the fear expression and so in your head about what you're going to say. This has to be in your DNA, your value proposition. This isn't just, I'm going to throw something through ChatGPT. It's going to pop out some words. I'm going to stand up everyone. I'm going to read it. And that's going to be my homework assignment. What I'm really hoping from each of you is that, like we said, mission statement, vision statement, goal board, and now we're going to be paying attention to authentic words, internalized, so now you can deliver it in such a way that it's authentic with emotion, and you can be focused on hands, what's going on with your face, smiling, and the whole thing. This means you should do it in front of a mirror a couple of times until you have it down. Then you're going to do it in here, which is going to be a little painful or not. Maybe you're so got it down so well that you come in here and it's second nature to you. So now I want you to go out into the real world and do it at an open house. With a friend, someone, and deliver your value proposition speech and get them excited about your business because you are the PR person. You are the salesperson. You're the one that's going to get everyone excited about hiring you. It's no secret that the salespeople make more money than just about every other profession. It is sustainable, it's repeatable, it's long term, and you build this amazing client base. But we have to get there by meeting new people continually and inviting them into our business and getting them to be on the same page with us with our ability, our commitment, and our ethics. And a lot of it is going to be first impression stuff. I don't know how many agents come to me and say that they have a really difficult time converting in person, a really difficult time converting at the open house. What do you think the biggest issue converting at the open house really is?
My guess would be they expect to be rejected before they even try.
Okay, low expectations. That certainly is going to be a self-defeating prophecy. What else?
Afraid to ask for the business.
Okay, I like that.
Low
Afraid,
confidence.
not very confident. Okay. Donna?
I was in different sales positions. We were always taught, always be closing.
Mm-hmm.
Always be closing in your the way you communicate with people. So if you start out with that in your mind, then, they'll either say, nope, I'm just looking, don't need a realtor, um, or anything like that. Then, it's your turn to say, well, do you know anybody that does? Um, so that's my
The no-
spiel.
I believe the first several minutes of you meeting someone at an open house are very crucial when they open the door, how you present yourself, the material that you're actually selling, which is the open house.
That's not the material you're selling. But I agree that we're going to talk about both of these things simultaneously because you're also selling the services of yourself. Okay.
I don't think that this is just about an open house. It's anybody that you'll meet anywhere. It doesn't matter where. Just like Jack said, you could be in the supermarket, and it happens to me. I'm in the supermarket and I'm in line. Whoever is in front of me or in the back of me asking me what language I'm speaking, I start the conversation and I go from my conversation to here's my card. It's the way you represent yourself no matter where, no matter what. And have the confidence that it's okay if you know how to do that.
Yeah, I agree with Eden. I believe if you become pushy or aggressive, desperate, that's what really turns me off.
I think the fundamental issue that people have when they're approached by people or speaking in a group or at an open house or anywhere else is a pure and simple lack of preparedness. They're simply not prepared. They did not show up prepared either mentally, physically, or psychologically. They didn't dress the part, they don't have the scripts, and nothing's internalized. And so every single conversation is a knee-jerk reaction. And that is not sales. Sales is not, I'm going to fake it, I'm going to make it up as I go along. That is not sales. There's not a sales company out there that's going to allow you to just go out there and make it up as you go along. You have to be prepared, which means you're going to dress the part, you're going to get yourself in the right mindset, you're going to show up and you're going to practice the scripts, whether that's the scripts going through the information about brokerage services, whether that's a script that takes you through the one-page buyer representation agreement, whether that's a script on the phone to set an appointment to meet someone at a property. It is preparing yourself for all of these conversations so you can have similar conversations over and over again with lots of people. And now you're, again, not worried about what you're going to say, but you're more focused about how you're going to say it. How many of you have these scripts down? Your IABS, your rep agreement, setting an appointment, any of these? And how much in your time are you actually spending in your business practicing? If you truly are the salesperson of your business, you have to prospect like no other, set appointments like no other. Now we've gotten to the mindset where we know that is absolutely critical. But now we're going out and meeting them in person. This is the third thing. John was on the phone. Great tone, right? He actually pick up the phone, make an outbound call, connect with someone, set the appointment, go and meet them. Now you're in person. And now we have to be cognizant of the rest of it because you're most likely going to pick up the phone. You're going to make an outbound call. Someone does want to see a property. They want to see 123 Main Street. You're going to go out to the property and you don't get to just open the door anymore and show them the property and say, what else do you want to see? Go show them a couple of homes and pretend to be their agent long enough for you to find them a property that they fall in love with and then slip your representation agreement on the back page of it and piggyback on that. You think agents did business like that for a really long time? Can you do business like that now? Thank God you can't. We never allowed that in the first place, by the way. It was always meet them at the property, walk them through the information about brokerage services because that's regulatorily required, and then take them through the representation agreement and have a conversation with them about representation and what that means to turn the customer into a client. And at the point they're a client, now we can give them our advice, even if that means we're going to hard code it to that property address or just a single day. And that conversation, how many of you are pretty confident right now going out and meeting a stranger at the driveway of a property and hand him an IABS and a one-page buyer representation agreement? How confident do you feel right now? Christina says, yeah, I'm good, 100%. Isolette says, yeah, I got this. Because you've done it 100, 1,000, a million times. We can always prepare and be better. Over the course of the next 2 days, we're going to go through it together, and you're going to practice in groups, and you're going to practice in scripts, and you're going to come out the other side, and you're going to be explaining the information about brokerage services, I bet, differently than you did before. And the rep agreement may be different than you did before. And you're going to feel a lot better do it, and you're going to feel more confident in doing it. That is my wish for you, and that's where we're going with all of this. We have 2 more fun videos to get through. Positively Positive. This one might be the last time I show this video.
We welcome back the author of Human Lie Detection and Body Language 101, Vanessa Van Edwards. I think that intro was one of the most charismatic I've ever given.
Definitely. Definitely.
What we're trying to say here is there are some people who just seem to have that thing. When they're in a room or they're talking or they're amongst people, they have something.
Okay, so you're probably noticing that there's a journey going on here. First, it's prospect, then convert, then meet them, and your body language and your scripts and getting comfortable. Now this is going to go into the actual conversation of the whole thing, the actual conversation that you're having with them. How many of you know the Ford script? Ford script is very powerful, and we're going to insert that in here because that's going to be probably your saving grace, but we're going to be doing the Ford script in a minute. Right now, we're going to talk about her, about how can you be interesting, the most interesting person.
What is that?
So that question always fascinated me. So we run a human behavior research lab, and I was like, I want to study this. What makes people so memorable? So we actually found patterns between people who are really memorable and have that quality that's you instantly want to know them, and people who are more forgettable. So
I tend to think I've met a lot of different business people, and you meet the heads of companies, and they all seem to have most of them seem to have that same it factor that big celebrities have. There's a star quality to people.
Absolutely.
It draws people to them.
Definitely, and that is learnable. That's what I'm hoping we can talk about today.
Really?
That you can learn it, absolutely. You can increase it. So the first thing is there's a myth I want to bust, and it's that we think that charismatic people are perfect. They're more attractive, they're smarter, they're better than. That is absolutely not the case. And so the first habit that charismatic people do is they embrace their imperfections. So this was done with a study by psychologist Richard Weissman, and he wanted to see, could vulnerability really make you more likable? So he had 2 actresses sell a blender in a mall. One actress had the perfect pitch. The other actress had the same pitch, but she spilled the smoothie from the blender all over the table. So the question is, who sold more blenders? Surprisingly, it was actress number 2, the one who spilled the smoothie.
Funny!
And not only that, but everyone in the audience rated her as more likable.
Because we can relate to her, because we're imperfect and okay.
Exactly. So when you're out, I don't want you to worry about being smarter or better than. What I want you to do is, if you're feeling uncomfortable, if you're feeling nervous, that actually bonds you to people. You can use those imperfections to connect with people.
I would imagine there's a balance to that, though. If you're constantly self-deprecating and you're constantly pointing out your own failings, after a while, you're just annoying.
Yes, and that brings me perfectly, exactly, and that brings me perfectly to point number 2, which is don't be a conversational narcissist. Because annoying people...
I hate those kind of people. Oh my God, I just don't like them. I don't like them at all. I think they kill the me factor.
No, they kill it. So what we found is that charismatic people have this skill. They have a mentality shift. When they go into interactions with people, all they focus on is how can they ask the most interesting questions, which is very different. They don't think about what they're going to say or how they're going to talk about themselves. They figure out, how can I get this person to tell me their story? So I challenge you, next time you go to a big event or a party, think about how can you get the person you're speaking with to tell you their story.
inside an open house, one of the very best ways to get them to tell your story, what are you looking for? That one sentence. You see, sometimes it's less about what you say and it's more about what you ask. And then listen as if it is a martial art and you're going to focus 1,000,000% on them. A couple of the things that she talks about here, I think, is absolutely even more relevant than some of the stuff that we talked about before, because this is where you are becoming memorable. This is where you're developing a relationship with them in such a way that they've just seen four other open houses agents, and you're the one that's going to stick out to them. That's important to you, and you should try to figure out in your own life or in your own practice, how do I become the most memorable real estate agent out there? And do you think being the most real estate the most memorable real estate agent has to do with your UVP or what questions you ask them?
I asked first, how does this house fit your needs?
I like that. Would you
And
guys like?
then that gives me feedback and I say, then what else are you looking for in your home search?
Well, Janice, that's almost exactly my script that I have that I'm going to share
Oh.
with you guys here in a second, which is excellent. You are right. I mean, almost exactly the same. I love it. That's very powerful. Christina.
Well, I try a little differently because I want to ask a few questions just that are more generic right to begin with, just to get to know them, see if I can find a common thread. Because I've always found that if you can find one common thread, which everyone has a common thread with everyone,
That's
if you
right.
can find that one common thread, you suddenly are you're tied together, you're bonded,
That's
and
where
you
the
can use
trust
that as
comes
a
from.
jump.
Yeah.
And you can use that as a jumping off point. So find that common thread, be conversational, get to know them a little bit before you dive into the business of things.
Yes,
That's me.
1,000,000%. Um, when you're having a conversation, there's always going to be pleasantries. You're always going to strike up a conversation. You've got the forward script in your back pocket, which we're going to talk about later, which will allow a conversation to continue moving forward. The questions you ask are more important sometimes than, the most interesting people, the reason they seem so interesting to people is because they say very little and they allow the person to say so much more. People don't have an opportunity to speak as much as they would like, and a lot of people don't feel heard. And when you're standing in front of a professional, someone you're going to hear, the ability for them to listen is the most important thing that they have. And we're going to talk about that in our mega script, because the mega script is we're going to get their information from them without us even asking, because we're going to do active listening. I'm going to show you exactly how it's done over and over and over again. The script that I've always used for open house, you can use the newfangled swift welcome in or hi guys, thanks for coming in. But I've always recognized them, invited them to look around, and let them know if they have questions to come to me. That's the first thing I do. Those three things in that order. Recognize them, thank them for coming, give them permission to look around, and let them know that I'm here to answer questions, because I know that they're not there to see me, they're there to see the house. And people want to see the house. They don't want to do all the rest of the stuff. They want to come in, and giving them permission to see the house and welcoming them in is important. So, hi guys, thanks for coming in. Take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. I always say that over and over and over again. Then they come to me and I ask the one important question. What do you think? It is a very simple, very open-ended question, and it doesn't assume they like it. I'm not asking you know, uh, anything positive or negative, and they can go any direction they want. So I'm not making an assumption that they like it or don't. I just say, what do you think? I need the most generic question to get them talking. And they start usually telling me whether what doesn't fit. Well, we were really looking for a 4 bedroom, and we were seeing if the office was going to fit, and we were just wanted to check out to see, how big was the closet, because we couldn't tell. Kind of that kind of thing. Got it. So you're looking for a 4 bedroom. Yes. What are you looking for? Is the very next question. And then they tell you the rest. They told you how this home doesn't fit, and they tell you the rest, and I just listen. And I'm looking for the 5 things: area, number of stories, square feet, bedrooms, and max price. If I have those pieces of information from them at the open house, I have enough information to do a search in the MLS and find the properties that I'm looking for. Those are the 5 things I need. I really don't need anything more than that. Just those 5 things, and yes, they're on a slide coming up, and yes, they're written down. In the open house, one of the very best ways is keeping their shields down. In the entire class that we have coming up, buyer and seller presentations, the entire class is about, even from before they met you, from the time they saw the sign to the time they saw the ad on the internet to all the way to the very beginning, we're already thinking about having to keep their shields down. So they get in front of the property and the signs are up and they're walking to the front door and they know that there's an open house today. It wasn't canceled and the seller's going to open the door grumpy, which happens sometimes. That they get to the front of the property and there is no question there's a party going on there today. The flags are out. The welcome, please come in sign is out. There's a little 3x5 card over the doorbell that says, please come in, open the door, smell cookies, step inside the house, and hi guys, thanks for coming. Come on in, take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. Invite them to look around, and then they're going to come back around you, and then it's just a question. What do you think? And then what are you looking for? We're going to dig deeper into that, but this video here, this is how to make you more memorable. And I think what questions we ask and using the Ford script, I think that goes a long way in them remembering you, but also being the agent that welcomed, gave them the freedom to look around so they didn't feel like they were so confronted. And then they had the ability to speak, and then they shared with us all what they're looking for. And then after they were done, I've learned the conversation goes something like this. Well, we were really looking for a 4th bedroom. We were just going to see if the media room's going to work, or the office was going to work. Got it. So you're looking for a 4 bedroom? Yes. Got it. So what are you looking for? Well, we're looking for, and then they tell me some other things. So does a number of stories matter to you? No, no. I said, so the 2-story or a single story? Have this conversation. At the end, so it looks like you're looking for a 4 bedroom within about 3 miles from Dell, and max price is 600. Is that what you said? That is, and you go and you repeat the 5 things to them, and you listened like it was a martial art, and then they stop for a moment and like, yeah, that's exactly what we're looking for. What you've done in that moment is that you've proved you've proved that you were listening in such a way that it was a martial art. You took in that information and then you fed it back to them, and now the result is they like you, they trust you more. But the most important thing they walk away with is, we have all worked with salespeople who we tell them something and then we tell them again and we tell them again. And each time we tell them the same thing, it's like the first time we told them. And this time they are remembering, or we're remembering. We repeated back to them without them even realizing it, and you will take them off guard. And they are going to look at you as like, wow, there is something different going on here. This is a whole different class of professional. I've not yet experienced this. And they're going to be impressed by you, and they're going to remember you. And in this video, there's a couple of other things I want to tag on to.
Questions can you ask that are just going to pry out their most interesting aspects of themselves?
Well, it's not going to be, what do you do?
Right. It's not going to be what you do. It's going to be, what are your personal passion projects?
Right.
It's going to be, what was the most exciting thing that happened to you today?
Here's what somebody asked once in a group I was in: who's the most interesting person you ever met?
Oh,
Love
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's actually what we did in our study. Is we asked people, who is the most charismatic person you know? And then we started to look for patterns in those charismatic people. So I love that. And you can even say, I watched this awesome segment
I have
West on
another
charismatic
member
people. Who
number.
do you know who's charismatic? What do you think makes someone charismatic?
Because somebody
So once you
accidentally
start
created a
asking
new
these
one for me
questions,
when I
it's
moved to
very
another
important.
state
This
and
is
got
habit number
licensed.
3, is to gush, don't gossip. So the old saying that we have 2 ears and
Okay, that was a test question. Did anybody catch what she said?
Yes, article number 15.
Gosh, don't
Guys,
gossip.
don't gossip. Yes.
Yep, we're gonna
2
do it one
ears,
more.
1 mouth. Listen before you speak.
Start asking these questions. It's very important. This is habit number 3, is to gush, don't gossip.
Your part of the code of ethics says that we're not going to speak ill of our fellow real estate agents, or at least say things that aren't true. There's this concept of spontaneous trait transference that's very, very important. She's going to explain it here better than I could.
So the old saying that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we should be listening.
Listening more, right?
Yeah, listening more than we're speaking. And what's important about this is something called the spontaneous trait transference. Forgive me for this scientific term, but what this is they found that when you speak ill of someone, people cannot help but associate those negative traits to you as well as the person you're talking about. We cannot help it. So for example, if I were to say, ugh, she's so mean, I don't like her, she's awful. Mean and awful actually stick to me just as much as her.
Really?
Yes.
Is that true? Is that true even if the people who are listening don't know the other person?
Even then.
Even if they know or don't know.
Know
it doesn't
or
matter.
don't know.
Interesting.
If you mention those adjectives, people just cannot help but associate that to you. So what you're better off doing is find genuine ways to gush about people. And it has to be genuine. So I did this just the other night. My friend Carrie came up. I was talking to a group of people. I said, oh, this is my friend Carrie. She's a fierce, feisty female entrepreneur. Everything she does is pretty awesome. Because I genuinely love Carrie, so I was able to introduce her. So when someone comes into a group and you're introducing someone, take that opportunity to genuinely gush about them. That's a great way to share.
You know, my uncle is like that.
All right. So the idea here, the most important thing, is when you get a referral and you're talking to the referee, gush about the person who referred. Talk good and kind about people, because they're going to think good and kind things about you. You talk bad things about people, you're the one that said the bad things. So it's you. You're the one that said those things. So they associate those words with you, not the other person. Maybe now both, but essentially you. And now your reputation is along those things that you have nothing to do with, but because you said those words, now that's part of you. And you don't want that in your profession. You're never going to talk bad about another real estate agent. You're going to be positive in everything you can do, and gush, don't gossip, and never throw someone under the bus, because when you throw someone under the bus, you're actually the one who's writing that negative thing all the way to the grave, because they're never going to forget that. People remember the negative things you say more than they remember the positive things you say. So they remember the negative things that you say, but they also remember the positive things, the way you make them feel. So it's interesting. Positively, they remember the feelings. Negatively, they remember the words. And they remember the words and associate the words to you. So the most important thing that you can do as a professional for your reputation is to never talk bad about anyone, because you're destroying your own reputation in that moment. What do you think about that?
100%. 100%.
So as a salesperson who is the face of your company, then what you post on Facebook matters. What you say to people matter, the positivity that you have. So this whole grateful, thankful, it's not just that, it's living that mantra truthfully, 100%, without question. So what we say, how we say it, how we prepare, being prepared for our scripts, all of it, all of this matters. So remember, gush, don't gossip. There's the I guess I didn't get that far in the video.
We welcome back.
Brings me perfectly to point number 2, which is don't be a conversational. They figure out, how can I get this person to tell?
Who's the most interesting person you ever met?
The old saying that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we should be listening.
Listening more, right?
Yeah, listening more than we're speaking. And what's important about this is something called the spontaneous trait transference. Forgive me for this scientific term, but what this is they found that when you speak ill of someone, people cannot help but associate those negative traits to you as well as the person you're talking about. We cannot help it. So for example, if I were to say, ugh, she's so mean, I don't like her, she's awful. mean and awful actually stick to me just as much as her.
Really?
Yes.
Is that true?
Interesting.
Is that true even if the people who are listening don't know the other person?
Even then.
Even if they know or don't know. It
Know
doesn't
or
matter.
don't know. If you mention those adjectives, people just cannot help but associate that to you. So what you're better off doing is find genuine ways to gush about people. And it has to be genuine. So I did this just the other night. My friend Carrie came up. I was talking to a group of people. I said, oh, this is my friend Carrie. She's a fierce, feisty female entrepreneur. Everything she does is pretty awesome. Because I genuinely love Carrie, so I was able to introduce her. So when someone comes into a group and you're introducing someone, take that opportunity to genuinely gush about them. That's a great way to share.
You know, my uncle is like that, and he's fairly charismatic, but he always sees the positive in some people, and it's amazing. And it's never negative first. It's always something nice,
and that translates onto him. It's like a halo effect.
Yeah, interesting.
So I had to have two last body language tips.
Okay.
You know I love talking about body language. So the first one is showing your hands. Our hands are our trust indicators. Women are often taught to put their hands underneath the table in their lap. That's polite. Actually, you're much better off keeping them above the table, because studies show that when someone can see your hands, they rate you as more trustworthy, which is exactly what charismatic people do.
And use your hands when you're talking?
Use your hands when you're talking. No jazz hands.
Okay.
Right? No jazz
No,
hands.
but
keeping them visible. Don't tuck them into your purse. Don't put them behind your back when you're talking. As much as possible, just keeping them
crossing
visible.
your arms,
no,
no.
not allowed.
So keep
Not
them
allowed.
keep them
Keep them out and
even if they're
visible.
just together.
And what about looking into someone's eyes?
That's my last tip, and that's the most important. Eye contact is great. That's half the story. I want you to try deep gazing. That's noticing someone's eye color, and the reason for that is because they've found that when you do that, it releases.
This doesn't get creepy.
It's a little bit creepy, but just briefly, Dave. Briefly.
Okay.
Remember, no extremes.
Got it. All
yeah,
right.
just a little bit of deep gazing, and that builds that connection.
Keep eye contact. That's important.
Eye contact, and don't overhead gaze to see who's better to talk to.
Yeah, well, that's a hard to break. All right.
All right, so as she says in another one of her videos, notice the eye color, count to 2, and then blink your eyes once. All right, so there's the other side of it, which is the halo effect. Talking negative about someone is the spontaneous trait transference. It brings negative on you, but the halo effect is exactly the opposite. When you gush about someone, then actually those positive things that you're talking about them also stick with you, and it makes people like you more. So your reputation depends on being a professional, and professionals don't talk about other professionals. So be a voice for good. The world needs more role models. The world needs more kindness. Be kind, be a role model, be a voice for good. All right, it is time for, no, it's not time for a break yet. Which one is this? This is our last action.
So our all-around winners.
Okay. All right. So I think this might be the first video that we are seeing.
So our all-around winners are doing 3 things exceptionally well that we strongly recommend you take action on. Number 1 is that they've optimized and they're utilizing their YouTube channel.
Okay, yeah, that's not the one. Okay, so we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. When we get back from our break, we've got 2 more videos to watch, and then you guys are going to actually go into breakout sessions, and we're going to grab the first set of scripts, and you're going to role play in scripts. So you're going to be in groups of 3, and you're going to rotate in these scripts. You're going to do it 3 times. We're going to come back. We're going to put you back in those same groups with different people and shuffle, and then you're going to practice the scripts again. So I will see you back at 4. Let's come back at 4:05.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need ya? Here where we need ya. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are going to weave through a couple of different conversations as we finish out our day together. We're going to talk about what is happening in the middle class. We're going to talk about some scripts. We're going to talk about objection handling, which is a perfect way to round out our day. Who are the very best objection handlers of all time naturally?
Children.
Yeah, 1,000%. When faced with no, how do they approach that?
Why?
What are some other things they say?
Why not? How come?
Okay. All right. So, were they trained on how to do this?
I would say, please explain why.
Were the kids trained on how to be good objection handlers?
No.
No.
Natural.
This was an innate natural thing.
Yeah.
So when the answer no is between the kid and the cookie, then this natural objection handler comes out who doesn't understand this no thing, and they start digging deep into it because I want the cookie. You're telling me no, the cookie's right there. Explain this to me because this makes no sense. I want it. There it is. Why can't I have it? Right? So, what do most parents do to the kids? How do they respond?
Because I said so.
Okay, because I said so. What are some other things we may have heard in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and now into the new generations?
It's too close to dinner.
Okay, too close to dinner.
Or you'll spoil your dinner.
You'll spoil your dinner.
Or you don't understand, but just believe me.
Do you think that at some point, um, you know, it doesn't matter, none of your business why? Stop asking questions. I said no. No means no. Do you think this innate objection handler that we have innate in us, do you think that it has a purpose?
Yes.
And do you think that we as a society are turning our adults into people who no longer can objection handle because it was stripped from us by how we were raised and how we grew up? Children are incredibly good objection handlers and they are relentless and they become very effective problem solvers when faced with no. How come? Because why? Why not? Children are masterful at objection handling and again, relentless at it. It gives them the ability to fix it. Over time, we lose this as we get older because it was pulled out of us. But being an expert salesperson means reconnecting with that inquisitive kid that you once were. Do you remember that kid? Do you remember that person inside you that was an expert objection handler? Anyone have a story you might want to share? Usually we have a couple of stories about things that you can remember as
I
a
have
kid.
one that I think is kind of like a thing that I noticed, like being my age and raising two kids. It may sound stupid, but like as a kid, like I used to always dress my daughter. But it to me, looking back, I feel like I robbed her of letting her create her own identity.
Okay.
It sounds crazy, but like she'll even to this day, like she just walked out and she's like, "Do I look okay?" And I'm like, "Who cares what anyone else thinks? Do you think you look okay?" Like trying because you got to learn to be confident in yourself as a person and not seek outside validation. So it's just from picking an outfit. I just think that.
I and kind of where I'm going with this is, do you remember a time where you were told no and you were not going to let it go? I've got a story. I'll
Oh
share
yeah,
with
I have
you
tons
guys.
of those.
Of that innate child in you that you wanted something and you were just bent on doing it, and a story. Christina.
Well, you just added to it, and I don't know if this is really a no, but this is a child coming up with a solution to a problem when told no. Is that okay?
I like it. Exactly right.
Okay, all right. Well, and it's going to be kind of a sappy one, but because it's the one that always made my mama cry when they tell me the story. But I was adopted, and I was a little older when I was adopted. It was a year and a half. And they had me, I don't know, a week or two, a couple weeks, something like that. And they told me no on something. And I was so accustomed to changing homes, whatever, for whatever reason, foster homes. I was sitting in the back seat and I apparently I leaned up in between my mom and my dad because, seat belts weren't a thing, car seats weren't a thing. And I said, well, I guess it's time for me to be moving on then. And it was just, I was going to move on to the next hot house because that's what I was used to doing. Now, of
Aw.
course, my mother tells the story that they'd been pulled over and turned around and told me exactly that I was going nowhere. But that's, yeah, I was just going to solve that problem.
100. Okay. Thank you for sharing. That was actually a little bit of a tearjerker story. Okay. So here is a very fun, cute, just anecdotal kids being good objection handlers and maybe schooling the adults on it. Here's a quick video.
Dad, can I have some ice cream?
No, buddy, it's almost time for bed.
Don't let this happen to you. I'm gonna teach you how to get what you want from your parents. Let's do that again. Dad, I really missed you today. Can we share a bowl of ice cream and talk about our day?
Sure, buddy.
Yes! You gotta figure out what's important to your parents. For Dad, it's quality time. And for Mom, it's something else. Mom, can I play my video game?
Honey, you already played your video game today.
Let's do that again. Mama, can I do that for you so you can take a nap? That is so sweet of you. Yes, thank you, honey. Thank you. I love you. And when I'm done, I'll quietly play my video game. Just because it works for me doesn't mean it's gonna work for you. You gotta figure it out yourself. Got it? Got it. Go get it. Hey, Dad, wanna play with fire?
What?
Beginners.
All right, so here we are. Objection handling.
They're the
We
best.
we have to understand that objection is in fact not a rejection. It is a no, and it's not always a no. So, how many people think an objection means no? How many don't think an objection is a no? It's a very good, smart group. An objection is not, in fact, a no. It's a piece of information where they've shared with you their fears. And what an incredible thing, because they've entrusted you with their objection in the first place. And the more information that you learn about that, the more that you can engage the professional services in you to help them through this irrational fear that they have about buying homes. Because, hello, there is never a wrong time to buy. There's maybe a wrong time to sell, but there's never a wrong time to buy. And right now, it is the time to buy. So we're going to share the good news. Now, we don't push people into buying. We don't push people into selling. That's not what this is about. But, you know, I hear a lot of people with an objection like, I'm just waiting for the rates to go down before I buy. Now, is that a smart decision?
Very bad.
So, as an example, and I've used this example a couple of times before, with the rates going down, it actually puts, when the rates go up, it puts downward pressure on home prices. And as you're pushing the downward pressure on home prices, then that means that they get to buy the house for a little bit less. Excuse me. They get to buy the house for a little bit less, and more inventory on the market because there's more inventory there. They're going to be able to negotiate closing costs. They're going to be able to negotiate all kinds of things. It's going to help them with buying today. Now, the rates might be a little bit more expensive, but are the rates permanent?
No.
You are not married to the rates.
So what is the script we use for that? Some of you use the script.
Yeah.
Marry the house, date the rate.
That's exactly right. Because the rate is temporary. You see, the entire mortgage is an instrument that's going to allow you to purchase a house with someone else's money and pay it off over time. And a lot of that interest is tax deductible in the first place. And so if the rates are a little bit more, it means you're going to have better choices. It means the house price is going to be a little bit less. Are you ever going to be able to refi the purchase price of your home? No, you can't. What you buy, that's the price that you bought it for.
That's right.
But you can certainly refinance the rate later. So that's just one of many examples of this idea about objection handling and getting them over an objection. The more they share with you about what their fear is, the more you can share with them how to overcome that fear, and maybe show them a side of it that they hadn't considered before, an educated side, not from someone trying to sell them a home, but from someone who can help guide them through the path that's going to help hurt them. Because every person that I have ever known in real estate who said that they wanted to wait and did, waited to pay more.
100%. And I think that I'm actually teaching buyers that have been with me for some time, bought the house over 10 years ago, 5 years ago, to encourage them to buy another one now, so that when the market will come into, say, double itself, or 5 years from now, it did the equity that they were expecting, they can sell one, double of what they bought. Now they can buy two properties 2 years after when the price go down, which is what happened to us like 2, 3 years ago. The people who sold the houses back then, at the time that it was at peak, they sold one house and they
Hey,
had to buy
Eden,
another house with the same.
just an example of a script. I don't want to get too deep into that well house, because I know we're gonna use a couple of scripts and we're gonna get all passionate about it. But I agree with you. Okay, so objection handling. I want us to look at something that would be a fear, get as much information about that, and then share it back with them. Now, there is a process. There's a group called Core Coaching, that teaches on this. And Core is a very cool group. They've been coaching for many years. The Core creator is a guy named Rick Ruby. They coach not only real estate agents but lenders, and a lot of lenders will bring in an agent and take them to Core. Core usually has their conferences in Dallas, and I've been to Core coaching many, many times, and it's really phenomenal. There's a couple of agents in the company that are coaching with them right now. Diana Scarga is actually one of them, and she's been coaching by Core, and she's really enjoying them. So the assumptive close is one that we've talked about before. I use that in our open house scripts, setting the appointment. In this case, the 5 yeses in a row. Has anyone heard the 5 yeses in a row concept? Having a conversation with someone, and the conversation ends up going where there's 5 yeses in a row, and those 5 yeses lead them. If the client says yes to you 5 times in a row based on a conversation that you're happening, then they're on board with you, and something happens where it turns into an us. They feel like it's an us against the world kind of thing. And when your clients with you, or your prospective clients with you, in that kind of an environment where you're talking with them and you ask them 5 questions and the answer is yes 5 times in a row, it becomes an us versus them thing. And it's almost like they've hired you, or they want to hire you, or they already like you, and we're sort of in the same thing together. So in a situation where you're at the open house and you've had this dialogue and you've listened as a martial art, and they've gotten back to you, and then you've asked, what are you looking for? And, well, first, what do you think? And then, what are you looking for? And they share all this information with you. So you're looking for a single story, and they shake their head yes. In Round Rock, and they shake their head yes. 3 beds and 2 baths is what you said, right? And they say, uh-huh, under 400, yep, and with a through-car garage. They're like, exactly right. That fifth one is this masterful thing that turns it into an us. That is when you're at an open house. I want you guys to practice this. And by the way, if they don't tell you one of the things, you can simply ask them. So if it's, I'm going to use this example. Who here thinks that they have the best script for asking someone what their highest price they'll pay is? How do you approach that? I've got a good one, and it works really, really well. I'm curious what you're using. Because if you want to set up a client gateway for someone and start sending them on listings, you need to know where to cap it, don't you?
Yeah.
And when you ask them that, do you think that most of the time they think that you're negotiating with them and they want to give you a lower number because they think somehow that if they tell you a lower number that somehow that they're going to buy a home less than that's a psychological thing. So how do you ask them the real
Yeah.
number so that you can actually send them listings that are actually relevant to what they're looking for?
I want to hear yours, but one thing I do, because I also want to see if they're pre-approved.
Yeah.
I may ask, what amount has your lender approved you for? And they'll give me a number. And then I will say, are you comfortable spending that much? Or, would you do you have a different number in mind or something like that?
Okay, thank you, Miriam. Jeanette.
I'm right with Miriam. I usually ask about the lending department if they've been pre-qualified and have they talked to a lender.
Okay. Denise.
I've asked about the lender as well, the same as the other ladies. And if they don't give me a number and they haven't been to a lender, then I ask them what monthly mortgage payment that they'd be comfortable with, and then I break out my key title palm agent and I show them the tool and give them a ballpark and tell them based on your monthly there's this estimate, but you really need a lender to so I know exactly what the line in the sand is so I don't cross this because I don't want to show you something beyond. I don't want to show you the chandelier when we're really speaking about a light bulb.
So do you think that that falls under brokerage services?
No.
So if that
Oh,
falls under brokerage,
Because we're speaking at more length about showing them a property in a specific price range with specific criteria like these in the 5 questions.
yeah. Okay. So I stay out of that lane personally. I don't try to reverse engineer purchase price into I
Okay.
stay out of that lane completely um just personally. But okay, I hear you loud and clear. Indu, Tara, and then I'm curious if anybody else has any really good ways of asking the client what their what their high-end price is.
I would first of all start showing homes. Oh, sorry, it was Tara. Okay, so
Indu,
I would
Tara,
first, yeah. Okay. So I would first and only start showing them home after the lender has told that yes, this is the pre-approval for them, or this is the amount
Indu,
that
you're
they
at
will
an
look
open
on the.
house.
Okay.
You're at an open house. They walked in, and you're setting up a
Mhm.
client gateway for them.
Okay, so yeah, absolutely. So I will ask them the question, the lender question, but I will not tell them, uh, I will sure tell them to get them pre-approved. But then also I will tell them, at what price would they be comfortable losing this house? What price would they price it comfortably and not feel bad when they lose it?
Okay. Thank you, Indu. Christina.
I like to ask them what their ideal price range is. I want them to give me that price range, and
Yeah.
then I'll let them know that, okay, we'll give it today's market. Are you comfortable with me upping that just a little bit, knowing that I can negotiate that lower? I don't want to send you homes that are out of your price point. However, I do believe that we will be able to get that closer into that range as long as that range you gave me. Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna love my script, Christina.
Okay.
Isolette, I saw your hand pop up.
No, sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. So I want to step back again for a moment. Remember, we have to compartmentalize the idea of we're going to get into the entire script of we're at the open house. We're going to find out, we're going to try to qualify this person to see if they're a seller's client because we're not going to try to sell them something else. We're going to do all of that. And there's going to be a point in which we realize that this is not a contender for them. Then we're going to take them down the list and find out what they're looking for and then put them in a client gateway. And the reason that we're trying to put them in a client gateway in the MLS is because when they walk out the door, we're going to say them, hey, you can mark these favorite, possibility, or reject. I can see how you're marketing them on my side. The ones that you want to see, let me know and I will show them to you. And then I'm going to call them, or if I don't have their email address, which most of the time I will have their phone number, then I send them an email and send them an RPR report for every single one of them that they favorite. This is the thing. We are trying to set an appointment outside the open house because you're not going to convert them at the open house. You're never going to convert them at the open house. You can have a 30-minute conversation with them. You really can. And likely, you're and even if you think you converted them at the open house, you didn't. But what you likely did was set an appointment and you met them somewhere else and then you hired them somewhere else. And that is actually where the conversion happened, is setting the appointment and meeting them somewhere else. But the truth is, in all the studies, is that at the open house, someone can decide that they like you, but they're not going to agree that they're working with you until they set an appointment and agree to meet you somewhere. So the very best thing to do is use that opportunity to send them listings that's relevant to them, stay in touch with them, and try to meet them in a property or offer them a buyer orientation. My script for the price is always this. What is your max price? Because I don't want to hide anything from you. And the light bulb goes on immediately. And they're like, oh, right, because it's going to hide any listings that are higher than that. You're not going to be able to see them. Doesn't mean you have to spend that much, but at least it's not being hidden from you. What is that number? And then they freely give me that number because it's not about their qualification. It's not about spending money. It's not about negotiation. It's about this simple thing. I don't want to hide any data from you. And anything over that amount is going to be hidden. And the light bulb goes on. Oh, you're not negotiating with me right now. You're going to hide data from me and I'm not going to be able to see it. That is the one that I've been using for a really long time and it works very, very well. This is a test question. I throw it in here just because it's a test question. This objection and scripts kind of go together, and our scripts are memorized and repeated in verbatim. Sometimes people think that a script is a concept, and conceptually they can get the concept of it and it's okay. My recommendation is that the script is the script and you memorize it verbatim. That way you can repeat it to everyone and you're not worried about the words or trying to explain a concept which might come out differently every time, but it is a script that you have internalized. You can change the script and you can put it in words yourself, but when you do it, memorize it and use that script every single time because a script, by its very definition, is a set of words that are memorized and repeated verbatim in response to an objection. And I want you guys to really put some thought into memorizing at least 4 of these scripts that are super powerful. Scripts training, what we have as part of our script training module, which Gavin is going to get involved with that as well, is prospecting, knowing your scripts. Prospecting is calling them quickly. Prospecting is when you're at the open house and having conversations with them and they like a property, sending them an RPR report, you're still prospecting. Meet at a property with an IABS, you're still prospecting. But the conversion happens when they sign your representation agreement and then the close and the follow-up. And I think people, they get confused between what prospecting is and what converting is. And they're at an open house and they start providing services that goes far beyond what you can give a customer, and they start treating them like a client long before the representation agreement is signed. And so the very best way, you know that they're looking for property. We're going to try to get them in a search portal, which is perfectly okay. Send them data and then meet them at a property or invite them to come in at a buyer orientation. That's how it's happening right now. Most of the buyers that you're going to get probably are going to be a sign call from a listing, a sign call from another agent's listing in-house, or a Zillow call about a listing. But think about it. Most of the leads that you get from alternate sources are one of three buckets. You bought a lead from somewhere, one of your spheres responded to you, or you got a call regarding a listing. How much of your business in 2025 came from someone wanting you to meet them at a property or had a question about a property already, and that was the subject of your meeting? Isolet, how much was of your business last year?
Where it was really someone that I didn't know very well.
Yep.
I was kind of fortunate. I would say probably 30 to 40% of my business. But I think it's because of I think I was carrying 22 listings at the max.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Is that the listing is the carrot that brings in the buyer. If you want buyers, get listings, because you'll get, the more listings you have, the more buyers you're going to attract. So then we're going to meet those buyers at the property. We're going to have conversations with them, and then we're going to find out what they're looking for. And then either we're going to refer them to somebody else because it's our listing, or we're going to set an orientation with them, or we're going to get them in the client gateway and start sending them relevant listings. Those are really the paths forward here in order to get them on the right track. Once you have a representation agreement, then we're getting them with the lender. We're trying to then fine tune the price to make sure we're looking in the right price range. But we have to always remember the difference between prospecting and converting. And it needs to be two different appointments. And if you find yourself at a first meeting, an open house, or they asked you to meet somewhere, even if they've asked you to meet at 123 Main Street, they didn't agree to meet you. They went to see the property. They met you there. They didn't go there to meet you. They went there to go to the property, and you were the one that met them there. That's different than them scheduling an appointment with you separately and you take them somewhere. It is that second appointment that always where the conversion happens. And there's a 90% chance of being hired on those second appointments. But if you try to take that first meeting and convert them into someone right then there on that spot without setting the appointment, it almost always lands in not a conversion. And so set the appointment either to meet them at a coffee shop, meet them at the office, meet them somewhere, and try to set the appointment. That is the difference between prospecting and setting the appointment and going out there and hiring them. As a salesperson, you need to separate those things in your head, and you need to separate them as early in your career as possible, because 90% of what you should be doing is appointment setting all the time. You work by your calendar, you set an appointment, you add an item to the appointment, and you go and meet them. Before you're going to meet them, after I set the appointment, if I'm in an open house and I set an appointment, when I leave the open house, I'm sending them text messages and I let them know that I've got the appointment on my calendar and I'm looking forward to seeing them 2 o'clock tomorrow. And then about 10 o'clock in the morning, looking forward to seeing you today. So I'm following up before I leave at the end of the day, letting them know that I intend to meet them like promised. And then somewhere in that morning, I'm going to send them a message letting them know that I'm going to meet them as promised. But if you set the appointment at the open house and then you just show up at the property the next day, what propensity of time do you think that they're actually going to show up?
Maybe 20%.
Maybe 20%. You're exactly right. It's very, very low because they think, oh, they didn't even call me. How do I know they're even going to show up? They didn't even call me because in their mind, we didn't even call them. And in fact, I had an agent in my office recently too, in fact, with those exact same things happened, had an open house or met a client, set an appointment, and then they never called to confirm the night or the next morning, and then they didn't show up. And that is like rookie number 101 mistake. We're going to make sure that we over communicate to keep letting them know that you're taking them serious, that you're on the job, that you're interested in this, and that you're going to meet them, and take away any idea in their brain that you might not show up. This is, again, clearly in the conversion port of getting them to sign your representation agreement, getting hired. We're talking about selling 84 homes. This means that you've got to do a lot of things differently. in order to sell at that level because we're trying to get $1 million a year in real estate, which means we have to have a much higher conversion rate. We need to be about very purposeful in every single one of these interactions because the purposefulness in the interaction is going to get the results that we're looking for by making sure that on any step where there could be possible breakage, that we smooth that out and make sure that we lose, that we have as few breakage in every step from the process, from the time we've met them all the way until the time we meet them again and then get the representation agreement. And then when we get the representation agreement, we're going to continue to outpace them all the way through the transaction by feeding them information before they thought to even ask about it. Some people like buyer orientations. Some buyers like them. I love it when my clients take me up on the buyer orientation. That makes me happy because I really enjoy doing them. But some people just simply don't want to do them. There is a video we're going to watch here in a minute with Tom Ferry, and he has a statement. He says, all the money is in tech-enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up. All the money. He says that exact words in exact order with that exact inflection on a stage in front of 1,000 people. When we are in our systems here, all the money is in tech-enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up. It means no more memory. We can't have these people, I'll give you a quick story. I once had a lunch appointment with one of our agents. I often will go on Fridays to take an agent to lunch, either that or one of my past clients. And I always like to drive. That's something that everyone knows about me. I don't do well as passenger. I am driver, always, always have been. Years will go by where I'm not a passenger in the car unless I'm on a trip somewhere, and even then I'm trying to figure out how to rent a car. And so in this case, the agent's like, no, jump in with me. And I was like, okay. So I got an agent's car, which is very rare, probably once in the last time that's ever happened. And I was looking around their car and I saw all kinds of mail, right? Out of their post office box, little, all over the car, just mail letters everywhere. And just about every single one of them had scribbles on them and phone numbers. And as we're driving to lunch, my brain put it all together and I saw it happening in real time. I said, is this your database? Is that what's going on? Are you literally driving down the street, scribbling phone numbers on the back of your mail, and this is your database? And it was 100% accurate. That was their database. When they're driving around, they're making phone calls, or people are calling them, and they're scribbling numbers on mail. That's not how this can work. All of the money is in systematic, scheduled follow-up, tech-enabled. The tech-enabled part is actually pretty important. So if it's not tech-enabled, okay, I'll relent. Fine. 3x5 cards in a box, everything in one place. Please don't lose it because there's no way to back it up, right? But at least everything is in one place and you can just put it from the front to the back and you have your own rotation thing going on. Push that aside. Let's use the database. We're in 2025. We are going, one of the Boomtown studies, $3 million 4-year study on leads. This is a $3 million 5-year study on leads that Boomtown did. And they came to the discovery that it takes 6 calls to get a hold of a lead. 6 calls. How many of you can remember the last time that you registered for something and they sent you an email and scheduled an appointment for you to make a call or make an appointment with you? Whether it's, Adobe, some company, and you had to register on their website and they schedule an appointment. There's like a 10% chance that you're going to actually show up. Lisa and I, back in 2020, I was in the middle of teaching Mega, and her and I had decided that we have to get new vehicles, and we decided we were going to get a pair of matching Jeeps. We still have them today. And I knew where I was going to buy those Jeeps. I was going to buy them at Nile Maxwell. This is a very important concept, I think. I went to their website and I registered. And I was like, dang it, I should not have done that. Because 5 seconds later, my phone rang. Hi, Jack. This is Nancy over at Nile Maxwell. Thank you so much for registering on our website. We're very excited that you're interested in Nile Maxwell. Are you interested in a new or pre-used vehicle? Give me a call back. My number is blah, 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 and did the whole spiel. And relentlessly, she called me. Afternoon in the morning, afternoon in the morning, on repeat every day. I was in the middle of Mega and I did not have time in that moment to respond to her. But every single message was friendly and positive, and every single day she called me in the morning and the day in the morning and night. I didn't answer the phone because I knew what would happen if I answered the phone. Well, just come on down here today. No, just come on down. And they were going to pressure me. Do you ever feel that pressure on the phone? Your buyers are feeling the same thing. Sometimes they're going to Zillow, there's a property they like, they click that button, and you get the lead, and they are feeling the same pressure that I felt. And the thing is that I was listening to these voicemails. It wasn't that I was, dodging them and not getting the voicemails. How many real estate agents call a second time? 30%. About 50% of agents, I think the actual statistic is 60% of agents call the first time, and 30% of agents call a second time, and then that's it. A third call doesn't exist. It takes 6 calls to get in touch with them. The sixth call, there's now a 90% chance of getting a hold of them. So what does that tell you then in your lead generation and when you get a lead? What should you do?
Takes close.
You have
Yeah.
you have to follow up consistently.
How many times are you going to follow up with them knowing?
As much as I can.
Marlene.
Takes calls.
6 times.
Six
Yeah. times.
Exactly right. No less than 6 times. So when we created the Realty Texas action plans that are in our database, that's exactly what we do. Is we follow up with them morning, afternoon, morning, afternoon, morning, afternoon, and we actually have a set of action plans where we call them 9 times. And every single one follows the last one before it. Hey Tom, this is Jack Stapleton over at Realty Texas. Thank you so much for registering on our website. Looks like you were interested in 123 Main Street. Looks like you're away from the phone. No problem. I'll give you a call this afternoon after my afternoon appointments. I'll talk to you then. Hi Tom, Jack Stapleton calling this afternoon. I called you this morning, let you know I'd call you this afternoon. Looks like you're still busy. No problem at all. Still trying to get your questions answered over for that property at 123 Main Street. I'll give you a call in the morning. Very simple. You made a promise and then you fulfilled the promise, which is important. You're going to call them in the morning and just keep doing that same cadence. After 9 calls, they have a 90% chance of you connecting with them. What do you think about that?
Really good.
Do any of you have a process in place to actually do that right now?
Yes, I do.
I do. I mean, that's how I've always worked. And that's what I tell my mentees too. Every time they make a call, I don't call that much, so I'm gonna have to practice that. But all my
Well, Mary-
mentees, I always tell them once they made a call, they need to set their next follow up immediately, and continue to follow up until they get hold of them.
So the Realty Texas CXM has a set of action plans that you can turn on your new pipeline, your intent to reach pipeline, and the next chance pipeline, which we're going to go over in next class, which is going to teach you what the Realty Texas pipelines are. So when a new lead comes into the new lead, we call them, and then either it's going to go into nurturing because we talked to them, or it's going to go to intent to reach pipeline, and then it's going to have a total of 9 phone calls in the intent to reach. And it's actually 6 calls in the intent to reach. And then it goes to the last chance where we call them 4 more times. But those two pipelines together have a total of 9 calls that we get a touch with them. And if by the 9th call, we never get in touch with them and it's a company lead, it lands into what's called our opportunity vault, and we continue calling them, and we have people converting them all the time. I share the story about the Jeeps because I knew I was going to buy a home from or I knew I was going to buy a Jeep from Nile Maxwell, but I was busy and I didn't have time in that moment, and so I was waiting to call them back when I did have the time. but they continued calling on a regular basis, and I was not offended by their calls. Now, there are people in our systems when we're calling in there and they call back and say, "Gosh, why are you guys calling so much?" How would you handle that script if someone said, "Why are you calling me so much?" How would you handle that? What would your script and response be? Remember, how you say it is more important than what you say sometimes. So, what would your script back to me be?
I want to make sure that you are taken care of.
If I'm working this hard just to get in touch with you, imagine how hard I'm going to work to help you find the perfect house. So, I mean, these are the types of scripts that Realtor.com and Zillow and all of these people throw at us. We've asked 20 calls a day, and that means that you're going to be calling your sphere calls. We've also asked you to come into the sales department. So there's a little bit of the sales department training going on in here. In order to get the 500,000 or the or $1 million annual income, you need to be getting in touch with 3 leads. That means to get 3 leads, you have to call 24 people to get 1 lead. That's 75 calls to get 3. Or call the people that you already know, and there's going to be a lot more leads. In fact, quite frankly, your entire database should give you 1 referral each every single year. You're going to call them 3 times. 2 out of the 3 times are not going to give you anything, but you're going to get a lot more referrals from the sphere that you have, especially when you introduce yourself. Let them know how important that is to you, that they're your village and that you need their help. You're going to get more leads that way. Working your database of 200 people is going to get you the 3 leads. And as you grow your sphere and call these people on a regular basis, more and more people are sending you more and more leads. You're working your farm, you're getting more and more leads. You've got listings and you're getting buyer leads. All of these leads have to be worked, have to be called, have to be nurtured. And as much as we would like to hire someone else to do that, we already learned in the Keller Williams book, it said that all of these things can be successfully delegated, but the number one can't be successfully delegated, which is lead generation and conversion into appointment. That is what our number one job description is. So as a real estate agent, getting all of these people that are reaching out to us about buying a home, they need to be in some kind of database somewhere where we can be tracking them and calling them and filling up our pipelines. So 3 leads a day, 6 leads a day. When leads come in, call within 20 seconds. All of that's going to help you, but you have to have a CRM. And this is exactly
lead generation is no longer the
what
issue.
he says.
Getting appointments, loving on your clients, and the follow-up is where all the money is. Regardless of the sources, there's one thing I know that you've got to do to add the million. So I want you to write this down. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
In your notes, this is going to be a long one. Get ready to write. All the money is in tech-enabled, scheduled, relentless, systematic follow-up. All the money.
All of the money today is in tech-enabled, systematic, scheduled, relentless follow-up. This is Tom Ferry, one of the greatest coaches of all time. All the money. This means, and he's going to throw in here in a minute, he's going to say this means no more memory, which means no more writing phone numbers on letters in your car.
All the money is in tech-enabled. Tech-enabled. Turn to your buddy and say, no more memory. Say it again.
No more memory.
No more like written down on a piece of paper in a yellow notepad. Gotta remember, where's my notepad? Where did I put it? Where are my leads? What's the first part? Tech-enabled. Second part, what is it? Scheduled. Write down 8 a.m. to 10, 4 p.m. to 6.
This entire 30-minute video I'm going to ask you to watch separately offline. There's a lot of really, really good nuggets here. But a top producing real estate salesperson has to have a system, has to have a database, has to have all their contacts in the database, and your ability to make $1 million a year, trust me, there is billions of dollars of commissions happening in the state of Texas. Trying to close 80 transactions a year, you're going to take that 80 and you're going to multiply it by 25. Really, that's how many people you need to surround yourself with in that 12-month period to make that happen. Well, now there are a lot of different audiences that you can
Loving on your clients,
use.
and the follow-up is where all the money is.
Hold on, Polly. Thank you. Okay. So the idea is we can farm, we can send out 8x8 campaigns in our farm. We can call our database, we can call leads. There's a lot of different places where we can get leads, but our own database and the people that we know have a much higher conversion rate than any other place, but it's just 24-1. All of the other places, just like he said, doesn't matter where the leads come from. Out the gate, he said all the sources. It doesn't matter where it comes from.
Lead generation is no longer the issue. Getting appointments, loving on your clients, and the follow-up is where all the money is. Regardless of the sources.
Regardless of the sources. It doesn't matter where the source was. All of your contacts need to be in the CRM. The CRM action plans need to be turned on, and the CRM needs to do its job, which is to keep you organized. Once you're organized in your CRM, the CRM is going to remind you when to call, which means you have to have the personal business practice in time management to have your time blocked morning schedule of your power hour to get into your CRM and to log in and to push the call button and to make the calls. And when you make the calls, it pops up a screen and what the script should be, and just have a conversation with them and continue doing that. And yes, we have an automatic voicemail drop that you can do in all the bills and all the whistles, or you can leave your own voicemail. But all of the money is in that. And when again, sitting at home, nice cup of coffee, comfy chair, making your outbound calls for that 3-hour appointment. It's the most vital time of day that you have to support yourself in your career. Tom Ferry and all the coaches say the same thing. It is not unreasonable for a real estate agent to make $1 million in a 12-month segment. We have people doing it all the time. It's not possible for them to do it if they're not using a system, and if they don't have systems in place, and if they haven't remembered or taken their scripts. So, according to Tom Ferry, all the money, tech-enabled, systematic, relentless schedule, follow-up, it's in purple, and it is a test question. If you want consistent income, you must be consistent. When we're in the CXM and you get part of our sales department and you become, part of it, and you go into our weekly sales meetings, we listen to the calls for those people who convert. We are helping plan day, week, month, year, and operate with intention. Remember, you're helping people put a roof over their head, and that is a beautiful service to do. I'm going to talk to you about what I see people working from home, and this person named TK Dixon. How many of you have ever worked from home? Okay. For some of you, it works really well, but can you imagine that maybe it doesn't work out well for everyone? Here is this guy. I don't know really who this is. This was about 4 years ago, and I saw it and I imagined the real estate agent at home when I read this whole thing. So this was just a random Facebook post. And so I think that so many of you will be able to identify this. Imagine for a moment you're sitting at your desk at home and you're working. And he said, I have to be the most scatterbrained person in the world. I needed my phone charger. Went to my room to get it, noticed clothes on the floor. Halfway picked them up, then thought about an outfit I wanted to wear, picked that one out. Then thought about a bracelet, couldn't find it, so I wandered around, finally found it in a drawer by the kitchen. Saw dishes, so started doing them, then decided I was going to throw the laundry in, so I went back to my room, got the laundry together, went back through the kitchen, noticed another cup, put the laundry down, cleaned the cup, then heard an email come in. So I went back to my desk and started working. Had to make a couple of calls and I realized I still needed my charger. Can you see it happening firsthand? I can see the whole thing. I can see it vividly like it was happening in front of me. So when we're working from home, we must have goal integrity. We must have business integrity too. And we have to be able to compartmentalize dishes and UPS man ringing the doorbell and laundry and all of that. I mean, there are some blessings from working from home, but there's also this lack of separation. Now, in order to be a really good real estate agent, you really need to have your life organized. Most of the people who are producing at any level are waking up early, getting themselves in the right mindset, making sure they're staying on top of all of this because they really do have limited time. So, people living in this kind of chaos situation, the very first slide of today was you've got people who are living in chaos and you have people who are living in order. And the people who are living in order are doing so living by a calendar. And so the biggest takeaway that we must have is the importance of a database, the importance of preparing yourself for the phone calls and having yourself centered and ready and in all the ways, everything from the way you say hello to the script to understanding that an objection is simply information that you can assist them getting them over their fear to lead generation is a system in which you have to call them multiple times before you're going to get a hold of them. And if you want to make $1 million and you're doing lead generation and you call every single lead that you have twice, you're never going to get a return from the lead generation because you needed to have called them 7 more times in order for you to have an actual return on the leads that you got in the first place. And that's where a lot of people get this wrong. At the point where in Wednesday's class we're going to kind of turn a different direction, but number one rule of making money is that one of the very first megas that I taught, one of my agents did make a considerable amount of money that year coming out of Mega One and had a lot of debt, paid off all the debt, and then taxes came around and they didn't have any cash. I want to make sure that none of you find yourself in this situation. A lot of people get a real estate license, they've never been to business school, they don't know how to prepare themselves really. And so I'm covering all of the bases here. You should be taking 18% out of your check for taxes and saving 20% in the bank. 38% should come out of every single check and be stored away for taxes and for savings. The rest of it should be used for your business. That is a real estate tip and trick that real estate brokers and coaches have been teaching agents for decades, and it actually hasn't changed. 38% needs to be put away for every single check. That means 38% on a $12,000 commission, $2,400 is going in the savings, $2,100 is getting put away for taxes. Now, $4,500 gets put aside. $7,500 is available to play with. So these two are a total of $4,500. So $4,500 is getting put aside. $7,500 is in your checking as available money to market your business and the rest of it. Now let's talk about where we are with income in America and where we're headed with economies, because I think this is pretty important. 2021, the American higher wage earners by percent, 10% of Americans earn 175,000, 5% earn 350,000, 1% earn 825,000, and 1/10 of 1% earn $3.2 million. These numbers have tripled since 2010. Where 1% was 1 million. Now 1% is 825,000. This was a huge change in income. Look at what's happening to the middle class. The middle class income in the country is changing. By 2035, it is estimated that the middle class is not going to be dominant anymore. In 1971, the middle class made up 61% of America. In 2020, that number decreased by 11%. In 1971, the poverty class made up 25% of Americans. In 2020, that number increased by 4%. In 1971, the wealthy class made up 14% of Americans. That number increased by 7%. More people have become poorer, more people have become richer, and the middle class is shrinking. And what we're seeing over and over is that there's going to be a line between the poverty and extreme wealth coming into 2030, 2040. And right now, you're trying to build a practice of generational wealth that's going to take you and your family forward. And if you look at where you are right now in 2026, over these next 10 years, you're going to make a mental decision of which bucket you're going to land in. And it's a mental decision that you have to make right now of which road you're going to go on. Over the next 15 years, it is estimated that the current 29% of people living in poverty will double to 60%, and that the ultra rich will double from 21% to 40%, which is a complete collapse of the middle class. Change is coming for the middle class wage earners. Most real estate agents who are making $40,000 a year to $80,000 a year, which is your 95%, most of them are middle class. Both groups are going to double in size. So one thing is absolutely certain. There will be a guaranteed transition from middle class to poverty for those who do not have a plan, and there's a transition from middle class to ultra rich for those people who do have a plan. And this is what it actually looks like from the charts. Share of adults in U.S. middle class decreased considerably since 1971 from 2021, and the numbers now are even more drastic. The top 1% overtook the middle class in collective wealth in 2020. So this means that the top 1% has more wealth than the entire bottom 99%. Real estate, the upper 1%, controls 12.9% of real estate wealth in 2023, up from 8.1% in the start of 1990. The average home price has more than tripled in that time period. Over the long haul, real estate has always been the best hedge against inflation and the best long-term investment. That has not changed. It is still as true today as it ever has been before. Probably the safest place to put money is in real estate. Here's wealth. The top 1% of U.S. earners now have more wealth than the entire middle class share of all households. So there is your wealth across all people, and then the blue line is the top 1% earners, and that's where the line crossed, where your top 1% now has more wealth than the entire other groups. Knowing that middle class is shrinking and that the only remaining options are poverty or ultra rich, which one do you choose? And
Ultra rich.
how eye-opening is that? That the middle class is going to completely collapse by 2040. And here we are in 2026. And as a real estate agent, it takes a solid 5 years to build a practice of the which it's going to create multi-generational wealth for decades. It's not going to change. The people who have a plan, who operate their businesses like a business are going to continue doing well. And it's no different than right now. Do we not right now have 5% of the agents doing 95% of the income and 95% of the agents doing 5%? This is not going to change. It's going to compound. This is going to continue to compound. The top 5% is going to continue to make more and more, and the 95% who doesn't have a plan are going to continue on that same track. It's not going to change. Tomorrow you have your Mega Mini at noon with Lisa. She's got all kinds of things planned for you, so it's going to be a very good day, and I'm looking forward to it. Part of your homework is going to be starting to craft your unique value proposition. Put the words on paper. Once you internalize it and you get through the words, and then you're going to start really talking about getting in front of the mirror and practicing your body movements, and your inflection, your hand gestures, all of that stuff to put the whole thing together so you don't end up looking like John at an open house or at, a chamber meeting or something like that. And then this weekend, which Lisa's going to talk to you about a little bit tomorrow, we have a grand open house weekend where we're going to be showing you how to do an open house the way that we've always done them, which generates about 5 times more traffic than the average open house because how we plan those open houses. And then your other homework assignment is to reach out to Gavin in our ISA department and schedule your 4-hour appointment with him and sit down and push the call button, listen to the music, remember about the hello, put yourself in the right mindset, and start getting yourself in the right mindset and getting prepared and asking every single person that you're on the phone with for referrals. You're already making the 20 calls. I asked 2 of you today if during those 20 calls, are you asking for referrals? And both of them said not yet. Remember, your entire database is a referral source. You've got to get out of your own way. They want to help you. And when you ask them and you humble yourself and you ask for referrals, you're going to get them. And it's going to change the way you feel about asking for referrals because you're going to realize you're not going to get shamed for it. That in fact, they're happy to help you and they want to help you. And so many people are afraid they're going to get shamed for asking their family and friends for referrals, so they simply don't do it, which means if they don't ask, they don't get. And if they don't get, they struggle. So then they turn to lead gen sources that have a 24-to-1 ratio instead of the huge return that you have with your database. Get your database in the CRM, apply the action plans, start making the calls. We have an open house this weekend. Your homework is very well organized. You're going to have an after class email that's going to go out. But the slides and the homework are watching the 3 videos all the way through that we had and purchasing that mirror and the regular normal stuff like taking your exam and making your calls. Lisa, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, good. Speaking of the open house, I know I dropped that into the teams. I don't know if all of you saw that, but I need to have commitments from people that are going to do the one with Elisa St. John on Sunday. There's the training, and Elisa goes, she's amazing, and you'll be very excited to work alongside her and see how she sets up for her open houses. So if you've never done open houses, I would absolutely suggest that you do that. So that's from 10 till 12. And then if anybody wants to then go in pairs, Elisa will stay in the neighborhood and she'll go back and forth. There's 2 homes that are available, and I've also put that in there. I just need to know who you are separately. You don't drop it into the big teams because that's going to be messy. Just teams meet individually. And there are other open house opportunities for those of you who have done open houses. And then you can talk to me about that because I want to guide you to our open house. It's in our learning center. It's great if you can still go, even if you've done open houses, if you want to learn, but I know some of you already expressed that you can't, but you still want to do open houses on Saturdays. And there's a lot of availability all around everywhere. So reach out and I will help you get connected for an open house in any of your market areas. Just reach out to me. And that's all I got. I don't know if Jack was talking to us or not.
Thank you so much, Lisa Ormsby. I said, does anybody else have any other questions before we break? And then Melinda popped up her hand, but she didn't hear me, but serendipitously she raised her hand. Hey, Melinda.
I just wondered tomorrow, Lisa, are we gonna do we need any materials? That's what, because
no, tomorrow is going to be our we're working on mission statements. So that's
okay.
And then we'll have other things too, but primarily we are, for my schedule that Jack has given me, that is our mission statement day tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Christina. Thank you,
Yes,
Linda.
I thought tomorrow was vision boards.
That's
No.
next Thursday.
It's next Thursday.
Okay, so we're not going in person tomorrow.
No, unless you want to. You don't have to.
No. Okay, great.
Yep. Vision, mission statement, vision statement, vision board in that order. Yeah, and then the UVPs. Exactly right. Melissa, I see your hand up. And then Donna.
Yeah, when you said a schedule with Gavin, when should you do that? Because I mean, we're doing Mega now. When should you schedule the time block?
Yep, I would do it on a Tuesday or a Thursday morning.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yep. Donna, hi.
Hi. Lisa, are you going to be around for a little bit? Can I give you a call?
Absolutely.
Okay, I need to find out about the thing I sent you a message on.
Okay.
All right.
Absolutely.
Okay. Awesome, everyone. Good job today. It was great to spend the day with you. And I will see you all on Friday. And good luck tomorrow in your Mega Minis. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.